For this kid named Jason. I would have swam out for you, man. We all would have.
There's never been a final girl like this. Carol Clover.
Here comes the boogeyman. The savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho opens looking through the two eye holes of a mask, with some heavy, menacing breathing amping up the menace. What those two eye holes are fixed on from behind the bushes is a 10-year-old kid. It's nighttime, well after midnight, and the kid's sitting on a barely moving swing at Founders Park. It's where the staging area for Terra Nova used to be 8 years ago. The kid's head is down, so his face is hidden. He could be dead, posed there, his hands wired to the swing's galvanized chains. But then a thin breath comes up, white and frosted, and he starts to look up, eyes first. Before his face comes into focus, the savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho cuts to an occluded angle into a shed? It is. A dark workshop of some sort, like a room you scream through at a haunted house down in Idaho Falls. No more mask to look through, just a nervous space between two boards of the wall. Words sizzle into the bottom of the screen and then flame away. The chainsaw's been dead for years. The irregular capitalization is supposed to make it scarier, like a ransom note. In this shed, on this grimy workbench, a man in a leather apron is working on this chainsaw. This man's got a bit of size, linebacker shoulders, veins cresting on his forearms. His hands are white and tan, and the camera stays on them, documenting his every ministration on this chainsaw. It's dark, the angle's bad and unsteady, but that only makes it better, really. "Is that Slipknot?" Paul says, about the music thumping in this shed. Hetty shushes him, says, "He's old, okay?" He's old, and he's taking the top cover off the chainsaw, or trying to. Eventually, he figures out to push the chain brake. The cover comes right off. It's enough of a surprise that the cover goes clattering onto the floor, almost loudly enough to cover the squeaky yelp that's much closer to the camera. Almost loud enough to cover that, but not quite. Instead of a nightmare face stooping down into frame after this runaway chainsaw cover, there's 12 seconds of listening silence after the song's turned off. The man's hands are still on the workbench, the fingertips to the dirty wood, the palms high and arched away. So it's like there's two pale spiders doing that thing spiders do when their cluster of eyes and their leg bristles have told them there's a presence in the room. And then that grimy leather apron is rushing to this camera, blacking the screen out. Paul chuckles, draws deep on the joint, and holds it. Holds it, then leans forward to breathe that smoke into Hetty's mouth like she used to like when they were 14. "You're going to secondhand kill me," she says, with a satisfied cough, holding the video camera high and wide out of this. "Only after I first hand do something else," Paul says back, his hand rasping up the denim of her thigh. "But did it scare you?" Hetty asks, keeping his hand in check and shaking the camera so Paul's syrupy-thinking self can know what she's talking about. The documentary. She pinches the joint away from him for her own toke and doesn't cough it out. Where they're sitting is the doorway alcove of the library on Main Street, right under the book deposit slot. Out past their knees, Proof Rock's dead. Someone just needs to bury it. "Your mom know you snuck Jan out after dark?" Paul asks, squinting against Hetty's exhale. "She's more worried about who my dad's dating this week, in Arizona or Nevada or wherever," Hetty says from the depths of her own syrup bottle. Janny Boy's a good little actor, though, isn't he? I told him to pretend he was a ghost, just sitting there. What'd you do with the snow? Paul asks, his eyes practically bleeding. It's nearly halfway through October now. The snow they always get by Halloween hasn't come yet, but there's been plenty of small ones trying to add up into the real deal. I edited it out, Hetty says, sneaking a look up to Paul to see if he'll buy this. But his stoned mind is still assembling her words into a sentence. Hetty shoulders into his chest, says, We shot it in July, idiot. But his breath, Paul manages to cobble together, doing his fingers to slow motion the puff of white Jan had breathed out that night. I didn't give him a cigarette, if that's what you're asking. So he's really a ghost? Confectioner's sugar. In his mouth? Paul asks. Hetty shrugs, says obviously, he loved it. Ghosts and swings and baking goods, Paul says, hauling the camera up to his shoulder, aiming it at Hetty. Tell us, Herr Director, why do little ghost boys with sweet white mouths like to frequent parks after dark? Because it looks good for my senior project, Hetty says, cupping the lens in her palm, guiding the camera down. It would be easier to shoot this documentary with her phone, which is much better for low-light situations, but this is throwback. Her dad's VHS camera was still in the attic, along with everything else he'd left when he bailed. But Hetty's paying for these blank tapes herself, to show she's committed, that this isn't just another passing thing. What it is her ticket out of here. The world will roll out the red carpet for footage like this, from the heart of the murder capital of America. First there was Camp Blood, half a century and more ago. Then there was the Independence Day massacre when she was in 4th grade. And then, for junior high, there was Dark Mill South's reunion tour. 40 people dead in a town of 3,000 is a per capita nightmare, even across a few years. And that translates to serious bucks. Now, if she can only get this angel of Indian Lake's tattered white nightgown and Jay horror hair and supposedly bare feet on tape tonight, blurry and distant, ethereal and timeless, then everything, right? The doors to the future open up for Hetty Jansen, and she walks through with a Joan Jett scowl, squinting from the sea of flashing cameras, but not ever wanting them to stop either. The problem, though, is that the angel isn't reliable. Is probably just some practical joke. The jocks have kept going all the way since summer. Joke or not, though, she's the missing ingredient for the savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho. The piece that sends it into the horror stratosphere. And they've got all night to fit her into a viewfinder, hit record, and hold steady, 59.5 seconds. It's how long that famous Bigfoot recording is, right? And if the angel doesn't show tonight, then there's still 2 more weeks of nights until the rough cuts due. 2 more weeks, and the rest of the stash Paul liberated from a bright orange Subaru some nocturnal tourists left unlocked for their big skinny dipping expedition. Sorry, Colorado, Paul keeps saying every time he's rolling another fatty from the Subaru. The license plates had been white mountains on a green background. The first car you try if you're in a red state are looking for something to smoke. Sorry, GPA, Hetty always adds, watching Paul's fingers roll, tighten, twist. But she's not. Soon she's past all that. What'd you use for at the beginning? Paul asks, his hands making binoculars over his eyes. The mask point of view, slasher cam, Hetty knows to call it now. She lets this toke out slow and languorous, imagining herself a movie star from the 30s, and hikes what Paul's asking about up from the front pocket of her jean jacket, where it's been since before the semester started. Shit, Paul says, and holds a little circle of black cardboard up to try to look through. The 2 eye holes are sized for an action figure, though, not a full-size burnout. Trick of the trade, Hetty says with a shrug, fitting that cardboard circle into the lens so Paul can peer through the eyepiece, see the magic himself. He stands, feels ahead with his left hand, the right holding the camera to his face. Look, I'm a killer, he says. Somebody do something sexy so I can stab you. Down Main a little ways, a lone light fizzles on, holds itself wavery bright for a few seconds, then dies back down. That too, Hetty tells herself. She's going to document it all. She's going to lay Proof Rock bare. She's going to show the world this place she grew up in. No, this place she survived. Push play, she says, pulling Paul back down beside her. When he can't figure it out, this is your brain on drugs, Hetty does it for him. On the little screen now, the savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho, is moving through the cemetery like a balloon let go. A balloon that's lost most of its helium, so it's just riding along about 2 feet off the ground. No, Het, you can't, Paul says, pushing the camera away. Hetty tracks up to him but doesn't stop playing the footage. She knew this was going to be the hard part for him. His aunt was Misty Christie, the most prominent headstone in that scene. Her daughters, Paul's cousins, the little sisters he never had, are the reason Hetty knows he'll never be leaving Proof Rock. The whole week leading up to the 4th back then, Paul had been chasing his little cousins around with all that shark stuff he had. He was a fan, lived for Jaws, probably watched it once a week that summer, until he knew all the lines, couldn't stop saying them. The night of, he was one of the 10-year-olds with a fin strapped around his ribs, a snorkel chimneying off the back of his head, eyes in scuba goggles, a wide, carnivorous smile on his face. In 2015, there had been no one more excited for the movie on the water than Paul Deming. Hetty still remembers him standing from his parents' stupid raft to sing that Spanish ladies song, and how it looked like he felt he was leading that song, that he was part of this adult world now, part of Proof Rock, of Indian Lake. And then, half an hour later, he was trying to drag his aunt up onto shore, and his dad had to pull him off her when he kept trying to breathe into her lungs, even though half her head was gone. Hetty's pretty sure that's when her love affair with horror started. Seeing Paul at 10 years old in the shallows, fighting with his dad, his whole lower face slathered red. It's a memorial for all of them, Hetty tells Paul, about the cemetery Steadicam, as she calls it, and passes him the joint, has to hold it there for probably 10 seconds before he finally rips it from her fingers hard enough that some of the cherry crumbles away, its small light leaving slow orange tracers in the dark. Paul draws deep, painfully deep, like punishing himself, like he can erase the past, just be from somewhere else, please, somewhere normal. His fingers are shaking now. Hetty creeps her hand over, holds them still. I hope you really do get out of here someday, he says to her, snuffling his nose. Watch, Hetty says. The savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho is still playing. She props the camera between them. They resituate to see better and... Fucking Rexall, Paul mutters, which is what the words at the bottom of the screen should say. But it already took Hetty all weekend just to get those ransom note letters in place. Less of that from here on out, thanks. This isn't technically due until January, but if she wants to get it into any of the spring film fests, she needs to have it wrapped a lot sooner than that. And it's counting for the interview portion of senior history, and that is due before the semester's over. Without it, No graduation in June. No blasting off into the world beyond Idaho. On the little screen, Rexall's blurry at the far end of a long hall in the elementary. He's sitting on a mechanic's stool, has his tool bag beside him, is doing something to or with the fire extinguisher cabinet. Installing another perv camera? Paul asks, pulling the screen closer and angling it back and forth, like that'll let him see deeper into the frame. It's not the girls' locker room, Hetty mumbles. Still, she does have extensive footage, with her cell phone, of every square inch of that fire extinguisher cabinet, for whatever that's worth. All she ever found was RX on the fire extinguisher's inspection label. She's thinking she should cut Rexall, really. Knowing him, he'll think he's the star and the glue, the beating heart of Prufrock. When really, he's just the scum floating on the surface. Hetty taps the fast-forward button 3 or 4 times, bounces past the high school. Oh, yeah, gotta have that, Paul says then. Terra Nova, glittering across the water. When Hetty was a freshman, Terra Nova was still burned ruins, too thrashed out and spooky to even drink beer in. Now, though, it's coming back to life. Construction crews working 24/7 again. She still remembers walking single file from Golding Elementary to see the barge carrying that big bulldozer across Indian Lake. She was the caboose that day, which Miss Treadaway told her was the most important place in their waddling train of goslings. It was her job to make sure everybody stayed on the tracks, see? Hetty was so proud to get to be the caboose. And it was such bullshit. But that doesn't change how it felt. Watching that barge balance on top of the water, it should have sank, she knows. It should have leaned over far enough to one side or the other to plunk that big yellow tractor down to Drown Town, into Ezekiel's cold box. Idiots, Paul says about Terra Nova. It's a sentiment Hetty shares, and most of Prufrock, this time around. Not that anybody can do anything about it. You're not supposed to say that, a small voice says from the darkness, startling Paul enough that he drops the joint, throws an arm across Hetty like protecting her from going through a windshield. The angel doesn't speak, though, and this non-angel's a whole lot shorter anyway. Jan? Hetty says, standing, fighting out of the safety of Paul's arm. Her little brother steps into the weak light, coming through the glass door from some glow in the library, the long blonde hair that always gets him mistaken for a girl hanging half over his face. Guess the ghosts are walking tonight, Paul says with appreciation. Jan's done his own ghost makeup this time, meaning he probably left a mess in the kitchen. Great. Confectioner's sugar everywhere. Just what Mom needs come morning. He must have seen me leaving with this, Hetty says, hefting the camera. I want to be in the movie some more, Jan says, his lower lip starting to push out, meaning the waterworks won't be far behind. Hetty steps out, scoops him up, situates him on her hip. He weighs probably half as much as her, she knows, but she also knows that a woman's hips can hold anything, especially a little brother. What smells funny? Jan asks. Paul fans his hands at the smoke danking up the alcove. Moths with dirty wings flying into that light bulb, Hetty says, walking the two of them out onto the grass. Behind them, Paul's phone buzzes. What? Hetty asks, lasering her eyes to his. Wainbow, Paul says with a shrug. What, he finally found it? I think it's a butt dial. This makes Jan laugh in Hetty's arms. Butt dial is his favorite term, along with anything else to do with butts. Can we at least not have my dead aunt's name in it? Paul says then. I don't want people making fun of it, yeah? Hetty notes that he's crushing their roach under the heel of his combat boot. It's against his religion to waste, but he's protecting Jan from their bad influence, Hetty knows. But I've already... Reshoot, Paul says. What's it called? Pickups? Do you know how hard it is to edit actual videotape, Hetty asks. I have to. I'll help, Paul tells her. They both know he's lying, that he'll just kick back on her bed and throw a rubber ball against the ceiling the whole time, leaving Hetty to convert the VHS to digital, play it on her laptop, then paste letters or whatever on the screen and record enough stop and start shots of that, because the scan rates don't match up, to add up to a second or 3 of continuous footage. Just to be sure I'm hearing you right, she says, using her mom's point-by-point voice. You want us to go to the cemetery on Friday the 13th at night with... Instead of saying the last part, she mimes the joint they were just smoking. Maybe we could skinny dip while we're there, too, Paul says. Hetty looks out over Proof Rock, shrugs. What the hell? Maybe that's where she is, right? She says about the angel looking over in the direction of the cemetery. Bet so, Paul says, playing along. 10 minutes later, via a coasting motorcycle ride Jan's not to ever mention again, under threat of having his butt cut off, they're at the cemetery. I'm coming to get you, Barbara, Paul tries, his voice up and down fake spooky. Her name is Hetty, Jan yells with a thrill, just to be involved. Paul cocks his bike up on its kickstand, and Hetty guides the oversized helmet up off Jan's head. He was sandwiched between them for the ride over. Stay here, Hetty says to him, stationing him with Paul, and cues into the blank tape at the end of The Savage History of Proof Rock, Idaho, so she can do her version of Steadicam, her purse strap unlatched, then hooked through the front and back connections on the top of the video camera. She hangs the camera by her leg a little ahead of her, hits record, and is walking through the graves again, so many since 2015, this time avoiding Misty Christie's headstone, even though this scene's going to lose some of its oomph now from being censored. Still, it's Paul, right? Paul, who she actually trusts with Jan. Paul, who she's broken up with probably a dozen times since junior high. But they always find each other again, don't they? When you're a reject in Proof Rock, have undercuts and piercings and intricate plans for full sleeves, you can't stay away from the one other person drawing on their arm with a ballpoint pen. If only she could take him with her when she leaves. But don't think about that now. You're a filmmaker, she reminds herself. You're documenting. And never mind that the smart kids in horror movies avoid graveyards at night. This is for school, though. And it's not like they're drinking beer on the actual headstones. It's not like they're sparking up. They're being respectful, observing the rules. It'll be fine, Hetty tells herself. Until she looks up from her feet, and the camera, that's so hard to keep from spinning, sees the grave over by the fence. It's where the county buries those who don't have anyone to bury them. And grave isn't the right word. Not anymore. More like hole. More like the crater left after an eruption. Either somebody dug this dead person up, or that dead person clawed through the dirt themselves and walked away. What the what? Hetty says, pulling the camera up to her shoulder to document the living hell out of this. Through the viewfinder, she can read the name. Grayson Brust. Who? She mutters, trying to dredge up anyone in school with a last name Brust, but is interrupted by snow crunching behind her. She turns fast and scared, is already falling away, one arm out to block whatever's coming. It's Paul. He's got Jan on his hip. What? He says, holding Jan halfway behind himself. Maybe Hetty won't leave him. Maybe she'll just stick it out here in Proof Rock like her mom and forget about who she used to want to be, where she wanted to go, how she was going to have the world wrapped around her finger. When you've got someone's whole hand to hold, that can be all that matters, right? That can be enough. Look, she says, stepping to the side. Paul edges up to the open grave. Who's he? Paul says about this Grayson Bruce, and then reaches for the lens, points the camera to the light snow to her left, his right. Tracks. Hetty lowers the camera, her face slack. I don't, she stutters. I'm the map, Jan says, bouncing in Paul's arms. It's from Hetty's old Dora the Explorer DVDs. He's addicted to them. And he's right. If they follow these tracks, then they get to the what? The dam? The way the tracks are headed. Except, why is Paul just staring at the tracks like they don't make sense? His phone buzzes and he rearranges Jan, reads the text. Don't fucking believe it, Paul says, holding the phone face out like this proves it. He found it. What Wayne Sellers, has been on the trail of all summer is what some out-of-state hunters are supposed to have stumbled on in the woods when they were lost themselves. Half a white Bronco, maybe 3/4 of one, if it held together enough for its long roll down from the highway. Because they were traditional hunters, though, just stick bows and compasses, even had fringe on their canteens, they hadn't been able to direct anybody back to wherever they were. Everybody knew that was shorthand for the two having been hunting where they weren't supposed to be. Bows without wheels are quiet, but that didn't make the Bronco any easier to find. The Bronco's pretty much the last mystery left in Proof Rock, though. After Dark Mill South brought his special brand of violence to town, a trucker had reported a Ford buried nose first into a snowbank on the high side of the highway, the temporary grave of the previous sheriff and his deputy. Because there had been so many dead in Proof Rock to deal with, though, Highway Patrol had just cordoned the Bronco off, set some rookie up to guard it, and then not got Lonnie to drag it out for a week. It turned out not to be the whole truck, but just its ass end. Evidently, it had been hit broadside by Dark Mill South's stolen snowplow at speed and then had just slid sideways in front of that big blade until it calved off in either direction. The Bronco's tailgate and rear bumper landed upright in the snow on the high side of the road. And the rest of the truck? That was the thing. Where? Directly across from that tailgate and bumper made sense, but the thing is, wrecks don't have to make sense. On the downside of the highway, the Indian Lake side, the country was rugged and rough, deep as hell, and not even a little bit forgiving. And it doesn't give up its dead until it wants to. Which, according to Wainbo, must be tonight. He'd spent the first week of summer gritting Fremont County up on his computer, somehow plugging into that handheld GPS he had, and ever since then, he'd been working those imaginary lines back and forth on his horse, insisting the Bronco had no choice but to show up. And now that it maybe had, he was going to be the one to collect the $2,500 reward Seth Mullins, the deputy's husband, had somehow pulled together for whoever found his wife's body. Well, Wainbo was going to collect that $2,500 and the $10,000 Lena Singleton had added on because, as she said in the announcement in the Standard, Proof Rock needs to heal, doesn't it? He wants you to bring your camera, Paul says, lowering his phone. It won't stop buzzing with Wainbo's celebration. He doesn't have his phone? He says this should be in your movie. But the footprints, Hetty says, about the tracks in the snow. About those, Paul says, kind of like he regrets saying it. What do you mean? Hetty asks, stepping in to see. Paul waits for it to make sense to her. There are footprints like there should be. Even in snow this light, you can't avoid them. But it's just the front part of some dress shoes? Then Hetty sees it, has to gasp a little. To either side of the footprints, the fingers leaving clear ridges. There's handprints as well. Like this, Paul says, and slings Jan onto his back like a cape. Jan squealing with delight. Paul leans forward beside the tracks, and he's right. His hands are wider than his feet, and only the front parts of his combat boots are leaving prints in the snow. I don't understand. This doesn't make sense, Hetty says. The angel, she walks, she's upright. Angel? Jan asks, excited. She doesn't wear shoes either, does she? Paul says. Meaning? Hetty asks. Meaning we're in a cemetery at night on Friday the 13th, Paul says, popping up easily with Jan on his back. I'm not just super sure things are supposed to make sense. Why come out here to dig someone up? Why leave on all fours? Maybe they fell down? Hetty tries, trying to squint it true. Maybe, Paul says, but he's not buying that. And where are the tracks coming in? Hetty asks, trying to make sense of the snow they've trampled. More important, Paul leads off, shifting Jan around to his side. Would you rather follow these tracks and film some sick grave robber? Or would you rather, solve the biggest mystery in town? It's videotape, not film, Hetty mumbles, kind of bouncing on her feet, not sure which way to go. These tracks will still be here tomorrow, Paul says with a shrug. In his arms, Jan does the same shrug. It's so damn cute. But we call it in, Hetty says, slinging the camera around her neck like the purse it isn't. We can be heroes, Paul sings, and leads them back to the motorcycle, going through what he knows of the rest of the song, which isn't much. Half an hour later, 3 on the bike again, they're picking their way down the rut road that eventually tiptoes under the dam, crossing Indian Creek at the big clearing and going back where the hunters go. Hetty wants to get a shot from there, of the dam looming over them. Maybe she can even superimpose a Jaws poster over all that concrete. It might be perfect, the image that sends savage history viral into the stratosphere. Just that lone swimmer and the shark coming up from the depths for her. Jan's helmet bounces up for the 50th time, taps her in the chin. She's the one holding Paul's phone now, directing them to the pin Wainbow dropped, that he insists is so top secret that this message is probably going to self-destruct. Sorry, Paul's phone. As soon as they stop, she keeps telling herself, she's hauling her own phone out to call the grave robbing in. But they're going so fast, it's like this night's a slip and slide. She took one tentative step out onto it, and now she can't stop, is just going faster and faster. Weren't they looking for the angel? How'd that turn into a tour through the graveyard and now a stab out into the timber to see a dead body or two? This is Proof Rock in October, though, she knows. Once the clock strikes midnight, anything can happen. 200 yards up, Wainbow's paint horse is standing in the road, its reins hanging down by its feet. Paul slows his feet to the ground to keep them from falling over. Just up here, Hetty says, and Paul takes them into the tall grass dusted with snow to keep from spooking Wainbow's horse. Under Hetty's chin, Jan's helmet pivots slowly. He's watching that horse with wonder. There's something about horses at night, isn't there? Hetty'll have to come back. Get this on tape, too. This documentary is going to be longer than the 20 minutes she promised Teach. Much longer. Proof Rock just keeps opening up, doesn't it? And then she decides that, no, she won't superimpose Jaws on the dry face of the dam. She'll get those elevator doors from The Shining up there, with blood crashing through to paint the valley red. Just how savage history already opens up, which is to say, all she'll have to do is project savage history up there. It'll be perfect. There, Paul says, because he's the only one not looking back at the horse. It's the front part of the bronco, lodged in a thick tangle of fall downs, their root pans making a sort of cradle around the wreck, the better to hide it. And really, Hetty can tell, this is where the wreck rolled down too. And recently, judging by how the pine needles it jarred loose are on top of the crust of snow. Paul stops, waits for Hetty to lift Jan down before rocking the bike onto its kickstand. The way he does it, there's something 50s about it, like he should be rolling the cuffs of his jeans and combing his hair back until it's a perfect ducktail. No, Hetty isn't leaving Proof Rock. She knows. And she guesses she's always known. God damn it. Home is where your heart is, though, isn't it? And her heart's parking the bike right now and setting her little brother up on it and telling him to wait here, to not get down no matter what. Okay? Jan nods his little kid nod, his eager to please nod. Promise? Hetty says to him, and he nods faster, is thrilled just to be tagging along for this grand nighttime adventure. I can't believe this, Paul says, about the Bronco actually finally being somewhere. Are they still in it? Hetty says, stepping around, leading with her camera, not sure if she wants to see actual dead people or not. Paul has his phone's flashlight on, winking on a piece of red reflector somehow embedded in the trunk of a tree. He steps forward gingerly, and Hetty sees that the passenger side of the Bronco isn't just crushed, it's flattened. Shit, Paul diagnoses. Hetty nods slowly, has to agree. It was probably caught up slope for the last 4 years, Paul mansplains, looking up there. The trees holding it finally got cold enough to snap, and it rolled the rest of the way down, Hetty finishes. Then, but are they still? Paul shines his silvery light into the cab, and just like in Jaws, there's a rotted head bobbing up into the brightness. Hetty and Paul both fall back, holding on to each other. The camera dislodges into the grass and snow, some button jarring the tiny heads into furious motion. When no zombies lumber up from the wreck to eat their brains, Paul laughs an embarrassed, nervous laugh. Hetty knows she should as well because it's so stupid it's funny, except she's seen these movies. That might just be a cat in a closet, but there's probably a penis-headed alien bug unfolding from the back seat, its mouth already slavering. What? Paul says, holding his hand up, fingers spread away from each other. With his phone, he lights them all up. Blood. He spins around on his ass and hands, drops his phone, has to get it back from the snow, and it's Wainbow. No, Hetty says, or hears herself saying, not even aware of having pushed back from all this already. Wainbow's been ripped open. His blood looks so red, so fake. Hetty crabs farther back, her arms and movements stiff. No scream erupting. She knows not to put that bullseye on her back, any more than it probably already is. Paul, she gulps out, still trying to butt slide away, which turns out to be into the missing door of the Bronco. A rotted skeleton arm falls down on her shoulder, and what's left of the truck settles down with a sudden whoof, nearly crushing her. She flinches away, surges almost all the way up, her feet already running. Never mind if the rest of her's ready. Paul, we need to... She stops, a step or 3 away because... Paul? Hetty desperately pans around to every quadrant, except you can't watch all of them at once. Your back's always to one of them. She spins again, stumbles, is about to cry, can feel it welling up in her throat, in her chest, in her soul. Paul! She calls out all around. Who cares about bullseyes now? She shakes her head no. That she doesn't want to make the documentary anymore, that she'll stop. She'll throw it away. She'll do something normal for her senior project. The woods don't answer. She hugs herself, still looking left and right, and behind her. Paul, she says quieter. She falls to her knees, shaking her head. No, please, and fast crawls ahead to the video camera, its light blinking record red now. Hetty claws it to her, to use like a hammer to swing at whatever's coming, and inadvertently hits play, then drops the camera when she turns around fast, sure something was just behind her. On the small screen of her video camera in the snow and yellow grass, the documentary is playing back now. It's past the cemetery is to the pier. It's a wide shot from the side and far away, but that's just to make it feel like she's spying, like she's not supposed to be seeing this. Really, though, she knows the sheriff. He was the one getting that chainsaw going. To Slipknot, his choice. It was set up for this. To the end of the pier now, Sheriff Tompkins fires that chainsaw up, its blue smoke gouting up into the night sky in a way that would make David Lynch sigh with contentment, a way that would make Martin Scorsese have to wipe a single tear away. Sheriff Tompkins revs that chainsaw once, twice, then takes a knee like he's going to saw through the planks of the new pier. And now Hetty's over his shoulder for this dirty, loud work. He's not chewing those fast teeth into the pier, though. He's chainsawing the town canoe in half, the blunt leading end of the blade frothing the lake water, the pale, gummy fibers of the hull writhing and flailing. It's supposed to mean Prufrock's slasher days are over. The chainsaw chugs through the green fiberglass, and finally the canoe falls into two pieces, both of them titanicking down into the murky depths, and then it's a wide shot again. Sheriff Tompkins holding that chainsaw up and shaking it at the gods, just as Hetty wrote it. In the viewfinder of her camera, though, nothing's scripted, or it was all scripted long before she was born. Hetty's on her knees. She's spinning around again. She's sneaking a look to her camera, like to pick it up again. But then the rabbit in her senses she's not alone. She clamps her hand over her own mouth, holds her breath, muffling what would have been her scream. Slowly, so as not to draw attention, she turns, and whatever she sees, just out of frame, makes her fall away and then rush to the side, which is right into the camera. A flurry of motion later, her face slams down right in front of the lens, comes up caked with snow. The blood from her nose and mouth is bright against that whiteness, is either stringing away from her or trying to hold her together. And she's still reaching ahead, like the camera's heavy enough that if she can just grab it, it can become her weapon, her savior, her way out of this, whatever it is. But she only manages to jostle it the littlest bit. Her face is still filling that viewfinder slightly off-center, and her hand is reaching around to the controls to push record so she can say something. "Mom," she whispers right into the camera, her voice shaky, and then she's ripped to the side like Chrissy in Jaws, some snow flecking up onto the lens, distorting the left side of the frame. Moving from bubble to bubble through it's more upright than a dog or bear, is nightgown pale, black and loose at top, like a head full of hair. So much hair. A woman. The angel of Indian Lake. She's ethereal and wrong. Dead. Except for the walking around part. And when the thing perched on Hetty steps off of her, snapping from bubble to bubble on the camera lens, it's a man on all fours, a pale man in the tatters of a suit. When this thing that's also dead approaches her, its head dipping obsequiously over and over, as if it knows it's in the presence of its god, it's also dragging something. Something large and squirming, held between its teeth like an offering, which it lays at the angel's feet. After a moment of what feels like consideration, the angel lowers herself to this offering, then looks sharply up at the thing that delivered it to her. A flurry of motion later, the thing's head is rolling across the lens, past the bubbles to the clear part, where a pause would show a staticky human face, mouth ringed with blood, eyes hollow, hair still perfectly in place from whatever glue or spray the embalmer used. And then it's gone. as is the angel. All that's left in the camera eye is the top of the tall grass and the pale crust of the snow and the trees, and then 40 or 50 feet out, centered, just like Hetty would have done if she were operating this camera, the motorcycle. There's no little boy up on the seat. The savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho isn't over. No. It's just getting started.
Scary movie. This isn't Freddy's high school hallway. This isn't Freddy's high school hallway. If it were, Tina would be 20 feet ahead in her foggy plastic body bag, being dragged around the corner on a smear of her own blood. Instead, again, but it always feels like the first time, I'm the one in that body bag. I'm helpless on my back. There's no air in here. My feet are travois handles to pull me with, and the lockers and doorways and educational posters and homecoming banners to either side are blurry, are in a Henderson High I'm not part of anymore. Not since Freddy got his claws into me. I want to scream, but know that if I open my mouth, what's coming out is a sheep's dying bleat. I clap my scream in with my palm, try to clamp my throat shut, tamp the panic down, but my elbow scraping on the plastic wall of this body bag rasps louder than it should, and he looks back. His face is scarred and cratered, and there's a glint of humor in his eyes, like he's getting away with something here. A glint that spreads to his lips, one side of his twisted mouth sharpening into a grin right before his head Pez dispenser's back because his neck's been chopped open. And what comes up from that bloody stump is the grimy hand of a little dead girl fighting her way back into the world, and it doesn't have to be this way. According to Sharona. She's my twice-a-month therapist, courtesy of her champion and main benefactor, Letha Mondragon. It's only a movie. It's only a movie. Sharona's taught me to repeat in my head. To fight my way through panic attacks, I'm supposed to think of my life as playing on a drive-in screen. Not that I've ever been to a drive-in. But evidently, late in their evolution, there would be 6 or 8 or 10 drive-in screens all in this big-ass Stonehenge circle, each with their own parking lot. If you didn't like what was playing on one screen, you could take your popcorn, cruise over to the next movie, and the next, until you found one that worked for you, that helped you through this night, instead of trapping you in it. You're the consumer here, Sharona told me so earnestly our first session. And what you're paying with is anxiety and dread and panic, see? The first part of me, being the one carrying the popcorn, is supposed to be buying into this being all a movie. All a movie. Like that was ever enough to keep the horror in The Last House on the Left from touching you where it counts. Sharona doesn't know horror, though. Just feelings, regrets, strategies, and how to see through my own rationalizations and paranoia, my bad history and worse family shit. I say quid pro quo to her a lot, but I don't think she ever really gets it like I mean it. The way she explains what I'm feeling in moments like this, feeling being clinical speak for consumed by, is that my anxiety is a straitjacket constricting me. At first, it feels like a hug, like something I should nestle into, but then it doesn't know when to stop, does it, Jade? Straitjacket, of course, being a 1964 proto-slasher, post-Psycho, but very much providing a model for Psycho 2 nearly 20 years later. Thank you, Robert Bloch. Sharona has it wrong about straitjackets, though. In a straitjacket, you can breathe. I know this from experience. You don't open your wrists out on the lake and then get trusted with your own fingernails and teeth, I mean. Where you can't breathe, though? in a body bag. When Prufrock and all what I've done and not done and should have done if I were smarter and better and faster and louder are collapsing in on me and there's no air at all, then a knife finger materializes, blurry and real through the foggy plastic cocooning me. It materializes and then it loops through a delicate metal tab to zip me right in. Sorry, Sharona. One bullshit tool you've given me to work that zipper down from the backside is to write letters to someone I respect or care for, who could and would offer me a helping hand to clamber up out of this. Which is just a reminder that everyone I love is dead, thanks. Sheriff Hardy, Mr. Holmes, shooting glasses. I don't know if my mom's in that group or not. I know my dad isn't. Pamela Voorhees, she's who I should write to, isn't she? Or maybe Ellen Ripley. Put her in a dark hallway like this one in my head, and she would lock and load, call her nerves a bitch, and tell them to get away from her. I'm no Ripley. Instead of locking and loading, what I do for about the 1,000th time since the semester started is stumble on these stupid heels and lurch to the left, ramming my shoulder into a locker. Just when you thought it was safe to walk like an adult. Clear the beaches, Mare. Jade's coming through again. God, Letha's right about me. I'm always hiding in the video store, wearing all my movies like armor. Never mind that Prufrock's video store's been closed for 3 years now. Is pretty much a memorial for all the kids who got skinned in there, are probably still haunting it. That's just playing on one screen, though. Keep moving, Jade. Keep moving. On one of the other screens, though, are the 2 sleepless nights, the weekend of the 13th, when Prufrock was in a panic over Jan Jansen going missing. But then word came in that his dad, who had split, had also rented a red Mustang convertible the day before, one fast enough to drive back from Nevada, or whatever state he was hiding in, one alluring enough for his only son to want to take a ride in. So all the flyers were peeled off the windows of the bank, of Dots, of the drugstore, and a certain ex-con was finally able to sleep again. They'll find him, everybody is assuring themselves. He's just with his dad, having an adventure, top down, hair in the wind, not a single drive-through window being missed. Either that, or he's a kid-shaped bargaining chip in an escalating divorce. There's no blades looming, though. That's the important thing. There's no shadows lurking, no heavy breathing, no drunk shape suddenly standing in the doorway at 2 o'clock in the stupid-ass morning. I right myself from the locker I've crashed into. I think it was Lee Scanlon's, once upon a time. Blink my eyes fast like trying to get the lights to come back up in this hallway, but... Okay, seriously now. Where in the living hell is everybody? It's Monday, not Friday, meaning no pep rally for football. Nobody pulled the fire alarm. It's not senior skip day, and Banner hasn't instituted some curfew to keep everyone safe. There's no reason to. Ghostface isn't out there slicing and dicing. Cinnamon Baker doesn't live here anymore. There's no once-in-a-century blizzard spooling up. Been there, done that. We're good for 96 more years, thanks. A shooter drill, maybe? We are 8,000 feet up the mountain, meaning even the guns have guns, but no. There's a lot wrong with Prufrock, but not that, anyway. So far. Could it be that 7th period just started? Is that what emptied the halls out? All the students dove into their classrooms and fought for seats because they really, really wanted to learn? Dream on, slasher girl. A fluorescent tube of light flickers in the ceiling a body length ahead, then sputters out again. It's not for lack of money. Letha's bankrolling the whole district. Could put her name above the front doors if she wanted. Excuse me, I say up to the light, holding my books to my chest. The light buzzes back on, holds steady. Fucking A, I mutter to it, and keep moving. my clacking footsteps sounding all around me, and, passing a fire extinguisher, I become 100% certain that Rexall's just caught me on candid camera. Engaging in profanity on school grounds is going to turn it into Principal Harrison, just moved up from Golding Elementary. He's already not fond of my full-sleeve tats. My hair's okay in principle, I think. Long now, to my waist, and silky as ever-living shit. But it's not all black, either. Come on. And I don't wear my spider bites, or my bull ring, or my eyebrow stud to school anymore, though there may be a piercing or two that are none of a principal's business. Sharona says I'm still trying to armor up. Can't I see that? I tell her back that she just likes the way I was before, which is sort of a line from Return of the Living Dead 3, featuring the queen of all piercing junkies. She's no slouch with the eyeliner, either. Well, okay, maybe I don't say it exactly like that, but I think the hell out of it. What I also don't say out loud, that you just slipped, my Sharona. That bit about armoring up is pure Letha, which means the two of you talk about me and my progress, which isn't exactly the key to get me to be forthcoming. What I did say out loud in reply to that armor line, though, sort of on accident, sort of not. Jealous much? Where Sharona went after her high school beauty queen days, after she won the big blonder-than-thou contest, that adult daycare called college. Where I went, twice, that finishing school for criminals called the Clink, the Slam, the Stir. That old gray bar hotel waiting at the end of every road my kind slouches down. If you don't armor up in there, Sharona, you never get out. But like you, I've also geared up with books, thanks. They all had to be paperback, because hardcovers can brain a girl or get sharpened to a one-use point. But they finally added up enough to get me a degree. It's correspondence, sure, but it was enough for Letha to strong-arm the school district she now owns into this. It's strictly trial basis. Nobody expects it to actually last, but I'm trying. And the school's not actually dim. I can see that now. That's just my idiot eyes, dialing the hallway down to a tunnel, the kind with a nightmare boiler room way down at the end, rushing up all around me with the first blink. I'm still in Tina's body bag, I mean. In spite of the 3 cigarettes I just train-smoked back by the wood shop, lighting the next off the last, praying against all hope that the nicotine would open my capillaries up enough to keep this clench from happening in my chest. In my head. Things do not happen, I say inside. Things are made to happen. This from John F. Kennedy, in a book I had to read twice to get it to stick enough for the test. What JFK's saying is that I'm doing this to myself. I didn't walk into another panic attack. It wasn't lying in wait for me. No, I made it happen by allowing the bad thoughts to spool up, loop me into their spin cycle of death, my hands stabbing up like on the VHS cover of Mortuary. Once your thinking starts swirling around that chrome grate of the shower drain, good luck stopping it without cutting yourself. Which is another thing I don't do anymore. Or can't start doing again. Anyway. I can still slice into this body bag, though. Not with a razor, but with something almost as sharp. Pharmaceuticals. After checking to be sure I'm alone, I peeled 2 warm tablets up from the elastic waistband of the boy shorts under my long black poodle skirt, crushed them between the pads of my thumb and index finger, and snort them deep into my head fast, before I can think about what I'm doing. My theory on mood stabilizers and beta blockers, and the rest of the usual suspects I've cycled through, is that it's stupid they have to go all the way down to the stomach, only to slowly percolate back up to the brain. So I do it more direct. Save them some travel time, get more bang for my buck. And I can take 4 at once, and still be mostly myself, as far as anybody knows. But I already took one on my cigarette break, so... As for what they're supposed to dial back, make less unmanageable, oh, I don't know. A yacht full of 1%ers who are also parents, and I think sort of actually maybe wanted to be good members of the community in spite of their rich asses. A lake full of people I've known since before I could walk, none of whose insides I ever expected to have to see and swim through. A video store of kids who didn't ask to be skinned for Christmas. My mom standing up to the scar-faced predator about to attack me, even though it was hopeless and years too late. Mr. Holmes, sinking under the surface of the water, his fingers finally slipping from mine in a way I know I'll never forget. Sheriff Hardy, and the way he looked back at me and nodded once before stepping into the water with his daughter. And so many more, among and between. I like to think that each particle of every tablet I take is just enough to cover up the memory of one of those dead people, at least for an afternoon, meaning they swim back up at night. Yeah, surprise. But that's hours later. This is now. With the cold heat of these last 2 tablets sizzling through my mucous membranes, I have to reach out for the wall on the right side to keep steady until the postnasal drip starts like the slowest pendulum, swinging back and forth so steadily that, if I let it, if I just exercise a little mental discipline, it can even me out. It can quiet the splashing, the screams. It can let me step between these gusts of blowing snow into a little pocket of safety. I push off the wall with my fingertips, and it's like standing in a canoe, not a hallway. And I know I can spill over into the deep dark water at any moment, but this, in Principal Harrison's judgmental tone, I'm already late enough as is, don't have time to wallow in my feelings. So I don't. Sharona would never understand, but the way I finally step ahead, out of this tattered body bag, is that I age Freddie ahead 14 years, until he's the snarky prof at the front of that grand classroom in urban legend, teaching about the babysitter and the man upstairs, about pop rocks and soda. He's completely in control up there, isn't he? He is. So am I. So am I. At least until I hear footsteps running up behind me. In Nancy's nightmare of a daydream, the admonishment she receives is that there's no running in the hallway. But there is, isn't there? I turn. I'm suddenly in a different hallway, one from 1996. A ghost face is coming fast down the hall, slaloming from side to side with pitch-perfect goofiness, doing boogity-boogity hands left and right. At first, I retract into myself, clutching my books tight. It's the day before Halloween, and even if Halloween's functionally illegal in Proof Rock, still, the rules have to sort of be off, don't they? But you used to walk these halls too, Jade, imagining them slaughter high. And these footsteps coming at you, they aren't from 1996. This ghost face wasn't even born then. When he makes to blast past me all anonymous, I step forward, make a fast fist around the long tail of this pull-on mask. I know how these masks work, I mean. It's like a nun's wimple. Just for slasher church. This would-be ghost face's head whips back, his arms even more Muppet now, but when he falls to his knees, starts sliding and leaning back, that munch of a pale face finally comes off with a harsh snap. The mask wrapping once around my wrist and then just hanging there. Dwight, I say down to this junior on his knees. He probably thinks it's a Dewey reference, but I'm really calling him Brad Pitt from Cutting Class, because that's what he's doing. Trent, ma'am, he stammers, trying to peel out of the glittery Father Death robe he's now tangled in, like I don't know who he is. Trent Morrison. Of the Morrisons who came here with Tobias Golding and Glenn Henderson to pan Indian Creek. This great-whatever grandson of miners has made it through 2 massacres to get this far in his academic career. And that's after his grandparents made it through the fire of '64 and Camp Blood. After his parents knew better than to ever get into a car with my dad because he was bound to go cartwheeling off the road sooner or later, trashing his face forevermore. "And what is this?" I ask about the mask. It's Halloween," he says, whines really, and I look away like casting around for a reason not to punt him to Harrison's office. What I see down the long hallway in my head is a punk girl with a sour expression and a goth heart, dull orange hair so dry it crunches, and a gloved hand curled around the plastic knife fingers she's wishing real, so she can slice through all these stupid years, carve her way to whatever's next. She's glaring at me, is a hurt animal under the porch, is going to snap at whoever tries to come close. Here in a few minutes, her shirt's going to get her sent home from school, and she's going to come back, try to carry blood down onto the big dance. Some days, instead of going to class, she's going to ruin her eyeliner crying in the band closet, and I just want to take her hand, lead her up from that. Tell her there's more. Just wait. Just hold on. This is next, if you can make it through. Get the fuck out of here, Trent, I say. And when you're a teacher deploying profanity on school grounds, you don't have to repeat yourself. On the way gone, Trent jogs backwards, says, "You're coming, right?" "Go," I tell him, pointing ahead of both of us, and he scampers off, only looking back once. The spike of adrenaline he jolted up my spine has, by my reckoning, canceled out at least one of the circular white finger holds I have on the day. Knowing I shouldn't, I work another dose up from my waistband, pinch it to dust, slam it into the dark cavern behind my eyes. Somewhere in there, the Pamela Voorhees head at the end of the second installment opens her eyes, like she was originally meant to, and all the candles Jason's arranged around her flicker alive. Yes. Jade Daniels, reporting for duty. I stand outside the classroom with my back to the wall for maybe 20 seconds, my books clutched to my chest like a shield, my lips moving around the shape of words, to be sure I can still make that connection, that I'm not going to slur and drool and try to grin it off as fallout from having faced down 2 killers and come out on my feet. Not that my feet are exactly whole, mind. Not all the little piggies made it through the frostbite. Not all of my face, either, if we're being technical. 3 of the fingers on my right hand won't curl into a fist, even, and still show tooth marks. But they don't get cold, so I guess I shouldn't complain. At least my jaw's still connected, right? Unlike certain people I know. Some of whom I visit on and off at the cemetery. One of whom I have coffee with once a week, our standing date, which is still, Saturday? If she's back by then? Maybe I can text her for emergency coffee, though. We can sit at our usual table at Dot's, under the huge mounted bear the hunters went out for so long ago, for killing Deacon Samuels over in front of Camp Blood, what they're calling Deacon Point now. Except some unnamed crusader keeps sneaking over there in the small hours, pulling that sign up just for the joy of slinging it out into the lake. The first few were metal, just sunk, but lately they've been wooden, so they float back in. I'm stalling, though. One thing Sharona's taught me that's actually good is how to identify my own bullshit, the little defense mechanisms I kicked up once upon in adolescence to get through the day. You're not 17 anymore, she tells me very supportively, very therapeutically. Some sessions, I even sort of believe her. At least until I try to wrap the fingers of my right hand around a pencil. Until applying the old eyeliner in the morning, I want to just keep going. Keep going. Darker and darker. daring Harrison to have a reason to send me home, not renew my contract. I should tell him about one of his predecessors, paddling along the pier in an invisible canoe, like the best joke ever, and how that dead principal's son was gutted under our big neon Indian last time around. No, not last time around. Last time ever. Jaws might have gotten a stack of sequels, but one was enough for Prufrock. And all I'm doing, I know, is trying to step back down into that body bag, zip it up over myself. I've got to be better. Inside, whiling away the days, the years, doing my time, I could mull and dwell in my cell or the yard, all I wanted. Sad Jade. Jade the victim. This is the world, though. Out here, you have to participate. People have expectations. There's duties, there's responsibilities. Anyway, I tell myself, you've been doing this since August already, right? After nearly 9 weeks, I can just flick autopilot on, coast through the next 50 minutes. Except, I owe them better than that. 2 of their own have been absent without excuse for 2 weeks. 2 weeks and 1 day, counting today. Any other town, when 2 kids go missing, then they probably ran off together, or seeing how far they can get. In Prufrock, if somebody's late by 10 minutes, then you're casing the shadows, the windows, the doorways. Because this might mean it's all starting up again. Except it can't be. I won't let it. In spite of the murmuring in the hall, in the lounge, at Dots, and who cares what actual day they went missing, it's just a day. Doesn't mean anything. Hetty and Paul have to have gone after Jan, Hetty's little brother, right? They got word of the dad cruising the hug-and-go lane, and were gone so fast their pencils were still standing up on their desks. Or they took advantage of that weekend's panic to run away to Boise, like they were always saying, or to Seattle, to Los Angeles, to Salt Lake City, to Denver. When you're 17 in Prufrock, the glittering lights of the big cities call to you, don't they? And my feelings aren't hurt that she didn't tell me. The last thing you need on the way out is for your older model to hold on to you and hug and slip $50 into your pocket. You're supposed to ride away broke on that sputtering motorcycle, wearing your boyfriend's jacket. Broke, not broken, which is how you end up if you stay here too long. Case in point, my sessions with Sharona. Continuity of counseling is part of my parole. Meaning, I guess, that the powers that be think I'm about to become Tommy Jarvis at the end of the final chapter and go all Mandy Lane and Cinnamon Baker on the student body. What they don't know is that I'm really Nancy from Dream Warriors. I made it through, and now I'm back, and in fucking heels, thank you. In the lake 8 years ago, yeah, I saw all the names and dates of Idaho's history spilled out into the water. But I found them in the prison library, and I ate those pages like Francis Dollarhide. And now all those names and dates are in me, sir. I inherited your old tests, and quizzes, too. Can you feel that from up in the sky? Can you even hear me over the buzz of your ultralight's little engine? All your notes are still in your precise handwriting even, with little ticks and additions from you updating them through the years. It's not like history changes, right? No, all of it went down just like you told us it did. Some afternoons I even lean back against the desk after the day's quiz and look into the distant past and tell class about all the sparks that used to populate the darkness across the valley, which were either dreamers trying to dig their future up from the mountain, or killers trying to hide their killies. Some days I even lower my voice to campfire and tell them about the nameless boy left behind by his family when the lake was rising, and how an old tradition around here is making paper boats for him to play with and sailing them out into the day's brightness. I tell them about the Shoshone coming in on their painted ponies to behold this new lake on their old land, and how they just watched, and how that was like a metaphor in action, right? And when we have enough time, I even tell them again about the giant sturgeon, or catfish, supposedly down there in Drowntown, its eyes glassy and knowing, and how a raft of young pirates in the 60s saw it cruising through the shallows one magic afternoon, and their hearts grew 3 sizes in their chests that day, and none of them could ever move away from Proof Rock after that, because once you've felt the magic of a place, then that place, it's got you. And yeah, I let them write extra credit papers for me when they need to. It's sort of a promise I've made, sir. My lips might be numb from the drugs now. My fingers might be trembling with panic. But I'll read those papers however deep into the night they need me to. And if I hold these books tight enough, then you can't even see my nerves, can you? Just breathe in deep, hold it, and release. Again. You're already late enough. Can't stall any longer, girl. I pivot on my heel, come about in the open doorway with my lips firm, eyes properly grim, and I walk into 7th period history, like annoyed with whatever held me up, made me late. Just like the old days, I still smell like smoke. But I'm going to quit. That's another promise. I clap my books down onto the desk and case the room, finally nod, and, like every time, I sneak a look out the window as well, for Michael Myers standing there by his stolen station wagon, waiting for me. But I make myself be here again, in this classroom. Only here, not 1978. Dear Mr. Holmes, I say inside, in secret, I'm not the misfit slouching in the back of your classroom anymore. Now, I'm at the front. In my day, a presentation in history, in any class, was you up by the teacher's desk, monotoning your way through your stack of index cards, 100% certain that everyone can hear the tremor in your voice, and how you're probably about to cry. Now how it works is the students have slideshows and videos stashed online. Because I was warned not to let them log in on my computer, their fingers are a blur, can do so much with just a few keystrokes. Most of them bring their own laptops, or tablets, or phones. I'm waiting for the day when one of them uses their watch to connect to the projector. Anyway, another thing that's different nowadays is that, used to, the blinds didn't get drawn. The lights didn't get lowered. No reason to. So you couldn't hide. We're just stranded up there in everyone's bored headlights, knowing full well that your course grade depends on your performance, but also, in the moment anyway, completely willing to cash your whole transcript in if this can just please be over. Which is to say, you think it's so important, that your whole life and social standing and reputation and future happiness depend on not messing this up too badly. Really, though? It's a blip. It's nothing. You can get jeered at, sure. You can fumble a fact, get your slides in the wrong order. But most of the class, they're not really even listening, are going through their own index cards in their head, running through it just like they did for their mom or dad at breakfast. All of which I explained to class last week. Did you practice like that over breakfast? Ellie Jennings asked in her usual timid way, though kind of messing things up. Her question was so earnest, too. So honest, so innocent. It was the perfect opportunity for me to bond with everyone. This was where I could have shown them I had been just like them, once upon a troubled Proof Rock coming of age. Just, most of them know my history. Breakfast in the Daniels household wasn't nearly so leave it to Beaver, more like leave it to the reject, which usually meant scrapping together a bologna sandwich, flipping my dad off through the wall, flipping my mom off from across town, then trudging to school, my finger in the air the whole way, to save myself the effort of lifting my hand again and again. Such is high school. Practice is important, I answered Ellie, which wasn't an answer at all. Then, very solemnly, like we were still all in this together, I asked for volunteers for our first day of presentations. Just anyone who wants to get it over with? In my other classes, this is usually a who's going to be the first penguin off the ice floe kind of thing. But that's just because Christy isn't in any of those classes. Her hand shot up immediately, and the way she was squirming in her seat, I sort of thought she might be about to pee. What she was raising her hand for was today, 7th period. After taking attendance and passing back quizzes and peeling up the Post-it notes stuck to Hetty and Paul's seats, Casey and Steve, respectively, 4th time in 2 weeks, we finally dial the lights down. JT lowers the blinds for us, and Christy sachets up to the front of the classroom, plugs into the hub that feeds the projector, turns around to all of us, and blinks twice, like clearing her mind for this. Standing against the 6 inches of wall between the 2 windows, the painted brick so cool and stable, I nod for her to go ahead. Go ahead. And another good thing about this murky darkness we're all stranded in, Teach's pupils aren't on display. My head's still working, mostly, good enough for 7th period, but my face has that kind of numbness that means I maybe took a bit too much again. When I filled that sterile cup for the mandatory drug test, Letha assured the board I would pass with flying colors. That color being yellow, I guess. I made sure to bring my clutch of prescriptions in, since they were likely going to ring some certain bells in the lab. But when you're trauma girl, when you're just out of lockup, trying to find your feet in a world without guards, where you're sort of nervous in open spaces now, then people expect it's going to take a pharmacopoeia to level you out, get you through the day. I passed, I'm saying. There was a conference with the new Doc Wilson about saturation and long-term impacts and mixing this and that, what the liver can and can't tolerate, how the kidneys do and don't work. But that was just for my own good. Didn't have any real bearing on the results Letha proudly passed on to the board. And I should say this, me up here teaching, being the new and completely fake Mr. Holmes, it's more Letha's redemption arc for me than anything I ever had planned. When I processed out with my manila envelope and my nothing check, my dim plan was to maybe hire on to wash coffee cups and saucers at Dots, knowing full well that the only things I really had waiting were my old custodian coveralls and a to-do list written in Rexall's cramped hand, where he doesn't dot the I's but never fails to center dot any 2 O's that wind up beside each other. I was going to be that janitor working a mop and Scream, waiting for Principal Himbry to surprise me. Well, in my dreams I was. Really? I was going to be Dorian, the die-hard 2 janitor from Disturbing Behavior, who's himself not exactly undisturbed? Dorian didn't have my prescriptions, though. They're the spoonful of sugar that lets Christy's presentation go down. The history she's chosen is technically town history. Glenn Henderson kills Tobias Golding with a pickaxe, which he then coats in gold and drops in the creek. The gold is melted down from his wife's jewelry, which was a small fortune, well, a huge one back then. Fast forward to the creek getting dammed into the lake, and that golden pickaxe is forever buried in silt and washing machines and Christmas trees. Unless it isn't? Christy's theory leans on rumor instead of fact, which you would probably wince about, Mr. Holmes. But it's not like I can call her out on it. She testified against me in my trial, I mean. But maybe that's why her presentation is so polished, right? A failing grade could be construed as me coming for her then having to defend herself, re-hurl certain accusations concerning her mom, and better to be civil. right? When Harrison was arguing against me at the big school board meeting, that was one of his main points. I'd done my time, but had I ever really been cleared? What if my father's corpse bobs up some fine day, and he has a waterproof camera around his neck, happened to document me swinging that machete at him? Okay, he didn't say that. That's me. But still, what if, right? Letha's comeback to this was that I'd never been convicted of a moral crime, really. I'd only been sent up on a technicality for destruction of state property, which had really been in service of Proof Rock. Not exactly what I was thinking in the moment, but sure. And while I can maybe never be trusted with a notary public seal or hold office, I can be trusted with 25 students at a time, provisionally, until I mess up. The school board's sort of holding their breath. Yeah, me too. So I don't call Christy out on leaning on rumor instead of fact. As for that rumor, it's that Mrs. Glenn Henderson knew where her husband had deposited that golden pickaxe, and, wanting her jewelry back, since tickets to the world aren't free, she stepped out into the waters of that creek one night, felt around until she came up with the guilty thing. What did she do with it then, though? That's the question, Christy ends with. Her emphasis is supposed to be a mic drop, if not an actual conclusion, and her still raised eyebrows are probably supposed to be what makes her case. I lead class in polite applause, write F in my notebook, then bubble the 2 horizontal lines into a P for pass, and let that letter get pregnant, its belly pooching out into a reluctant B for, you guessed it, blackmail. But so be it. Like I told them, it's only one presentation in a whole high school career of them. Just a blip. Next up is supposed to be Hetty, according to my list, showing a clip from her documentary, but Marissa Scanlon is the one plugging in, Lee's little sister. Thank you, Marissa, I say. I should have already dealt with their 2 absent classmates, and our presentation order, absent, not missing. I've got the sequel, don't I? Marissa says. And the good thing about your face being numb is that you can wear it like a mask. Go, I tell her, ushering her on. Where Christie's slides were all cameos of Glenn Henderson and Tobias Golding and Mrs. Henderson, daguerreotypes and tintypes of Henderson Golding before it became Drowntown, Marissa's first slide has been scavenged from Banner's dad's social media? Yep, looks like. MySpace, maybe? The dinosaur age of the internet? It's Mr. Tompkins from 20 or 30 years ago, posed behind the mighty rack of a bull elk he's brought down. One for the record books. That and his walrus stash, both. Good grief. In the photo, Banner's dad is beaming. His rifle has been laid across the forks of the top tines, which seems more than a bit gamey, gun worship being not so cool anymore. But nobody calls it out, so I let it slide. Calling attention would only make it worse, probably. Tell yourself that, Jade. Give yourself every out you can. The year was 1995, Marissa recites, like sad for the elk. The year O.J. Simpson was found not guilty. Rwanda's still reeling from genocide. Toy Story premieres. Michael Jordan comes back to basketball. But that's all down the mountain. Up here, as Rocky here could tell you, rifle season was extended 8 days because the snow came late. Yeah, some male student in the darkness says. Nobody shushes him. Go on, I tell Marissa. Wasn't Rocky the squirrel? JT asks, though. Aside from being a whiz with the mini blinds, he's also the pop cult fiend of the senior class. Maybe studying the 70s and 80s is where he learned how to work those impossible strings even. Marissa's eyes dart left and right. This elk was a fighter, though, right, Marissa? I prompt, getting my dukes up like a boxer. Aren't most trophies like that hard to get? That's why they're trophies, Marissa manages. And let's let her continue without interruption, I say. It's not a question. JT slumps lower in his seat and crosses his arms, stares intently at the screen. I'm not unsympathetic. In my day, if someone at the front of the classroom had put Michael Myers at Crystal Lake, then no force in the world could have shut me up. You don't walk into my house and tell me what's what. JT's either, I think. But we've got one more presentation after this, too. Marissa, I say, giving her the room again. Okay, she says, warming back up, swallowing loud somehow. We all know Rocky, this fighting elk, was donated to Henderson High when Sheriff Tompkins' dad's new house in Ponderay didn't have room for the mount, right? Right. No, I say inside to Marissa. Please, no. And we all know what happened in 2019, Marissa says anyway, rolling Jensen Jones's senior photo up. I'm the only one in the room who actually saw Jensen Jones speared on the brow tines of this massive, disinterested elk. But it's town legend now. You no longer have to have been there to have seen it. And no, Marissa doesn't know to put Linnea Quigley up as Jensen's surrogate from when she got speared on an elk rack in Silent Night, Deadly Night. 1984, Alex, I want to say in my head, to center myself, not fall howling back to that forever afternoon in the snow. Except, the weird thing about 7th period history is that there's an Alex in the second row. Marissa actually does that tracing the cross thing across her chest and face about Jensen. I'm guessing she knows it from mob movies. Marissa, I don't think... I start, but she's already clicking past Jensen Jones's senior photo. You said this could be like a photographic essay, right? She asks. On screen now is the wall where that bull elk used to hang. I walk by it probably 20 times a day, 5 days a week. On the same nail the elk used to be, there's now a long plaque of the names of all the students the world still thinks Dark Mill South killed, that Cinnamon Baker's really responsible for. There used to be a short bookshelf under the plaque, but stuffed animals and roses and beer bottles and condoms and resin-stained alligator clips kept showing up, so Rexall was told to cart it off. Please and thank you. Did I say that? I ask kind of generally, my voice ramping up like I hate, so I won't sound so confrontational, which Letha's warned me about. Pictures can do all the work of words, Alex, of all people, quotes back at me without turning his head. And yeah, I do have a dim memory of having said something along those lines. Just, I was talking about the opening of Halloween, which isn't exactly about talking. 24 words across 4 minutes, 4 of which are Michael. I kind of doubt Marissa Scanlon's slideshow is going to be up to John Carpenter standards, though. They can, I say about words over pictures, knowing full well that for the next few days, I can now expect nothing but video essays. So much easier to drag and drop images than to write a sentence. Next year I'll do it better. I promise, Mr. Holmes. I won't say whatever the class wants to hear. I'll tell them what they need to hear. Go, I tell Marissa again, flicking my eyes to the door, for the chance that Harrison's stationed there, for another impromptu observation. Marissa clicks on, taking us with her. After the plaque, it's a snapshot of the Proof Rock Standard, an article I'd missed. The headline is, School vandalism goes unpunished. I don't need to read the blurry print to know what the article's about, though. Jensen's dad breaking into the school, wrenching Banner's dad's trophy elk off the wall, and walking right down Main with it, throwing it off the pier into the lake, as you do with things that have killed your son. Marissa's slideshow transitions into a series of grainy snapshots then, each slow dissolving into the next. That elk head, bobbing in the water by Devil's Creek. Some tines just breaking the surface, framing Camp Blood. Close on a marble eye, somehow reflecting Terra Nova. "What does it see out there, do you think?" Marissa reverently intones. "Photoshop," JT grumbles. He's not wrong. Still, that head is still out there, always showing up when you least expect. Supposedly a bear drowned even, trying to swim out to it for an easy meal. "It's got a foam core," Alex informs us all. "Foam doesn't sink." "Neither do ghosts," someone says back. "Why didn't you haul it in if you were so close?" JT asks. "Sheriff could give it back to his dad." "It's nobody's elk," Marissa says back, ready to fight. "Not even Jensen's?" a deep voice from the back of the room says. Okay, I say. "Thank you, Marissa. Very informative. Next." "But," Marissa says, and clicks one slide deeper. It's a redo of the tines breaking the surface of Indian Lake shot, just at an angle, like Marissa had lost the handle of the camera or phone for a moment. "Why is it so blurry?" Jen asks, not in a mean way. In Night of the Living Dead, Romero used cheesecloth over the lens to make the closing credits look like documentary footage, JT declares, like dropping the most boring fact bomb on all of us and not even slowing to see the explosion. "Well, I'm sure Marissa," I start, trying to keep Marissa from crying like she's done before. But then, "It's her," Alex says, standing, his desk rising with him. "Oh, shit," someone else adds on. "What?" I ask, stepping forward. "There, right there," Ellie says, stepping up to the screen to touch her finger to a V between two of this elk's briny tines. "The angel," someone intones. I close my eyes, open them back to be sure this is really happening. Lately, there's been word of the Angel of Indian Lake, moving along the shore, picking through the trees like looking for a lost earring. Or, in light of Christy Christie's presentation, Mrs. Henderson, not looking for an earring, but a golden pickaxe head. It's just wishful thinking, though. "Photoshop," JT says again. "Shouldn't she have a shadow?" "No, I didn't see her until," Marissa says, tears welling in her eyes. "Believe it if you want," JT says to the rest of us. I step closer to see better, and JT's right. Something about this angel is wrong, like Marissa or her big sister copied this from some La Llorona page online, smudged it into the background of this elk bobbing in the lake. "Thank you, Marissa," I say, ending this. "Next?" That deep voice from the back of the room says, "Me, ma'am." This is followed by a gulp or two of silence, in case there's more coming. Class is nervous, understandably. Nobody's sure about Lemmy Singleton yet, including me. Like that ma'am he always uses for me? Mockery or respect? Lemmy Singleton is a question mark wrapped in a sphinx in a very dark room. But he's also a student in my 7th period history. I flourish my arm like rolling the red carpet out, giving him the floor, which is maybe a bit showier than absolutely necessary. But 4 tablets in 10 minutes doesn't exactly do anything great to your inhibitions. Lemmy stands, and then stands some more. Last time I saw him before the semester started was my graduation? He was a kid then, barely 10, and after the massacre, Lena Singleton spirited him the hell out of this charnel house. But he's back, and's probably 6'5" at least, and just as shaggy and biker as his namesake. I've seen him lurking in the parking lot after school, just leaned back on a fender, a cigarette loose in his fingers, and when he's wearing that curl-brimmed black cowboy hat with the dull pewter conches on the hatband, I know Llewellyn and Lena just named him what they named him because they'd been listening to Ace of Spades for their first kiss or something. But Lemmy? He's leaned into it. He owns it. Motorhead would be proud. As for why he's back, word is he got kicked out of every high-dollar school Lena enrolled him in. So he finally made a deal with her. If he could come back here, finish where he'd sort of started, then he would finish. Lena Singleton bought the spindly house way up Conifer that Donna Pangborn had built. Or she got it anyway. With the Terranovans, maybe they just give each other stuff like houses. I don't know. The house is just for the physical address the school needs, though. Her and Lemmy don't live there. There's a yacht on the lake again, I mean. A 235-footer. If Talk at Dots is accurate, which is like Overkill's big brother. But money's gonna do what money's gonna do. This time it's not moored, or anchored, or whatever you do to keep something that big in place. It's all over the lake, is working back and forth from shore to shore like a spider crafting a web. It and Rocky both. I wonder what Hardy and Melanie think about it, out there above them like a bloated zeppelin. But I don't wonder too much, because it always lands me at the bench by the lake, smoking another 1,000 cigarettes. I'm the one who keeps that bench clean now. Yeah, who'd have ever thought? Jen, I say, when Lemmy's just snarling at the connection hub. She's our unofficial tech support. She scuttles in under Lemmy's broad shoulders, isn't at all intimidated by his looming presence. Clarice Starling in that sausage party elevator. Good? I ask her. She's already backing away. Thanks, Lemmy says, even his quiet voice booming, which I try to convince myself must be a terrible burden to carry. Who he reminds me of even more than his namesake? Rob Zombie's Michael Myers. All Lemmy'll have to do to give Teach a heart attack is wear a paper plate mask to class tomorrow for Halloween. I wouldn't put it past him, really. I don't think the things he thinks are funny are what other people generally find amusing, which may be the cause of his multiple expulsions. But, yes, his presentation flickers alive on the screen pulled down over the chalkboard. Unlike Christy and Marissa Scanlon, this isn't a slideshow. It's a recording. A video. Drone, Benji or Alex calls out, identifying it. Just because Lemmy's got that outlaw mustache doesn't mean he doesn't have his mother's credit card. His footage is so high-res, I don't doubt that it's military somehow. The lake, I hear myself say. Jen's the only one who hears me. She sneaks a polite look over, then flicks her eyes back to the front of the classroom. Of course, it's the lake. There's some other giant body of water around here for Lemmy to fly one of his drones over? Most of the students maintain a sort of patter while their visual aid is on screen. Not Lemmy. He's turned around, his hands clasping each other in front, just watching with the rest of us, and the way his drone's rocketing across Indian Lake. I can almost hear your ultralight buzzing, Mr. Holmes. But I'm always hearing it, I guess. Here, he finally says, right before it happens. The image flickers into another mode. Thermal imaging. Predator eyes. Wolfen eyes. The surface of the lake is cool, featureless, but of course he's going to Terra Nova. God damn it. Lemmy, I say. He looks over to me like the bother I am, then back to the screen. Well then, I guess we're doing this, aren't we? When the drone crosses the threshold of the dock over there, it's the same one Tierra Mondragon died on. The playback slows down, which I think means Lemmy was shooting at some impossibly fast speed or rate high enough that he can slow it down here to pump the drama up. It's not just me feeling it either. Jen, the closest student to me, is sitting higher up in her desk as well now. Because the lead house, what used to be Letha's, doesn't quite have brick on it yet, Lemmy's drone can see right through it, to the construction workers in there doing their thing. My heart jumps a bit, seeing these grunts hammering trim, hanging drywall, plumbing bathtubs. Lemmy, what's the educational value of this? I ask, and cringe to hear it. I am the girl who wrote all her papers on slashers, I mean. But still. He looks over enough that I can see his grin, but he doesn't say anything. His drone banks high over Terra Nova, taking all the new houses in, and the playback switches to normal. No more heat vision stuff. The speed accelerating all at once, which makes a body or two out there in the dimness of the classroom lean forward on accident. Lemmy chuckles. In the distance on the left, looking back to Proof Rock, there's the new island everybody hates, that you would have found a way to sink, Mr. Holmes. But Lemmy isn't going there? He's skimming the water again, is slamming faster and faster to himself. Standing on the spine of the dam, tablet in hand as joystick, that trademark smirk on his face. The drone is going to hit him, knock him off the back of the dam until, at the last moment, timing it perfectly, Lemmy steps to the side like a bullfighter, all his weight on one wore-down boot heel. The drone plunges off that sudden concrete cliff, and a few people in class gasp, which makes some others laugh. 2 clap. Shh, shh, I tell them, because I'm stupidly thinking Lemmy needs concentration to keep this mad dive from flaming out. The drone spirals down and down, down some more, to the big clearing around the creek, then jars left from that, following the overgrown rut road. Lemmy, we only have... I try, but then stumble a step ahead myself when the playback slams into torturous slow motion again, like the moments straining to burst through, explode. What's on screen now, in high enough resolution that we can nearly smell it, is a paint horse. It's flicking its tail, looking up at the drone with ancient eyes. Its saddle has rolled around to under its belly, and there's frost on its haunches and coating its long eyelashes. Oh, we should, I say, like I'm the only one seeing this animal in need. The drone's at about head height now, normal person head height. Wait, Lemmy grumbles, leaning to the side a bit, as if still directing the drone. Around the horse, not close enough to scare the horse. D? F? I'm telling myself inside. Lena Singleton's going to have to come in, talk to me about this. History? Where's the history here? And Mr. Holmes, I'm not giving Lena any slack, any special treatment. But then Christy, who's understandably sensitive to this kind of stuff, stands from her desk, her thermos and laptop shaking onto the floor. No! She gets out through her hands. It's Rex Allen's white Bronco, after all this time. In the snow in front of it, and up on the root of a fallen-down tree, is Hetty Jansen, her head at a very wrong angle, blood all around her, even on her blocky camera in the snow beside her, and... I step back into the blinds, my own hands steepled over my mouth, light splashing in all around me. Is her jaw gone? Lemmy, did you... I start to say, but now Paul Deming is on screen, speared through the neck on the root pan of a giant tree. Paul, who asked to sit by the window because he was claustrophobic. Hetty, who always smelled like smoke and wore her eyeliner so goddamn thick. And off to the side, another dead kid, his insides very much on the outside. I don't recognize him at first. Then, Wayne Sellers, Ellie Jennings says, for us all. Lemmy, I'm saying, pleading, and then I'm the last one in the room to cue in that we have a visitor. Standing in the doorway, squinting in this darkness, is Principal Harrison in one of his 5 suits. Ms. Daniels, he's saying, maybe for the second time. We need to... I'm sputtering, but he hasn't clocked what's on screen yet, is already doing his stepping aside thing to present. Banner. His eyes flick to me, then back down the hall he's standing in, like he's watching his 6, and his 10, his 2, the whole clock. My heart drops in my chest. I shake my head no to him, just the slightest, almost imperceptible movement. But for people who have been through the fire together, it's enough. In return, Banner shrugs one shoulder maybe a 1/16 of an inch. Lately, he's taken to wearing the stiff brown cowboy hat that goes with that uniform shirt that hasn't been updated since 1962. He's holding the hat by the brim now, out of what feels like respect for these, hallowed halls of learning. No, I say to him, my eyes instantly hot. This isn't... It can't be... he says, kind of hooking his head for me to follow him, so we can do this in a less public forum. Because I'm sure he's thinking, it's not just someone we know this time, but probably even someone within hearing. It can't be, though. I try to picture Jen cranking Hetty's head around until it clicks over. JT slinging Paul hard enough to impale on that dull root. Lemmy standing up on the dam before or after and flicking a butt down the dry side, turning away while it's still falling. Do you like scary movies? Someone behind me says. Not with a voice changer, but with that same kind of murderous chuckle that promises the game's only beginning here. No, we're not done. We still have, I say, trying to peer through the darkness for the clock on the wall, because if I have to be in here doing this, if I can just make it last and last, then I don't have to face what Banner's here for. Whatever's starting again. What Lemmy's drone already found. I've got it, Ms. Daniels, Harrison says. And when he makes to step to the front of the classroom, Lemmy doesn't step aside for him. Hey, Banner says to Lemmy, like a warning. A reminder of who's the high school senior, who's the sheriff. Lemmy doesn't care about the law, though. He does look around to me, though. I nod that this is okay. This is fine. This is proof rock, don't you know? Didn't your mom hide you in the diving gear closet on the first version of the yacht, and then tag Rex Allen with a spear gun when he opened the door? Because anybody who wanted her precious boy, they were going to have to come through all 5'2" of her. You don't measure moms in height, though. You measure them in ferocity. Lemmy steps to the side, lets Harrison take my class from me. Walking across to the door, I look back to class, like saying goodbye to them, like apologizing to them, like snapping one last picture of them that can be worth all the words, and the light from the projector sears this image of Hetty and Paul into my retinas. I bring my hand up to shield my eyes, and I'm still holding those 2 Post-it notes I peeled up from Hetty and Paul's chairs. What? Banner says, the fingers of his right hand opening for the pistol he thinks he might need, because Jade, the girl always crying slasher, is alerting on some threat. I shake my head no, nothing, and crumple the Post-its, trail them into the brown trash can. One says Casey, one says Steve. Casey, who was gutted and hung from her childhood swing. Steve, who was tied to a chair in his Letterman jacket and gutted just the same. Now, where were we? Harrison asks class behind me. Prufrock, I tell him, Mr. Holmes. Prufrock, the day before Halloween. When the monsters come out to play.
Baker Solutions. Report of Investigation, 22 July 2023. Number 01 Charlie 22. Preliminary observations regarding vandalism to Deacon Point. As requested, Jennifer Elaine Jade Daniels' daily activities during the weeks of the vandalism in question. A. Ms. Daniels meets irregularly with Letha Mondragon Tompkins of Mondragon Enterprises. These meetings take place either at Dot's Coffee on Main Street at the home of Letha Mondragon Tompkins and Sheriff Banner Tompkins, or on the porch of Ms. Daniels' home. 2 times, 30 June and 16 July, Ms. Daniels has served as child care provider for Mr. and Mrs. Tompkins. Preceding each of these babysitting engagements, Ms. Daniels turns around almost in sight of the Tompkins property, where she hides a machete under the leaf litter. She then returns to it from the Tompkins porch, seemingly to assure herself it's hidden well enough. Her reasons for electing to bring a gardening tool with her to a child care obligation are unknown. The machete still has its factory edge, with the blade beveled to 35 degrees, optimum for chopping, not slicing. Note, a hacksaw was used for the vandalism of Deacon Point, not a machete. B. Once a week, Ms. Daniels participates in court-mandated therapy sessions with Dr. Sharona Watts, formerly of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. These sessions have been taking place in and around Founders Park in Prufrock, which at this elevation is sustainable for summer. Fall and winter weather conditions will surely force them to seek different locales for these sessions, however. Of note is that both Ms. Daniels and Dr. Watts have agreed to wear ghost face masks, not robes, for these sessions, so as to promote honest talk. C. Twice to 3 times a week, Ms. Daniels visits the local cemetery. This is where the bulk of her cigarettes are smoked, American Spirit Originals. The headstone she grinds her cigarettes out on belongs to Grady Bear Holmes, 74M-199. Though en route to that grave, Ms. Daniels often lets her fingertips slide across the tops of various other headstones. Presently, listening devices will be placed proximate to the Holmes headstone. D. The end of each day, often only 1 day missed over the 3-week observation period, finds Ms. Daniels at the Lakeside Memorial Bench for Melanie Hardy, 1981 to 1993. Here, she smokes more cigarettes. Unlike at the cemetery, however, she never leaves her butts in the gravel around the bench. Rather, she assiduously collects them in her hand, and instead of depositing them in the trash can by the pier, she walks them back to her home for disposal. Thus far, she's said nothing in therapy sessions nor in digital cellular communications about this practice, so presumably it's a private ritual or superstition. Note, local resident Jocelyn Cates similarly uses the memorial bench, sometimes requiring wordless coordination between her and Ms. Daniels. E. Ms. Daniels only visited Henderson High School once on 4 July. She gained access through a window propped open for ventilation by the school's custodian, Regine Rexall Bridger. It took Ms. Daniels 2 attempts to gain entrance, as she was showing evidence of an emotional or psychological breakdown, which was affecting her focus and coordination. As the whole town was quiet for that holiday, everyone adhering to the directive to stay inside, no fireworks, no boats. Communication from the office of the sheriff, 934-11I. Ms. Daniels' activities inside the high school were assessed indirectly via an illicit video feed and its archived recordings discovered 27 April 2023. See 12F in its entirety. On the recording, Ms. Daniels is in the women's room in the East Wing by the boys' gym. She's brought a pry bar with her, which she uses to deface a portion of the tiled wall above the mirror. Her efforts are incomplete, however, as her continuing emotional or psychological breakdown keeps leaving her collapsed onto the floor. She finally ceases her vandalism altogether to better indulge her breakdown, electing to lean against the trash can and drag the claw of the pry bar up and down the thigh of her jeans, destructively, perhaps with suicidal intent. Suicide accounts for 14% of all deaths of recent prisoners, per https:/www.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/pmc/article/pmc4520329. Miss Daniels is through the denim and to the skin beneath when the door of this restroom opens. It's Letha Mondragon Tompkins. She rushes to Ms. Daniels and embraces her, pushing their foreheads together. When this embrace is complete, Mrs. Mondragon Tompkins stands holding the pry bar at port arms, as if judging its weight and effectiveness. Being both taller and stronger and not suffering from an emotional or psychological breakdown, she's able to complete this destruction of school property Ms. Daniels had started. On their way out, Ms. Daniels stops, removes what appears on the recording to be a pen or pencil from her back pocket, and places it above the mirror for no reason she's ever divulged in therapy or in any of her online or cellular digital communications. Regardless, this wanton vandalism of school property is in keeping with a pattern of criminal behavior, including her efforts to resist the naming of Deacon Point.
Batteries not included. You pulled me out of class just to see how I'm doing? I say to Banner in front of the school, right before pushing him back onto his sheriffy ass. A dad in a gold Honda in the hug-and-go lane stands from his car and looks at us across his roof, a powdery white donut chalked in his mouth, his cell phone already recording what looks to be an incident, which translates to, "We'll get a lot of likes online." Like I'm not already on there enough. I step over Banner, right onto the crown of his cowboy hat, and hold my middle finger across to this dad, until he looks around like for help, then finally gulps his donut in like a snake swallowing an egg, and folds himself back behind his steering wheel, pushes the button to roll his window up, even though there's a sign asking waiting parents not to idle their cars. I guess maybe teachers aren't supposed to flip parents off, either. If so, they should have said it in the faculty handbook, in big letters, in the chapter specifically for me. "Jade, you can't just," Banner says, clambering to his feet. And he could be talking about intimidating people in the hug-and-go lane, or this could be about assaulting law enforcement. When you're me, the shit kind of just accumulates. I whip Banner's precious cowboy hat up from the stiff grass, punch the crown back out, and fling it across to him, daring him to ask me for an apology. "It's all," he whines, working the flat brim around to inspect this damage. "It's an Indian hat now," I tell him, and am already storming back to the front doors to save my class from Harrison's pedagogy. I feel like you for a moment, Mr. Holmes. I don't have your wore-out loafers and brown slacks. Your short-sleeved dress shirts and ties even I could tell were from a decade or two ago. But just like you, This girl will raise some serious hell before she lets anybody else tell her students what Idaho State history is and isn't. Except Banner's got hold of my arm. I go to push him again, but he's stronger than I am. "Don't make me cuff you," he says through a forced, public face grin. "Oh, you want to try?" I say, pushing my inner wrists together right in front of his face. "Jade, This is my job now," I say, flinging a hand back to the school. "I'm not the girl who cried slasher anymore. Can't you and Proofrock and the whole world get that through your head? It's not my job to... Hetty, Paul. I've already done it twice, haven't I? Isn't that fucking enough?" "That's not a word," Banner mumbles, ducking into the cowboy hat and moving it around to seat it right, which gets his head tilted down to exactly that Marlboro Man angle for what would be a knee-weakening instant if there were someone here with knees that went weak like that. "You're such an ass," I tell him, smiling to match him, for all the cameras in the hug-and-go lane, all the white-mouthed dads chewing their donuts and slurping their coffee and enjoying the show. "I'm not really going to cuff you." "It looks good on you, I say, knocking the underside of that wide brim with the back of my hand. "But don't wear it home. Not unless you want a little brother or sister for 80. "Are you ever not changing gears?" Banner says, working his hat down again and sneaking a glance to the wall of windows in the school. Lemmy's standing there watching us. Meaning maybe Harrison isn't as in charge in there as he wants to be. Good. "When's she back?" I ask, hooking my head for Banner to follow me away from all these eyes. "We're talking about Leith now?" "Here," I say, pinching his uniform sleeve to pull him through a tall hedge with me to my second-best smoking cubby. "She gets back tomorrow," he says about Letha. "That's why—" "Did it work?" I ask. Banner toes the grass with a cowboy boot, says, "It worked last time, too, didn't it?" One of the attachment points for Letha's new and mostly plastic jaw came slightly unmoored around a mouthful of organic baby carrots 3 days ago. So, airlift to Salt Lake, activate the top surgeons in the world. "You ever watch Joyride?" I ask, sitting on my upturned trash can and sparking up. "To shift gears again," Banner narrates. 2001, first of a trilogy, I tell him any the hell way. The big bad in there likes to rip people's jaws off to, that's what he does. But none of them are as tough as Letha. That's what I'm saying. That she could have survived that movie? The whole trilogy, with both hands tied behind her back. She won't even take the pain pills anymore. Good. Inside, I knew a lot of those cotton heads. It's ugly. Not good. But she cries from it. He probably doesn't know it, but he rubs his jaw when he says that. I nod, ash, squint. "I'm not going out there with you," I tell him, pointing south with my cigarette in the general direction of the dam, then waving the smoke away with my other hand. I'm sorry for Hetty. I'm sorry for Paul, but it's not my responsibility anymore, see? Every time I get involved, it's a one-way ticket to the big house. "Paul Deming?" Banner asks. "Hetty Jansen?" "Yeah. Didn't you see in there?" Lemmy's drone footage. "I wanted to be the one to tell you," Banner says, a slowness to his delivery, like he's reading from a memorized script. "Rex Allen finally turned up. And Francie." "Yeah, obviously," I tell him right back. "But they've been dead for 4 years already. Aren't the freshly dead maybe just a teensy bit more important?" Banner starts, but doesn't know where he's going. He squints, rubs his chin with the web of his thumb and middle finger, like that friction will get the right gears turning. You're going to have to explain this to me, Jade. Please. Just make sense, I'm begging here. You make sense first. Why are you here, Sheriff? Because Rex Allen and Francie. Yeah, the woods finally spit the Bronco up. Great. Now how do you know about that? It's not exactly on a patrol route, I don't think. Is it? This isn't public knowledge, Banner whispers, eyes darting around Dewey style. And I'm not the public, I inform him. You pulled me out of class. I didn't come down to your office for this. Photo in email, Banner mumbles. Anonymous source. With coordinates, like longitude, minutes. It's not a photo, I tell him. It's a still from some drone footage. He processes this, staring into a point right beside my left shoulder, then says, You have a drone? I don't even know your email address, Banner. Have I ever emailed you? I just didn't want you hearing about Rex Allen and Francie from anyone else, he says, talking through his fingers. All the friction against his chin not starting much of anything up in his head. I don't care about the former sheriff and his dead deputy, I have to say. I mean, big tragedy, it sucks, but we all knew they weren't coming back. Hetty and Paul, though? Is this about Jan, the little brother? Banner asks. Did Hetty take him with when her and Paul ran away? If you know something, if Hetty told you something, then... He's with the dad, isn't he? What do you know that I don't? Not a lot, evidently. Then let me tell you, Sheriff. Jan Jansen wasn't out there. Out where, Jade? Out there, I say, tilting my frustrated head damnward. With Rexall and Francie. Rexall? Rex Allen. Wishful thinking, sorry. Banner palms his phone, swipes into his email, presents the guilty still, the wrecked Bronco, the dim form of Francie there through the windshield, the shadows too dark to show behind the steering wheel. Burned into the bottom of the image, like a subtitle, are those degrees and minutes in yellow, LED-looking letters, that starved-down font where the tibia is so much skinnier than the knee joint. You went out there? I ask. It's not Photoshop, Banner tells me, repocketing his phone. So you saw Hetty and Paul, then? I don't. Paul Deming and Hetty Jansen ran away, Jade. Even Mrs. Jansen says it, that they'd been planning it since summer. You know about the divorce, the custody bullshit, all that drama. And as for Whit Jansen? What the hell? I slash my eyes over to whatever stopped him mid-sentence, and he's leaning over to see into the hedge better, his right elbow high because that hand's cupping the butt of the pistol at his hip. Oh, yeah. I have to sort of confess. Michael, this is Banner Tompkins, former football star, current sheriff. Banner, allow me to present Michael Myers. I'm talking to the cheapy white mask I've stuffed back into the branches, so you can only see it from a very certain angle. Because in the 1978 Halloween, that's the only place Michael could have hidden when Annie jogged up to catch him after Lori saw him lurking on the sidewalk ahead of them. I mean, okay, he could have scrambled and ran behind the house, but is he ever undignified enough to run anywhere else in those 91 minutes? Nope. Meaning, he must have slid into that tall hedge, then just stood there so close to Lori. Close enough to have reached out, hovered his hand over the shape of her shoulder. Maybe this is my best hidey hole for smoking, really. You're still a weirdo. You know that, don't you? Banner says. I do keep coming back to this town, yeah, I say back, but with a sort of grin and shrug, then a long, delicious inhale. I hold it, my eyes watering with nicotine. So what is this about Paul Deming and Hetty Jansen? Banner finally asks, eyes squinted in that way that makes me want to squint mine with him. I just saw that footage, I tell him. Something happened to them out there. By Rex Allen and Francie. But they're not out there now, that's what you're saying? What about Wainbow's horse? Paul's motorcycle? Banner shakes his head no, but it's slower now. Wonder if Wayne Sellers is in class today? I say, sneaking a look back to the school. Banner shrugs, says, Why Wayne? He was with them too. In this footage? Banner clarifies. Lemmy's drone, I mutter, not interested in this part. I think he just found them randomly, flying around. You know how drone crazy he is. Them being Rex Allen and Francie. And Hetty and Paul and Wainbow. But not Jan. Sounds like I need to have a discussion with Lemmy Singleton. He's not exactly a talker. You volunteering to be his counsel, Ms. Daniels? Yeah, I was in long enough to become a history teacher and a jailhouse lawyer. But you vouch for him. I don't even vouch for myself. It can be anybody, yeah, Banner drolls. Believe me, that's gospel to Leith. Any trust you give will be used against you, I sort of recite from my own personal creed. How long has Lemmy had this footage? Banner asks. He presented today, I say. I guess, I don't know, does it matter? If he found it a week ago and's just now showing it, yeah, that matters. It wasn't due until today, which is about as weak out loud as it was in my head. Sorry, Lemmy. So you were only here to tell me about Sheriff Allen and his deputy? I say, ticking all this off out loud, because you thought it might be a shock for me to hear it in the teacher's lounge. But someone's removed the 3 actually fresh bodies and their motorcycles and horses. Alleged fresh bodies, Banner tags on. I bet there's knobby tire tracks out there, I say. Hoof prints? Banner doesn't answer. You just drove over everything, didn't you? I ask, already knowing the answer. Listen, Hetty's jaw is, it's, you know, and Paul's got this tree root through his neck, and Wainbow's all... I mime my torso, tearing open. Just like a movie, Banner says. And now you're here all, Jade, quick, hurry. If we time this just right, we can get our necks on the chopping block. Come on, it'll be great this time. There's no way we survive. Which would be an admission that I can't handle it myself, if there were even anything to handle, Banner adds. Thanks for the vote of confidence. You think I voted for you? Ex-cons can't vote. Thanks for the remind. I'm not here because of whatever Lemmy faked for his presentation, Banner says, flinging the backs of his hands at the school. And I don't know anything about horses and motorcycles. So it never happened, I tell him. No body, no crime, Banner says, hearing it a moment after he says it and sucking air in, pressing his lips together about it. Sorry, he says. No, you're right, I say. Never mind that he accidentally brought my father's corpse up from the lake as much as it's ever been up. And even if Hetty and Paul and Wainbow were out there, guess what? This still isn't my thing anymore. Never thought I'd hear you of all people say that. Yeah, well, I hold my nearly bitten through fingers out as Exhibit 1. For Exhibit 2, I direct him down to my work heels, where I'm already waggling the 7 toes I have left in my nude knee-highs. You're darker than that, aren't you? Banner says about my feet, his hand opening like his fingers want to touch, in spite of his head telling them not to. Who's shifting gears now? Just They don't match the rest of me. My skin, the black feetness I got from my dad. They're white girl feet now, yeah. Move along, Sheriff, move along. I'll buy the dark girl ones when they're back in stock. Guess they don't exactly fly off the shelves around here, Banner admits. Wrong altitude, wrong decade, I say in agreement, blowing smoke again, this time into the bushes, like sharing my cigarette with Michael. So you're not here to drag me out to the dam, make me look at dead bodies? Then why am I not in there talking about the Oregon Trail? That's what Lemmy was presenting on? Why are you here, Banner? 80, he says, catching my eyes for just long enough to tell me this is serious. I come up from the bucket all at once, am right in his face. Where is she? I demand. Of all the promises I've made, the one I can't ever break, no matter what, is to protect that little girl. To go to the wall for her every time, no thinking involved. Whoa, she's fine, Godmother, Banner says, backing off into the hedge. It doesn't give, would never admit anybody, no matter how bad they needed to hide, no matter which mechanic's coveralls they've got on. Then what? I insist. You might want to sit back down for this. And you might want to kiss my brown ass, Sheriff. Banner rolls his lips in, rubs his scruffy chin with the pads of the fingers of his right hand, knows better than to push me. Moving slow so this won't be in any way aggressive, he takes the cigarette from my fingers. I watch this happening the same way a scientist who just gave a monkey its first cup of Jell-O might peer into a smelly cage. Wouldn't your ass be, he says very delicately, white? If you're wearing those? He tilts his head down to my feet, is talking about my knee-highs, which I guess he thinks are full-on hose. Like I'd ever stoop that low. Harrison can boss me around up to the hem of this stupid skirt, but no further than that. Okay, then you can kiss my white girl ass, I tell him. Might take some aiming, though. You know how we watch what we eat, mostly do yoga. Banner chuckles, and holding my eyes, inserts the butt of my cigarette into his mouth and inhales all at once, like having to do it before the rest of him can clock just what it is he's trying. Immediately, he's coughing and coughing, his hands on his knees, kickstands to prop his body up. After a few more coughs that come, I think, from his soul, a thin line of puke strings down and down, barely touches the ground, of what was going to be my favorite smoking cubby. Well, that was pretty, I tell him. Thought it would help, he says, dry heaving again. I guide the cigarette away from him, hold it high and draw deep on it, that cold heat swirling in my chest, so black and wonderful. Must be something really bad, I say down to Banner. He nods, snorts, coughs once more into his hands, then says, 80's with... She's at the office. Bring your daughter to work day? Keep your daughter safe day, Banner says. But Joe Ellen and Bub have to be doing deputy stuff, not babysitter stuff. Banner nods, kind of squinches his face up, the obvious question right there in his pleading, scared to say it eyes. You want me to be in the Babysitter Murders, I say, doing the narrating myself now. That's the original name for Halloween, sort of. You never stop, do you? Or when a stranger calls, right? The call's coming from inside the house, know that one? 1979, year after Halloween. But the short film it was based on came even before. I don't care, Jade. It seriouses us down a smidge. So you want me to babysit, and I'll say yes, I tell him. But it couldn't have waited 20 minutes? He looks to a honk from the hug-and-go lane, but here in what used to be the best smoking cubby in the world, all we can see are leaves and branches, and Michael Myers. It's just, he says, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, and then studying it like unsure what to do with a loose runnel of vomit. Bub and Joellen, I need them to be... Instead of finishing, he looks up. I follow his lead. Hold your cigarette over there, he says, directing my hand away. The smoke above us stays. I close my eyes to taste it. Wood smoke, I identify, my word balloon dripping with icy dread. Oh no, 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 don't tell me the fucking forest is on fire again. The last time Karabutargi burned, or tried to, I had to smash into the dam's control booth to raise the lake. The time it burned in the 60s, we haven't gotten to that unit yet in class. But maybe we should have. Campers or Boy Scouts? I ask. Seth Mullins, Banner says right back. The game warden? Banner nods. He's not taking it well. About Francie. Since December 2019, when his wife went down the mountain with Rex Allen to find Dark Mill South, Seth Mullins has been walking the trees all along the highway, looking for that white Bronco. So far, he's found my dad's high school Grand Prix on the drive up to the dam. He's found a 16-foot camper from the 70s that must have been the definition of off the grid back when. He's found 2 poacher camps, one of which used to be an outfitter's camp, and, so he says, he even stumbled on Remar Lundy's ancient old cabin halfway up the mountain. But no dead wife. So he's not taking it well, I say, obviously. We had to radio the Rangers so they could patch us over to him, Banner says. They said he's been living in one of those fire towers, swimming in the lake every day. Living like Jeremiah Johnson or something. The tower's what he set fire to while I was talking to him on the radio. He told me he was doing it, that he was, like, watching his hands do it. Burning down the place you're supposed to report a fire from, I say. I like it. Not if the forest goes up. It's a love letter to Francie. It's hate mail to her being dead. Think he stayed in it? Banner shrugs. I saw him a few weeks ago. His beard is... It's a grief beard, I think. And his hair's all pandemic-y, you know? Beards can catch fire, can't they? I say, thinking out loud. He could get all scarred up. This isn't a movie, Jade. If you go down in the woods today, you're in for a big surprise, I recite. Then, when Banner's looking over, waiting, Rituals, 1977. Also called Deliverance 2? Hell, if it's not a movie. You're still doing this? Dude in that has a beard, and's kind of on a rampage. Does Letha know it? This movie? More important, does she know about Hetty and Paul yet? And Wayne Sellers. Banner's sure to work in, his tone dismissing all 3 of these supposedly dead bodies. And you still haven't told me how you know about Terry. Terry? Wayne Sellers' horse. Never heard of a horse with a name like that. Short for Terrence, Banner says. So you're saying there's more to that drone footage? You sound like him. Him? Your predecessor. Rex Allen? Hardy. He asked me the same thing once. How did I know about what happened to that Dutch boy and his girlfriend? The one Letha found at my party in high school? Like that, I'm back there again. The bonfire trying to die down. Letha in the shallows with a corpse she thinks she can breathe back to life. It's sort of where everything starts. There was a girlfriend? Banner asks. Thought only a guy ever turned up. Ezekiel's cold box, I say, using my lips to point out to the lake. What I don't add, that blonde girl's down there with my dad now, and Stacy Graves, if that big pale hand that wrapped around her ankle was really Ezekiel's. I'm sorry, I say to the Dutch girl and to Stacy Graves. I hope he's a lot deader than either of you. Really, though? My dad in the lake? All he'd be doing is scrounging for beer bottles that have been dropped down there, for if they have just half a drink left in them. And he'd be more interested in someone Stacy Graves' age than that Dutch girl's, I guess. "What are you doing?" Banner asks. "Just closing my eyes against the world," I don't say. I don't know if I'm telling Sharona any of this, either. Probably not. I've been talking to counselors and therapists since I was 17, I mean. One thing I've learned is not to tell them anything that makes them tap their pens against their lower lips and say, "Interesting," with all this open space opening up after for us to discuss and work through. Can't I just seal stuff in a barrel, roll it into the cellar, and forget about it? Please? Talking about it all just keeps it alive and happening, when dead and buried is what it should be. That being a zombie movie from 1981, Alex. Which makes my student, Alex, turn around in his desk in the classroom in my mind. Damn it. Trebek, then. Dead and Buried is a zombie movie from 1981. Trebek, said with that early James Bond lilt. "No, I don't want the forest to burn," I monotoned to Banner, like that's what he was asking. Like I had my eyes closed so I could pray the fire away. I don't know. Stupider shits surely happened. "Joe Ellen and Bub are on it," Banner says, hitching his pants up like he's in a western. "They'll find him too. Seth, I mean." "Not if he doesn't want to be found, they won't." "He can't stay out there forever." I shrug, say, "Ginger Baker did." "Not forever, but she did live for 4 weeks out there, once upon a post-massacre. If a junior high city girl can live that long on berries and dew and whatever, then how long can someone last who actually knows the woods, the animals, the seasons? Next time we see Seth Mullins, he might look like Dewey from the second-to-last Scream. Gray, grizzled, a sort of wince to his step. Letha sends me a lot of catch-up movies, yes. I try to work them in between the loop I have the 1999 Mummy on, a loop I wish I even halfway understood. "They really made a second Deliverance?" Banner asks then. "But didn't that squeal like a pig guy die?" "It's not really a follow-up," I tell him, watching the smoke wisp across the sky. "Kind of like, you know how Romero's Dawn of the Dead was released in Italy as Zombie without the E? Then Fulci's Nightmare Island was retitled Zombie 2, still no E, to cash in?" "Why do the Italians hate the letter E? Oh, wait, it's not in their name, is it? I get it now." "This is great, talking to you. We should do it all the time." "You started it." "Yeah, well, I'm ending it." To prove it, I crush my cigarette out on the sole of my high heel. Well, mid-heel, I guess, but high to me anyway. Banner watches, waits for me to be done. "You haven't said no," he says. "About 80. "This is because Hetty's little brother went missing, isn't it?" I say. "One kid disappears, so the rest of them might too, including yours." "No, it's good thinking," I tell him, taking his shoulder in my hand. "You're a good dad, Banner Tompkins." To my surprise, this makes him blink fast. He fumbles for his chrome shades, slides them on so no feelings accidentally escape. Still a man, so 90% an idiot, I add, taking my hand back like I might have caught something. "But you're a good dad to her. Letha chose well." "Sorry for class," Banner says, cranking his head around again for a longer honk out there in the hug-and-go lane. "I'll walk away from anything for 80. You know that. Even this job." "It's not just—" "And while we're talking slashers," I say, resisting the urge to fire up another cigarette. "We're talking slashers?" 2 kids dead in the woods. 3 the way you tell it, but sure. And now we already have a Leonard Murch, I say, tilting my head up to the smoke, the forest, about to be burning. That dude from the Munsters? You're thinking of Lurch from the Addams Family? Leonard Murch is the red herring for Prom Night, the Jamie Lee Curtis one. Like that first zombie in Night of the Living Dead? Forget it. I'm just saying we have a red herring already. Already? You mean Seth Mullins? Harry Warden wore a miner's outfit. Seth Mullins has a game warden uniform. Might as well be the ranger in, well, the ranger. But he's pissed off. He lives in the woods. Shit, I couldn't have designed him better, I don't think. But it's not him, Banner says. That's what I'm saying. He's a red herring. Banner pulls a pained expression, looks away. What do you know? I say. There's more here, isn't there? If you'd ever slow down and let me say it. I flourish my hand out, giving him the floor, but right when he opens his mouth, another car out there honks. It always like this? He asks about the hug-and-go lane. There's a fire across the lake, I tell him. Parents want to pick their kids up and hit the road, get the last hotel room before it's gone. But you were telling me something? The reason it's not Seth Mullins, Banner says, like he's playing this for drama, is that, do you know Sally, He grubs the notebook from his chest pocket up, flips it open, reads, Shallenbear? Sally Shallenbear? She used to live here? What? It's a stab in the dark. The name doesn't mean anything. Banner shakes his head no, lowers the notebook, his cop instincts pulling him to all the honking just 40 yards away. It really is getting sort of excessive. Sally Shallenbear? Banner leads off. She was that Shoshone woman up in Elk Bend who put Dark Mill South down the first time. I finish, my face going cold. Banner gives a terse nod. And? I add. She broke out of her, facility. Which was in Idaho? A tourist reported a woman with crazy hair stowed away behind the cab of a semi headed up the mountain. Shit. Yeah. Shit. A real live escaped mental patient. Can you really say it like that anymore? It's the subgenre we're in, I explain. Slashers come in two basic flavors, revenge and mad dog. That second kind, it's usually an escaped mental patient. Slumber Party Massacre, Stage Fright, even him, Michael, watching us from the wall of hedge. And here I am, right? Here you are? I've done time in a facility like hers, haven't I? And I'm about to be a babysitter on top of that? Shit, can you draw any redder of an X on me? Listen, I just wanted to see if you could help with AD until Leith's back. But if you think she's coming for you, this Sally Shallenbear, then... Why does this keep happening? I ask, just generally, philosophically. It's the lake, I think, Banner says, parting the hedges a little with his hand, like to set eyes on the water. I don't know. I don't think it should have been a lake. Like, it should still be a creek, maybe. Maybe it's that golden pickaxe down there, I mumble. Banner flicks his eyes back to me about this, but I don't explain Christie's presentation. Just, I need to send Bub and Joe Ellen over there to help with Seth Mullins, he says. And the fire keeps all the authorities occupied, I fill in. And it's almost Halloween, and there's 3 kids dead, and our hero isn't even here. Letha? I nod. What about you? Banner asks weakly. I shake my head no. Wrong. Not me. I'm a teacher now, remember? I say, then quieter. And the Cassandra, too, I guess. She used to live here? A Cassandra's someone doomed to know the truth, but nobody believes her. I'm like the sidekick, the Randy. Good for a little comedy breather, some out-loud exposition, but ultimately not a real factor. That's not what Leith tells me. She wouldn't, I say. She's good like that. Most final girls are. It was you who killed Darkmill South. Yeah, well, he wasn't even the real killer. And Stacy Graves. Remind me why I'm your babysitter? Because I like to drown little girls? Letha says if anything ever happens to her that... Don't, I interrupt. Even saying it is bad luck. She says you'd be that you'd take care of Adie. You'd help. Now it's me who's batting my eyelashes too fast. I'm seeing myself hanging laundry on the line in May, a little girl hugged tight to my knee because snowflakes are falling right here in summer. But no, never, I say. I will watch her, though, at least until Letha. This time I'm interrupted by rending metal, shattering plastic. A long, plaintive scream, the kind that makes the moment syrupy and slow. Moving through it 10th of a second by 10th of a second, I register that Banner's already got his pistol up by his face, his precious cowboy hat hanging in the open air behind his head, surely going to fall, but not falling yet, just hanging there. In the time between that hat starting its tumbling descent to the ground, and the crown actually touching the dirt I've packed down from standing here so many times, my stupid head slaloms me through all the boats and bodies Stacy Graves left in the lake, slams me to a stop in the snow on Main Street, Darkmill South standing over me, except when I look past him, it's not my mom standing up from that snowmobile back there. It's Hetty and Paul and Wainbow dead in the woods, and I swear my heart can't take any more of this. I can't do this again. Please. I told Banner I'd done my duty. Served my tour, that 5 o'clock whistle's already blown for me, that I can come blinking up from the slasher mines and leave all its pickaxes and masks behind me. Truth is, though, it never should have been me. In our second session, Sharona said something about imposter syndrome. Me not thinking I was worthy. Me certain everyone was going to see that I just got lucky, that I wasn't really final girl material. But then she reeled that back in when it clicked for her that she was just reinforcing my fantasy version of events, which is supposed to be my elaborate defense mechanism, how my head makes sense of all the trauma. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, I wasn't lying to Banner when I told him I can't do this again. Imposter or not, I don't have the nerves for it anymore. When that woman out there screamed, at first, I thought it was me. Come on, Banner hisses, that pistol still up by his face, his eyes ready for anything. I shake my head no, but he's got my wrist, is fording the hedge and bringing me along. The smoke from Seth Mullins's fire is thicker out here. Banner hooks me behind him, is aiming everywhere at once. The woman screaming is on her knees beside what must be her SUV, and this isn't a fear scream, I can tell. It's a birth scream. The kind that wells up in you whether you want it to or not, when you've been dragged from a place you thought was safe into a much, much worse place. I understand. 2 cars ahead of her in line, the truck that just rear-ended the gold Honda is trying to extract its front bumper from the Honda's crunched-in trunk. The truck's rear tires are boiling white smoke, up and up, like they're spinning in bleach. When the smell rolls over to us, I have to cover my nose with the back of my wrist, which unmoors me from Banner. Floating in the moment now, I have to wonder if this is all a hallucination. Have all my fears and paranoias balled up inside me with the 4 tablets swirling through my bloodstream to play my own personal horror movie in my head? Except I only like one kind of horror movie. When the truck finally breaks free, it flings the Accord up over the curb, sends it skating across the cold grass. It comes to a stop maybe 20 feet in front of Banner, 20 feet and 8 or 10 more inches from me, because I'm slightly behind him. Shaking my head no, I step around Banner to be sure I'm seeing the last thing I want to be seeing. The dad behind the wheel. He doesn't have a head anymore. His neck stump is still gouting blood. His hairy-fingered hands, just like Pamela Voorhees's, are grasping at his throat, like to stop this from happening, except one of his stupid white donuts. It's around his thumb. Which is just a nothing detail I'm trying to make mean something, so I don't have to take in the whole. I know, Sharona. I know. We've got to, I start, not saying the rest of it, get to 80. Just thinking her name alerts me to a motion in my peripheral vision, way over to the left, right at the corner of my left eye, already wriggling away. At first, I think it's 80 scuttling under the fence Harrison put up to keep students from walking the deer path. The kids in Proof Rock have been coming to class that way for decades. Before her first bell, that chain link was split into a flap, like on a teepee in a coffee table book about Indians. And Bub and Joe Ellen are deputies, not babysitters, but still, if their sheriff tells them to keep his daughter at the station, then that's where she is, not here. But I'm processing what I just sort of saw, trying to cobble it into something real. If that was actually a kid scuttling under the fence, did he or she or they have a full head of hair? I open my mouth to outscream that mother by her SUV, to fill Pleasant Valley with my voice, my terror, loud enough that it washes over the dam, flows down into Idaho. But then clap my hand over my mouth, not to stop the sound bubbling up, but to clamp my jaw in place. Because I remember. But she can come ashore. Onto land? This doesn't have to be Stacy Graves, though. It doesn't. It isn't. It can't be. Chucky, I managed to get out instead. About the small form, because an evil doll from a movie is something I can process, deal with it, understand. What? Who? Banner says, swinging his pistol every direction. You can't see everything at once, though. That's one of the rules. That's what's so wonderful and so terrible. Another rule is that only one person sees the killer at a time. This way, it's not real enough to call the big guns in. This way, it can just be one girl's fears making her see things. Trying to be calm and not draw attention, I step back against the hedge to fade from view. But feeling behind me for the entry point, I think I feel Michael take my hand.
Baker Solutions, Report of Investigation, 2 August 2023, number 01 Charlie 26. Incidents of vandalism. Jennifer Elaine Jade Daniels is solely responsible for the reoccurring vandalism at the location hereafter referred to as Deacon Point, the pronounced spit of land in front of the former Camp Winnemucca on Indian Lake just outside the township of Proof Rock in Fremont County, Idaho. See 18A-17 through 18A-34 for photographic confirmation on 18 June 2023 and 11 July 2023. The 11 July series, the hacked saw shots, confirm her identity the clearest, as she had to saw on the newly planted signs post for 8 minutes and 57 seconds. As our continuing search uncovers more evidence, it will be included in subsequent reports along with other materials apposite this vandalism. Means of ingress. Undetermined, though the only two possibilities, save delivery from the sky, are approach by land or approach by water. As the trail camera activates upon motion within its maximum sensing radius of 40 feet, the attached photographs solely document Ms. Daniels' presence and activities, not her means of delivery or egress. However, as is evident in 18A-22 and 18A-26, where Ms. Daniels' blouse and jeans are dry, then it's safe to assume she didn't swim. In addition, in the 3 months since her release from South Idaho Correctional Institution, SICI, Ms. Daniels has never been observed participating in any variety of cardiovascular training save the irregular walks necessitated by her never having acquired a state driver's license. When her smoking habit is taken into consideration, an average of 1/3 of a pack per day, then the chances of her having either the conditioning or the lung capacity to navigate the lake's waters at night are low. Average summer temperature, 52 degrees Fahrenheit, 11 degrees centigrade. In addition, there are no indications swimming was ever part of Ms. Daniels' lifestyle, either for sport or for leisure, to say nothing of the psychological and/or emotional trauma her therapy sessions, see subsequent reports, establish she associates with the lake and lake activities generally, which of course leaves either delivery by watercraft or an overland approach. If her multiple approaches to Deacon Point have been by land, then she's either crossing the dam at night, presumably without a flashlight, or she's taking what Proof Rock locals call the long way. This manner of ingress entails following the unmaintained hunting logging road south of the dam across Indian Creek and then walking along the high bluff behind Deacon Point to the periphery of the Terra Nova subdivision, which shares a shore with Deacon Point. As such, an elliptical approach would take no less than 2.5 hours, provided no motor vehicles were used for the early portion of the journey. It's unlikely it would be Ms. Daniels' first choice. Efforts are in process to ascertain Ms. Daniels' whereabouts for the 3 hours leading up to the vandalism on the nights of 18 June 2023 and 11 July 2023. If Ms. Daniels' approaches to Deacon Point have been by water, then presumably she has an accomplice. Otherwise, her skiff or boat would have been dragged up onto the spit for her return and thus been present in the background of the photographs. However, in situ tests have demonstrated that there exist blind spots proximate to Deacon Point, but outside the trail camera's sensing radius that could, with foreknowledge, be used to hide a watercraft. As for the form of watercraft Ms. Daniels must be using to cross from Proof Rock to Deacon Point, the options are numerous, Proof Rock being a lake community. The so-called town canoe was, until recently, a viable option, as are the many kayaks stored against sheds and garages. Just as viable are the various skiffs and john boats moored to docks or in wet garages along the bank of Indian Lake, many of which are outfitted with trolling motors. Presumably, any jet skis or other recreational watercraft would be too loud for a clandestine approach, and the local sheriff claims the airboat his department was gifted by a former sheriff, 1996 Air Ranger, is currently awaiting a new throttle assembly. As for the ultralight Ms. Daniels is purported to be assembling in her backyard, and the remote chance that her approaches have been by air, we can confirm that this ultralight is neither complete nor airworthy. See 002-A17 for a list of the items she's purchased to incorporate into this project, which suggest airworthiness is not the goal. Rather, this ultralight would appear to be a trophy or an art installation. See 002-B01 through B02. Note the purchase of 3 wheels, tires intended for wheelbarrows, and the abundance of 3/4-inch brass unions. As Ms. Daniels would presumably have to gain enough elevation to parachute into Deacon Point and then build a new ultralight after the one she abandoned crashed into Caribou Targhee National Forest, this is the least likely of her methods of approach. Of note regarding Ms. Daniels' means of approach to Deacon Point is that in 18A-30, Ms. Daniels is barefoot, suggesting that her approaches haven't been overland. See 45Y-22 for a cast of that bare foot, which could indicate Ms. Daniels borrowed a paddleboard for these nocturnal vandalism excursions. As for the aforementioned hacksaw Ms. Daniels used to fell the Deacon Point sign, which sign she then disposed of in the lake, she attempted to hide it under the floorboards of one of the cabins. The hacksaw currently under those floorboards is the same model and color as the one she used, and has been outfitted with the same wear patterns. The blade is still functional.
Night Crew. Adie's standing with her hand to the cold glass of Banner's office window. She's this small little thing touching her palm to the vast darkness out there, and all I want to do is stack cinder blocks around her to keep her safe. Build a tower around a girl like that, though, and it's not anybody on a white horse who shows up to spirit her away. It's a dragon. And, this being Proof Rock, that dragon probably has a machete. Not that whoever left that head in the hug-and-go lane needed a blade at all. But watching Adie be her cute little self stops that neck stump from pumping blood through my vision over and over. Well, it slows it down to a burble, anyway. "Mommy?" she says about the red and white plane swooping down from the sky to skim the surface of the lake, some hatch or scoop in its belly opening up to drink a few hundred more gallons of water in to rain down on the fire. It's flicking condensation off your beer into the raging bonfire, but I guess you do what you can. "No, baby, that's not her plane," I say to Adie, my voice so pleasant and neutral. I'm standing right beside her, can see our reflections in the glass, but there's a much larger form standing right there with us too, maybe a little more see-through. Sheriff Hardy. My senior year of high school, we stood here just the same, watching Mr. Holmes sputter and glide back across from Terra Nova, a wing of his ultralight shot through with a nail gun. "But Mommy'll be here soon," I add for Adie, and hitch her up onto my hip. I don't think it's a lie, unless air traffic's shut down. She's Letha Mondragon, though, and her baby's here, and her man's here, and this is her town, her home. She'll buy a set of car keys from the first person she sees, setting them up for life, and she'll look up the mountain like Sarah Connor, staring the future down. And then she'll put her foot all the way in it, kill that car getting up to us. It's not a lie, Adie. Mommy really will be here. Assuming there's still a here to come back to. Past the lake, a mile or 10 into the national forest, is the fire. For the moment, it's just an orange glow and roiling smoke and ash sifting in to coat everything pale, making Proof Rock feel like a ghost town, like an in-process Pompeii, layer by sooty layer. I can still see the taillights through the gray haze, though. Everybody who can, they're getting the hell out of Proof Rock. Never mind that we've always been guaranteed a big dump of snow by Halloween. A lot can burn down overnight, though. "Daddy?" Adie says next, about the large form on Melanie's bench, watching this fire. "No, honey," I say, and twirl Adie away before she can ask who it is then. Rexall. He's got his after-work do-rag tied around his head, the two tails of the bandana drooping down over his face like handlebar eyebrows. And there's a boombox propped onto the bench beside him. I can't hear it from Banner's office, but it's his 90s rap music, I know. He used to play it in the gym when he was waxing the floor and thought it was just him in the building. Thing is, after the settlement he got from Letha for how she peppered him with birdshot, he doesn't even need to stay in Proof Rock anymore, I don't think. Still, he's head custodian for Golding Elementary and Henderson High, the same as ever, never misses a day. Far as I know, He didn't buy a truck or anything with his windfall, not even a bigger boombox. Just socked that $250,000 away, toasted the world with his first beer of the night, and settled back into his ratty chair. But he has spent one chunk of his change, I guess. According to Banner, Rexall's been granted the necessary permits for running a submersible drone through Indian Lake, a little remote control sub with a camera for an eye. He's looking for his best friend, I know. My dad. Last time Rexall left that submersible in its wagon by the side of his house to dry out, I hear somebody ripped all its guts out. Some people, right? I've also been into the ceiling of the faculty restroom, and am working my way through all the restrooms and locker rooms of the high school. I leave the little pinhole cameras on the wordless mat in front of Rexall's door, trailing their eye-stalk cables, their glass lenses stomped useless. It's up for debate whether I've saved Prufrock twice already, or nearly killed it 2 times. But this is my real legacy. And yes, Banner already knocked on Rexall's door in an official capacity when Naveen Jansen came in about Jan being gone. When a little kid's gone missing in Prufrock, you maybe go speak to the local Chester the molester, just because you can't leave any stone unturned, even when you don't really want to see what's under that stone. Rexall sat on the porch while Banner searched his house, from the top shelves of the closets to the bottom of the lowest drawers, and Rexall even left his just-cracked-open beer inside so no picky law enforcement officers could haul him in for public intoxication. There were no kids in hidden rooms, no secret computers, no medieval dungeons, no serial killer tack boards. And Banner says he knocked on every wall, then used an app on his phone to listen for even the slightest breath, the lightest finger tapping, the most quiet scrape of a shoe, the most rabbity heartbeat. "So you haven't seen him?" I imagine Banner asking on the way out, dipping his head to work that cowboy hat back on. "Him?" I hear Rexall asking back playfully, which is pretty much a confession. What interest would he ever have in a boy? Next year, 80's in kindergarten at Golding Elementary. Its ceiling tiles are very much on my to-do list. "Do you want to draw some more?" I ask 80, with as much perk as I can, settling down on the couch beside her. She shakes her head no. "Juice?" I ask. "No." "Mommy," she says in that quiet way that means she can start crying at any moment here. There's no way she can know that a dad had his head ripped off in the hug-and-go lane a few hours ago. But I'm pretty sure she can tell that this afternoon and evening haven't been business as usual, either. And there's probably some strain to Banner's in my voices, and our eyes are probably saying everything our mouths aren't. Kids aren't stupid, I mean. When you're small and can't fight yet, you learn how to watch the world around you for the slightest deviation. Right? There's deviations to go around right now. Most nights, there's not red and white planes skipping across the surface of the lake. Most nights, it's not 80 and Aunt Jade locked in Daddy's office while he talks to the state detectives at what used to be Meg's desk. What I'll probably never be able to call Tiff's desk. Things change, though. I have to remind myself. People move on, retire, pass the ring of keys down to the next generation. And I shouldn't be so hard on Tiff, I know. Banner used to be an idiot too, didn't he? If Tiffany Koenig is going to be locked into the same kind of stupid she was in high school, then that means I'm stuck just the same, right? The me from back then never gets trusted with this perfect little girl, though. The me from back then isn't at the sheriff's office at all. The holding cells, sure. Been there, done that. I'm different now. Tiff can be as well. But not Prufrock. The massacre at Camp Blood might have been nearly 60 years ago, but it never really stopped. Where else do you lose your head just for going to pick your kid up from school? According to the few witnesses not already jumping the curb out of the hug-and-go lane, they maybe saw a grimy little kid walking up between the cars. If they did, it was cute. A little gamey, maybe, letting a second grader go from a mom's car to an aunt's all on their own. But this is small-town America, where it takes a village. Everybody would watch out for this kid. Nobody would run them over. But then that kid used their cute little arms and their cute little legs to climb up into the open-again window of that gold Honda. A moment later, rip! Thick red blood splashed onto the glass. A breath or two after that, Carl Duchamp's head tumbled out the window, rolled under the car beside his so immediately and soundlessly that those close enough to see weren't even sure what they had or hadn't seen. A basketball? His box of powdered donuts? Did he actually just toss his bag from Dots out here, right in front of the school? With the few who saw this doing a double take, to be sure they'd seen what they thought they'd seen, the kid had more than enough time to scramble out the other door, or the same window. Nobody could say. It had taken Banner and the other parents a good 5 minutes to even work the nerve up to approach the Honda. Sure, a little badger of a human was going to snarl out, rip their heads off. Yours truly was standing well away, of course. Step in the wrong mess, you can track it home. Which doesn't mean I didn't stand at the 2 sets of double doors, guide Sadie Duchamp back in when she was rushing out with the rest of the school to see what all the fuss was about. It was a close thing, though. Until Banner dug Carl Duchamp's wallet up from his khakis, he was just a dude with a camera phone, trying to be internet famous. But now he was a dad, too, of Sadie, who both could and couldn't understand why all her classmates could go out, see what the fuss was all about, but not her. "What is it?" she kept saying to me. I didn't have the heart. Just delivered her to the assistant principal's office, told the front desk she wasn't to leave until her mom got her, and anybody who let her slip past, out to the hug-and-go lane, they were answering to me. Clear? Crystal. I could have walked home after that, too, but Banner was waiting for me, making eyes that said he needed the kind of private words a ride around Proof Rock could provide. "Is it her?" he asked, looking over from behind the steering wheel, so I'd be sure to know who he meant. "Can't be," I mumbled back to Banner, trying to find the button to get my window down, mostly because the back seat of his truck could hide any number of Chuckies. I wasn't lying that it wasn't her, but all the same, Christine Gillette's old jump rope song was already cycling through my head. Stacy, Stacy, Stacy Graves, born to put you in your grave. You see her in the dark of night, and once you do, you're lost from sight. Look for water, look for blood, look for footprints in the mud. You never see her walk on grass. Don't slow down, she'll get your ass. It's the look for footprints in the mud part I can't stop thinking about in Banner's office now. Does it mean Stacy Graves can walk on land? Didn't Cinnamon tell me that her and Ginger found a bare footprint on shore once? I've seen Stacy Graves up close, and way personal, though, and that kid I saw scampering under the chain link was shaggy and dirty and feral like a cat, sure, but I don't think it was her. At the same time, though, in 2019, the lake gave Melanie Hardy back, didn't it? And she wasn't the same either. It took a dad to recognize her. What's worse to someone like me, who knows horrors big on anniversaries, is that Stacy Graves was 8 years old when those boys threw her out onto the lake, and she figured out what she was, ran away across the top of the water to find her dead mom, cling to her. 8 years ago, I held Stacy Graves under that same water until her small little body bucked and then went still in my arms. Was that just a reset, though? Has she grown up again over the last 8 years? Made of different stuff this time? More lakey stuff? Did she spend enough time in Ezekiel's waterlogged church down in Drowntown that she remembered who she was, what she does? Is she this angel of Indian Lake the kids keep insisting isn't just wishful thinking? I haven't asked this out loud to Banner yet, because if I don't say it, if I don't make it real, then it can't be. That's the rules. And Banner has his own big question anyway. Why him? Why Carl Duchamp? It's a good question. One a slasher expert like I claim to be maybe should have already been asking. Except, I'm the babysitter now. The one who just left her charge on the couch, because little kids shouldn't be studying the manila folder Banner left right there on the desk calendar. It's photos of what Lemmy already projected up onto the wall, footage that had been catastrophically deleted off his phone by the time Banner asked for it, because, Lemmy said, he was maxed out on memory. And, being 17, his phone is his main computer. No backups. The drone feeds what it sees to the phone, and the phone holds on to it until it doesn't. Tiff's been busy, I mutter about the photos, leafing through them. The shots are high-res enough that it's like I'm right there. First is Rex Allen. His tin star is still there on the tatters of his shirt. That's why Banner's star is shiny and new. The one he was supposed to have had passed down was lost. I make myself study our former sheriff for a 10 count, like penance. Next is Francie. Her jaw is hanging by one hinge, like she's still chewing the piece of gum she always had, and her left hand's been crushed up against her chest, showing her now loose wedding ring. I don't know if it's better to get that to Seth Mullins, or better to slide it into a drawer, not force it on him. Like he's not going to be in lockup anyway, for starting a forest fire. Not that I think he has big plans to survive the next few days. If I lost somebody like that, maybe I set my house on fire too. And then just sit there, satisfied that what's outside me finally matches what's inside. What does it feel like to be loved like that? I ask Francie. I caught her mid-chew, though. No answer. And why am I even punishing myself with this? There's probably a coffee table book around here I could flip through instead, about birds, or flowers, or the scenic wonders of America. Or even a pamphlet about, I don't know, a new and improved way to read the Miranda rights. Sharona would have an explanation for me making myself study these, I bet. Letha, too. You feel like the former sheriff and his best deputy are your fault. If you never show back up in Proof Rock, then maybe the killings never start up again? Hetty and Paul and Wainbow aren't on me, though, are they? They can't be. And they're probably not even dead. We're just holding their breath until the sound of Lemmy's drone whined away, because high schoolers love to prank the older set. 2 people, I say aloud, about them all the same, wheels turning. 2 verifiable people, I mean. It is how slashers like to open. A Barry and Claudette going down, a Casey and Steve deader than dead, a sheriff and his deputy turning up minus their heartbeats. 2, Adie confirms from the couch, not looking up from her sketch pad, which I guess she pulled over to herself as consolation prize. 1, 2, I sing-song back cheerily, like we're just practicing our counting here. Adie presses her lips together in pride and goes back to her drawing. The way I'm going to know this isn't a horror movie I'm in? When I look at what she's drawn here in a couple minutes, it's not going to be anything scary that I have to try to write off as a kid's random, doesn't mean anything imagination. Come on, Adie. Come on. Just something normal. A non-scary house, an alive dog, your mom on her exercise bike, a birthday cake. Well, one without 8 candles, please. And also with candles, not fingers reaching up through the cake, their tips burning. I keep flipping through the photographs of Rex Allen and Francie and the Bronco, studying the snow for knobby tire tracks, for hoof prints, for anything to prove that Lemmy's footage wasn't faked. Nothing's jumping out. Rex Allen and Francie died on impact up on the highway, obviously. What's left of Rex Allen's leathery face has been shattered into clumps of gravel, and Francie's left arm shouldn't ever have been at that angle. Wonder who gets the reward money for them now? Lemmy? What's a few $1,000s even matter to a Terra Nova kid? Lena Singleton'll probably donate it to some general Prufrock fund. There's got to be a town kitty, doesn't there, Mr. Holmes? Like your extra credit one? Anyway, Lena doing that, it's how you buy the goodwill of a community, which is what you need when you've built an artificial island out in the middle of what used to be an unbroken lake. Sort of the spitting image of that island up front in The Shining, which I'm pretty sure is Blackfeet. It's maybe a weird thing to feel pride about, but the front of The Shining, that's the closest I've ever been to the homeland in my blood. I watch it over and over, and then again, just swooping past and coming back, swooping past and coming back. As for that island up in Montana, I don't know what it's called, either now or back before the trappers and the church and Teddy Roosevelt, but I bet it's not Treasure Island like we have here now. Technically, since it's on floats, our Treasure Island counts as a barge, as a dock that floated away, needs to get tugboated back to shore. Barges don't look like little islands 10 yards across both ways, though. Barges don't have enough soil mounded on them to grow grass and wildflowers and one transplanted tree, like a kidnapped imprisoned tree is supposed to make everything all right. According to the press release, Treasure Island is just a staging area, a matter of convenience. When the scientific equipment that gets carried out there periodically has mapped Drowntown thoroughly enough for it to be rebuilt stone by stone and board by board, then the island gets disappeared or parked for the school to use for field trips. What it's working towards right now, though, so says the press release, is the raising of the hazard Camp Blood is, and the subsequent rebuilding of Henderson Golding in its place, letting that idle land over there become a tourist trap, just no mannequins. The real sell, of course, is the hiring preferences for the actors pretending it's 1880 from 9 to 5 every workday. All local, all Prufrock. From kids to grandparents poached from the nursing home. You're probably turning over so much in your grave, Mr. Holmes, that fancy equipment on the island is picking up the seismic activity. If everybody in town paddles or walks over to Camp Blood every morning for another day of entertaining tourists, then yeah, they've got steady work. They don't hate the Terra Nova Consortium so much. There's a new economy in the valley. But, once again, Prufrock is just the junky place on the way to another fabricated wonderland. We're the workers' barracks, and Terra Nova is to us as the company is to the coal miners in the history books. Pretty soon we're being paid with store credit, and we're locked in a cycle that just keeps eating us through the generations until we're drones, zombies, not even alive enough to remember we're not from 1880. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. I've tried and tried to stop Pleasant Valley from becoming what it's trying to become, what the Terra Nova Consortium's trying to turn it into as payback for what we did to the founders. But, like you, I'm just a pissed-off history teacher, right? Well, one with a sheet, with a history herself, I guess. But if you want to know why that fancy equipment on Treasure Island gets locked up after each night now, it might be because for a while, whatever was left behind was getting, tossed into the water. Indian Lake's a mysterious place. Weird stuff's always happening. I haven't had as much luck keeping Terra Nova from building up again, though. This time, the houses are even more palatial and grand, and now there's a helicopter pad over there. And this summer, some of the new founders, that's what I call them, even came in to cut some ribbons, break some ground, and then strip down, swim the lake with these foam briefcases tied to them, like they were just going to work. Talk about idiotic. I was there with the rest of the townies, though, and all the media trying to shoulder past us for a more iconic shot. I want to say these new founders did this big swim for the spectacle, but what it really was a bunch of tycoons peeing on what they were claiming, so the world would know it was theirs, so we would know that the boys were back in town, and this time they weren't going anywhere. All because Deacon Samuels got lost once upon a summer, stumbled onto our idyllic postcard of a mountain town with a golf bag in the back seat of his Porsche, and had that Christopher Columbus feeling, like he was just discovering something that could be all his. If I'd have known, I'd have found that goddamn golden pickaxe myself and taken it out to the highway, churned up the asphalt so he would have had to have taken a different route. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I know. There's time travel in The Final Girls, though, isn't there? And that happy death day that I missed the first time around? And detention? Totally killer? I used to pray to Craven and Carpenter to send one of their savage angels down to straighten things out for me. Now I know how indiscriminate those spirits of vengeance can be. Now I know that justice, to them, is much more broad, that it pretty much includes anyone within their slashing range, and anyone between them and their prey. I'm sorry, Prufrock. I say it over and over to Sharona, and at the cemetery, but I don't even know if you can hear, Mr. Holmes, or if you're just tapping your pencil's eraser on this new stack of quizzes, waiting for me to stop standing by your desk, waiting for me to please stop going on and on about slasher this and slasher that, my words falling all over each other, my eyes hot, my hands balled into fists, because this matters so much. Really, sir? I think I just wanted somebody to listen to me. There, I said it. Happy, Sharona? In my head, at least, I'm honest. It's when I open my mouth that things get complicated. 2, Adie says again, like still proud to know it. 2, I say, confirming that she should be proud. Never mind that we're counting bodies here. Back to punishing myself with the manila folder. After Rex Allen and Francie, there's all the close-up shots, usually with a wooden ruler for scale. The license plate and VIN of the Bronco, who knows why. Probably to prove something beyond a doubt, to match up to some records, I don't know. Rex Allen's seatbelt still clicked into place, Francie's hanging jaw, and what face leather it's hanging by. The police radio, the odometer, that ruler right there with it. Some oil or black paint spattered onto the snow, with an icy white footprint in it? A bare foot. I work that one out. Check to be sure Adie isn't watching and study it. It's not brutal cold yet, but still, who goes without boots in October at 8,000 feet? There's a ruler by this shot, too. This foot is nearly 10 inches long, which means about nothing to me. I start to shuffle this shot back in, but then can't let it go. Fuck it, I say, and pull Banner's top drawer out. There's a wooden ruler there that's probably been there since Don Chambers' day, but inches don't change. I work my foot from the prison of its high heel, lower the ruler to the seat of the chair, and line my foot up alongside it. Just short of 10 inches. And I'm an 8.5 in most shoes. Does this mean this footprint's from a woman? Who? I say, coming back to the front of the report. Who? Adie the little owl repeats, not looking up from her art. I look past her to the window. The fire is a long orange worm crawling across the top of the trees. This could be it for us, couldn't it? It was a good run, but it's time for the land to reset, shake us off. Glenn Henderson and Tobias Golding never should have come here looking for ore. The dam never should have been poured. Indian Creek should never have been made to pool up, drown the valley. My dad never should have looked across a bonfire at my mom and then led her by the hand into one of the cabins over at Camp Blood to conceive an angry little girl who had already used a life's worth of eyeliner by the time she was 17. But Sharona says I shouldn't let myself think this kind of shit. What's done is done, and thinking about how things could have been just leads to feeling that the way it is isn't the way it has to be. There is no better way, she insists in her soft, comforting, supportive way. It's what you say when you grew up like she did. Must be nice, I say to her, flashing my eyes across to Adie, because I don't want her repeating my tone, catching my bitterness. She's into whatever she's drawing. I start to close the manila folder back, leave it right where it was so I can pretend not to know any of this, just go back to being a history teacher, but I haven't gone through the whole stack of photos yet. I don't guess. My punishment's not over. And, stupid as it is, it's like I owe the last few photos. Like if I leave them unlooked at, then I'm playing favorites. I'll be leaving a few of them out in the cold. Being a girl who's been left out in that cold and nearly died from it, I peel up the footprint one, fully expecting the next footprint. It's body number 3. I suck a sharp breath in. This body's been dead even longer than Rex Allen and Francie. You can tell from how drawn in and decayed it is. Still, that blackness with the white footprint from the other photo, it's from this corpse, isn't it? Not the footprint, the blackness, which I guess must be blood or embalming fluid gone bad. Say it, Jade. Zombie. I slam the folder shut, shove it away from me. Meaning, of course, I have to surge forward to catch it, keep it from sailing off onto the floor, exposing Adie to these skeleton faces, these burst-open chests, these decapitated zombies. I just catch the folder. Adie doesn't bat an eye. Aunt Jade's just freaking out again. No big. I stand like this was all intentional. Straighten the folder against the top of the desk and lay it gingerly onto the pile over to the right side of the calendar, away from the couch. Which is when I see what's written on this other folder that was the folder until Lemmy's anonymous email came in. The label on this folder's tab has been printed. Tiff runs a tight ship, has all these all-caps blocky letters. Friday the 13th. I swallow hard, the sound loud in my ears. What has Banner been keeping from me? I guess I can sort of understand him not divulging that somebody's dragged a dead body out under the dam and then wrenched its head off. This is proof rock, but something happens on this holiest of holy days, and I'm not the first call? Does the crew in Final Destination not go to Tony Todd the Undertaker when they need to know more about death? I may not be in the slasher game anymore, but the last round didn't shake all the facts from my head either. But no, it's good he didn't call me about this. It just would have pulled me in. It was 2 weeks ago, though. 17 days, then? Does that mean that if Banner had told me about this Friday the 13th folder, then Hetty and Paul and Wainbow don't get slaughtered? I hate being me. Especially because I know I'm opening this folder as well. Adie's humming and drawing now, which means she's not going to be skipping over here anytime soon, to tippy-toe over my shoulder. I settle into the office chair again. Creak. Pull the Friday the 13th folder over like it's just another adult thing I have to do. like taxes and bills. Is the top form going to be from the parents of someone named Annie, claiming she came out here to Crystal Lake to be a cook, but hasn't checked in yet? Is Crazy Ralph in here, calling the doom down from on high? Did Banner leave this out specifically for me as bait? Is there a single hair scotch taped to it, ready to give me away? Do I care? I cough for cover, peel the folder open fast like pulling a Band-Aid. It's the cemetery. I'm usually there twice a week, but it's been midterms the last couple weeks. Sorry, Mr. Holmes. What the hell? I have to say out loud then. What the hell? 80 parrots, just replaying the sounds, not really registering them. It's a grave, dug up. I flip through, and the bulk of the crime scene shots are all close-ups of the sides of this new hole. The sticky notes stuck to the photographs are in Tiff's handwriting. I remember it from cheating off her in geography, and English, and the rest of them, sure, okay? She might be a pure idiot, but she's pretty damn smart, too. Not shovel blades. She's saying to Banner with the post-its, junior detective that she is. Meaning, a backhoe? Isn't that what they mostly use to dig new graves? But not over here by the fence, where the headstones are all shoulder to shoulder, would break off if a big tractor tire so much as brushed them. You don't dig a hole like this with your hands, though, do you? And I'm no state detective like Banner's got on the horn down the hall, but it's no great leap to connect that corpse out by the dam to this empty grave. That doesn't explain why someone would do this, but the who is more important than the why, at least for now. What I need to do is spread all these photos out side by side to get a sense of who's where, and then I can... No, I say, standing fast away from the next shot in the stack that I was going to put up at the top corner of the desk like a puzzle piece, waiting to find its place. Banner's chair bounces back into the wall from my sudden movement, shakes the wall of historic Prufrock stuff, Glenn Henderson and Tobias Golding, giant trout, dead wolves taller than the person holding them up, muskrats on some old-timey clothesline in front of the drugstore. Adie looks up, her pencil paused. The frames behind me swing on their nails, but nothing falls, nothing shatters. Except everything I thought I knew. Spider, I lie. Adie draws her feet up onto the couch beside her, checks the ground, looks back once more to me, then recommences her very important artwork. My heart beating in my throat, I make myself look back down to the photo again. It's a close-up of the headstone over this empty grave. Grayson Brust. It's a good name. I stand there tapping my toe until Tiff registers my presence and ups her chin to Banner about who's standing beside him. Adie's on my hip, and she's got my earbuds in, my phone clutched to her chest. It's never too early to get into Fugazi. More important, I don't want her hearing Aunt Jade's mouthful of cuss words. What the fuck? I say to Banner, just mouthing the profanity but sharpening it with my eyes. To show what I mean, I slap the Friday the 13th folder down on Tiff's desk. Tiff licks her lips, then purses them tight. The tension between her and me, it's part leftovers from high school, her being at the party, me always just watching it. But two, it was her recording of what happened in the water 8 years ago that snatched the next 4 years of my life away, and pretty much derailed things for me. This summer, she pulled me aside once when Banner and Letha were leading me down to his office, said how she never meant anything, how she had to turn that footage over, that she never knew. Had to? I asked back, looking her square in the face until she looked away. And that's where we've left it. All the same, It's not like I didn't swing that machete into my dad's neck. Just, I didn't know it was him. Not that that would have changed anything. That's what I tell myself anyway. In your head and your secret heart, it's easy to be tough. "You're going through my desk now?" Banner says, about the folder. "Cut the shit," I say, shifting 80 to my other hip. Tiff steps forward, her arms out, hands open like, gimme. Banner nods about this, so I pass 80 across, and Tiff's already making baby sounds right into 80's face, like she's not already a big girl, isn't ever going to have monsters of her own to put down. "See if you can resist putting her on Instagram," I say, blinking twice so she can catch what I'm slinging. Tiff very intentionally doesn't make eye contact, just spins a step away, twirling 80. Coming back to Banner, I linger for a moment on the front door, to be sure the next thing isn't already standing there waiting for us, chest heaving with impatience from all our blood still being on the inside. "Grayson Brust," I say about the folder. "There's bigger shit today than grave robbing," Banner says, stepping over to the water cooler. He pulls a pointy-bottomed cup down, holds it up to me. I shake my head no, and he fills it, slams it. It's just a stall, of course. He's looking down into that paper cone's belly for an explanation. "It's related," I say, though. Or are your cop instincts telling you a body dug up from a grave and dragged out by the former sheriff's dead body is nothing? "It's something, yeah," Banner says, clocking the front door as well, which makes me pause, reconsider. But then I get it. Seeing the previous sheriff dead probably unsettles current sheriffs. "What?" I ask, sit leaning against Tiff's desk enough to jostle her calendar over, ruin all her beautiful order. "I don't know what," Banner says, crossing his arms, that paper cup crumpled in his left hand like a tough guy. "What I do know is that the fresh murder at the high school is more important than whatever all that out there is." "But you could have brought this to me 2 weeks ago," I tell him about the Friday the 13th folder. Banner shrugs, mutters, "Letha wouldn't let me." "Excuse me, Sheriff?" "She told me you were out. Finished. Done," Banner says, with a touch more force. "That it wasn't fair of me to pull you back in." "You're saying she knew?" "Now you're pissed at both of us." "I'm pissed at the world," I tell him, pushing up and pacing, so I can open and close my hands in frustration. I get some water myself, which I guess is supposed to be some sort of small victory. I don't know. It tastes like Band-Aids, like it's the melted ice at the bottom of a cooler. It does feel good to crumple that paper cup, though. I deposit it in the trash, and Banner arcs his high, banks it off the wall. Swish. He holds his hands up, like reluctantly accepting the crowd's applause for what's, to him, just this everyday thing. He's still pretty hateable, I mean. "So, the state dicks?" I ask. "Don't think they like to be called that," Banner says with a halfway grin. "But they say it happens." "It?" "That with Prufrock's notoriety, we shouldn't be surprised about a little grave robbing. They've seen it before. People want artifacts." "I mean, what do they say about—" "The parents' lane. Yeah, they're sending someone up." "ETA?" Banner curls his lips like he was hoping I wouldn't ask this. "They say that it doesn't fit with the pattern or style of Dark Mill South. Of Stacy Graves? No shit. Don't think they know about Stacy." "Just me. Yeah." Banner shrugs, adds, "They say that daylight killings—" "Of course this doesn't conform," I plead. "That doesn't mean ignore it." "They say it's probably an isolated incident." "Probably." "Believe me, I said that. Banner says. Why do you think it took so long? And? Like I said, they're sending someone up. Seriously? Seriously, what do you mean? It's just the cops, the teachers, the parents, they never believe it when the kids say somebody's killing them in their sleep, whatever. We're the kids in this? I shrug, hadn't really thought it through. But when? I ask. Banner mumbles something I'm not supposed to catch, what with him rubbing his nose with the side of his hand and averting his eyes, and generally just trying to slink in place. Excuse me? I ask, stepping in to hear better, in case he can't gear up from a mumble. Just ever so slightly, Banner shrugs, says, Soon as they can spare someone. And tomorrow's a holiday, I say, the obviousness dripping from my tone. Not for us, Banner says. He's talking about the big ban on Halloween in Proof Rock. Not a literal ban, just jack-o'-lanterns and haunted yard decorations are considered to be in poor taste in a town where there's been blood in the streets, and on the wall, and, well, all over the place, pretty much. Isn't there some thirsty old Western movie like that, with the whole town painted red? I remember slouching across the living room once freshman year, seeing all that red, and wanting to stop. Except stopping would mean I'd be watching a movie with my dad, and there were certain lines I'd promised myself never to cross. So they won't get to us until they've had their candy, I say. Meaning they don't show up here until Wednesday at the absolute earliest, if all the stars line up in our favor. So really, they just want to help with the cleanup, right? That what you scheduled, Sheriff? Someone to write the report? Banner's watching the front door again. There won't be any cleanup, he says. I already canceled the, you know. Lena's Bad Idea movie? I fill in. Yes. The anniversary screening that was supposed to heal us all, like watching The Legend of Boggy Creek would be healthy for a community still reeling from a massacre on the lake. Thank you for that, I tell him. It would have given poor taste a bad name, but Wednesday? That's not even 48 hours away, Banner says. And everybody's already leaving. What can happen? You know what can happen, I say kind of needlessly. We both end up watching Tiff and Adie. Tiff has her at the copy machine now, is letting her push the green button, probably just for the sound, so Adie won't pick up what her dad and me are arguing about. Then it's up to us again, I finally have to say out loud, just to be sure he gets it. No, Banner says. It's up to me, Jade. Letha'll kick my ass from here to Sunday if... I'll handle your wife. But you're out, Banner says back, squinting like trying to really see me. Not saying I'm going out there with a machete, I say. Just, I can help from in here, can't I? Like Carl whoever? You asked it already. Why Carl Duchamp? Yeah. Well? Banner walks around to the other side of the tall counter, running his fingertips along its top, which has been smoothed down by 1,000 elbows. I could have gotten Big Daddy the other day, you know, he says. Big who? My dad's elk, Banner says with a shrug. Rocky, I say. What? No. Big Daddy. That's what my dad always... Doesn't matter. He was floating right by the pier. Why didn't you? Banner is just watching Adie and Tiff some more, like trying to hold on to what's good. It's an impulse I understand for sure. Adie has her hand on the scanner now. Tiff shielding her 5-year-old eyes with her hand, like she should be doing, at least with Aunt Jade standing right here in the same room. I think that I didn't know, Banner says. I was afraid if I pulled it up, it might have... You're going to think this is stupid. You are the one saying it. The way it was sitting in the water, it was like It was like it had a body now. A body? And I didn't know what kind of body it might have. It's the head of a dead elk, I tell him, coming over to the tall counter so my voice won't make it to the copy machine. It's styrofoam or something on the inside now, isn't it? I was always scared of it, growing up, Banner says. This doesn't matter, I say. Sadie's dad? Carl Duchamp, Banner fills in. Second-generation proof rocker. Think he was in your mom's class, maybe? Can't exactly ask her about him, but thanks for that remind. I asked my mom, Banner says. There's nothing special with him. Good dude, more or less. Minds his own business. No bad history, no bodies on his back trail. He must have done something, I tell him. He was the only one who got his... I go on, amending on the fly because little pitchers have big ears. Who suffered what he suffered. Him specifically, not anybody else. Banner shrugs the same shrug he used to shrug when you'd call on him, Mr. Holmes. The one that meant he knew that no matter if his answer on his oral pop quiz was right or just amazingly off base, there was no way he wasn't playing in the big game on Friday. Just, the stakes are considerably higher than football now. Maybe he was the only one with his window rolled down? Banner tries, tracking Tiff and AD going hand in hand down the hall, either to his office or the ladies' room. Thank you, Tiff. Was he? I ask. A lot of them left, didn't give statements, Banner says. But your turn. You saw something, right before you freaked out. Right before I nearly jumped out of my skin when the pinky of my left hand touched a branch on the bush I was backing into, and I thought Michael was about to hug me into the darkness. Probably just some kid with a healthy survival instinct, I say. But Banner knows me too well, is just staring at me, waiting for the rest, for the truth. I peel my lips back from my teeth, spin around, jam my fingers through my hair. It wasn't her, I finally say, again. Because you don't want it to be? Think I need your bullshit, Sheriff? No, you've got plenty already. Present company included. You just don't want to say it. Say what? That it's Stacy Graves. Because it's not, I say, and look around to be sure we have the room. I told your wife already. Ezekiel took her down with him. The dead preacher at the bottom of the lake took her, Banner clarifies so I can hear myself. I saw his hand, I mumble. I'm sure you saw something. So you believe a little dead girl can walk on the water, but you don't buy that Ezekiel can still be down there singing with his evil choir? They weren't evil, were they? Banner says. Just Christian, right? Evil and Christian are interchangeable to Indians, I tell him, daring him to clarify that. Oh yeah, Banner says. Letha said you converted in prison. She said that? Converted? Banner backpedals, hands up, says, No, she said you found yourself, I think. Found myself in a cell, yeah. But this isn't just a tan, you know. I've always been Blackfeet, Sheriff. Same as your dad. Not at all like my dad. We're off Carl Duchamp. What about Hetty and Paul and Wayne Sellers? Lemmy's trying to recover that file. Sellers hasn't been in class, I say. I checked the front office. Nobody reported him missing. That doesn't mean he isn't, I say. It just means his dad's a trucker, is never home. His mom? 2015, I say in that low way we all use in proof rock. That means she died in the water, with jaws playing overhead. What did you see, Jade? I think I liked you better when you didn't think like a cop. Which is your way of saying, good question, officer of the law. I rock my head back, study the ceiling, trying to wish myself into some different set of circumstances. It was a little kid, I finally say, all dirty like. Dirty? Banner asks, considering this out loud. So, Jan, maybe? He didn't go with Hetty? He ran away? Has been living in the trees? What? I don't know, okay? Yeah, I guess the kid I saw was the same size as Jan Jansen, and they both have long hair. But, talking hair, what about Amy Brockmere? Camp Blood, 1964, I recite. Sheriff Hardy saw her. Or saw Stacy, really, and Don Chambers convinced him he'd seen Amy. Oh, the Lundy girl. Yeah, Banner says. Remar Lundy's niece, daughter, something. Doesn't matter anymore, I say. She ate the blanket she was supposed to be sleeping in, died in her institution. And Grayson Bruce died in his bed at the nursing home. Somebody dug him up, I insist. He didn't just claw out of that grave, go walking around. Because the dead always stay dead around here. When does your pretty wife get back? Now who's dodging? I close my eyes, make myself breathe in, breathe out. So, we've got 4 verified bodies so far, I say, my eyes still closed, until I open them to check the door again for shapes. 3 have been dead a long time. 1's fresh, new, headless, and then there's 3 that are just technically missing. 4 if you count Jan. And the world's on fire, and it's almost Halloween, Banner adds. And the real cops aren't coming until it's all over. Hey, Banner says about that. You know what I mean. But it doesn't matter. Police are useless in these situations. Still right here. Your job's to keep that one, 80, safe. According to you and Letha, Banner says, according to this, his badge, my responsibility is sort of cover the whole valley and everyone in it. And I have to make sure you don't die, I mutter, mostly to myself. Other way around, Banner tries. I shrug, let him believe this. But, he starts, except Tiff suddenly swishing in, her eyes bouncing from me to Banner. You don't have to ask, I tell her. You can hit the head whenever you need to, Tiff. You know that, right? She grins an apologetic grin, is going up and down on her toes, about to burst with whatever she's got here. What? Banner asks, clocking the front door once more. Tiff holds her phone up, face out. We both peer in. Instagram? I say, not believing she would really be showing me this. Tiff scrolls or taps or enlarges, shows it to us again. Henderson Hawks alumni, Banner identifies. Here, Tiff says, and opens something else for us. Banner takes the phone, and I take it from him. What the hell? I say. It's a photo of all things, a chainsaw. The comments all under it are some version of 8 p.m. I case the walls for a clock, finally land on it. 8 o'clock on the dot. What's happening? I say. Tiff? Banner chimes in. Tiff chucks her chin at the front door in a way that drifts all of us over there. Stay here, Banner says, leaving me in the doorway, stepping down onto the crunchy grass and what snow there is. My eyes aren't adjusted yet, but I can see dots of light on the pier and out on the lake. My first thought is how the oldsters from the Pleasant Valley Assisted Living like to come down once a year to sail those paper boats out across the lake for that kid who drowned in the rising water. These are real boats, though, and canoes, and kayaks. What the hell? I say. No! Tiff yips then, ramming back into me. It's someone striding out of the darkness, a chainsaw held low. It's Jocelyn Cates. Her lips are firm, her eyes hard. Her husband died in the water in 2015, and her son was suffocated with a dry cleaning bag in 2019. And now she's got a chainsaw. Joss, Banner says, skipping out toward her, away from Tiff and me. When his hand touches Jocelyn's shoulder, though, she shrugs him off, doesn't even think about stopping. Let her go! Let her go! Tiff says from behind me. Banner looks back to us. Let her go? I repeat. Banner does. He comes back to us, to Tiff's phone. They're all, deputized now? Tiff says, shrugging so we can know this wasn't her idea. By Walter Mason, the chief of the volunteer fire department. Deputized? Banner says. To stop that? Tiff says, opening her hand to present the fire to us like we might not know about it. With chainsaws? Banner asks. TNC put up some cash, Tiff says. I don't know, if all the trees around Terra Nova are cut down, then maybe the houses won't burn down this time? The Terra Nova Consortium, I ask. You mean Lena Singleton? Tiff shrugs. But it's the National Forest, I say. They don't own that. I look to Tiff, to Banner, then add, do they? Will it work? Banner mumbles, kind of impressed, it seems. How much? I ask Tiff. 3,000 for chainsaws, 1,500 for axes, she answers. Shit, I say, shaking my head. This is that scene in Jaws, isn't it? Where all the stupid fishermen are going out to catch the big killer fish? They don't want it to burn again, Tiff says, like convincing me of this plan. And what about the houses right here? I ask, flinging my hand at Prufrock. Somebody's going to get hurt, Banner says. Think? I say, my high school self rising for a moment. I should, Banner says, making to go and be official and sheriffy. We've got her, I say about 80, but then I look around, say to Tiff, don't we? She's in the office, Tiff says, watching Banner stride into the darkness. He didn't even bring his jacket. You're his secretary, not his wife, I remind her. And you're the babysitter? Tiff says, right back. I have to shake my head, impressed. It's either that or tackle her, fight right here in front of the sheriff's office. We should, I say, pushing the door open behind us. Tiff watches the darkness and the fire, like interrogating it, then ducks under my arm to do her job. I stand there a moment longer, long enough to hear a chainsaw fire up out on the water. This should go great. Yeah. Tiff stops at her desk. I'm beelining the office. 80's drawing again, still. I ease in, trying not to wear my nerves on the outside, even though my fingers just, again, grubbed in my waistband for another pill. I learned early on to only carry so many on my person, though, because you can forget how deep into them you are. Only figure it out when you're Samara at the bottom of a pharmaceutical well, looking up to a distant ring of light. Can I see? I ask. 80 tilts her pad up on her knees, shakes her head no, not yet. I step to the side so she can know I'm not peeking, and it's right when another local with a chainsaw is walking past the window, her eyes practically dollar signs, her mouth the grimmest slash. Banner's going to have his hands full, isn't he? Next, farther out, walking on the street, is someone I don't know, someone carrying an axe. I didn't even think there were this many people left in town. But maybe some of them were already on the highway when their phones chimed about this. It's raining money back there. All you have to do is stand there, catch it. I guess I get it. But still. I step closer to the window, trying to see the crowd moving to the pier, but the boats and canoes people are turtled under make it hard to see faces. And and I draw a breath in, sharp and cold. One of those faces is looking right back at me. It's a woman with long, crazy hair, black and tangled. She's in a pale nightgown, is barefoot, and isn't moving with the chainsaw crowd. Rather, everyone's flowing around her, their eyes across the lake. Maureen Prescott, I mumble. Sydney's mom from the third Scream. Except, I remind myself, this is real life. Meaning, Sally Schallenberg, former final girl, current escaped mental patient. I step neatly over to Banner's desk, punch the button on his phone for Tiff's desk. The button still says Meg in Hardy's cramped scrawl. Jade? Tiff says into her receiver. You've got 80, I tell her, and punch off before she can object. When I step around the desk, though, 80's standing there, holding her pad out to me. Oh, thank you, I tell her, and take a knee to appreciate this like she wants. It's the shore of the lake? A little inlet? A cove? Just like the mouth of Devil's Creek, but without proof rock behind it? Just a tree shaped like the number 4, which is probably a mess-up 80 did, but she kept going anyway? Meaning this is somewhere across the lake that she saw when Banner was touring her and Letha around on one of his days off. Well, it's either some other cove around the lake, or it's a made-up cove. Standing in the water is either a little girl or a not-to-scale woman. My heart drops. Who is this? I ask, trying to keep my voice so neutral. It's me, 80 says. And after a beat to reset my head, let my heart start beating again, I hug her to my side, close my eyes tight. Thank you. It's beautiful, I tell her. Then, Tiffany's coming to, you can show this to her. If 80 clocks my forced cheer, she doesn't show it. She tears the drawing out, holds it over to me. You sure? I ask, already pinching the two sides together, but not folding it quite. It's for you, she says. I hug her again, for longer, then stand, say, Aunt Jade has to... the bathroom. I nod my head like 80 might not understand what I mean here. The phone's ringing in the front office, and then it cuts off mid-ring, meaning Tiff's not coming back here yet. Good. I stand, smooth 80's mess of hair down, and walk away while I still can, distinctly aware of her little shuffling footsteps trailing behind me, then veering off for the front office, meaning I'm not leaving that way. Guess I really am going to the bathroom. And no lie, crossing the hallway to the ladies feels like stepping off a cliff, into the void. In the bathroom, I lean over the sink, clutching both sides. Don't do this, I tell my reflection. Before my reflection can say anything back, though, I spin away, run a crease down the middle of 80's drawing, then fold it into quarters to stuff into my rear pocket, except I'm still wearing this stupid skirt. I look around the bathroom for some nook or cranny to hide this drawing, but then have to imagine 80 finding it and thinking I threw her present away or forgot it. She's still short, though, meaning she won't look on top of a ceiling tile. Screw it, I say, standing on the lip of the sink to nudge a tile up enough to slide 80's drawing up and in. When the sink starts to creak and crack, letting go of the wall, I grab onto the ceiling, push with my feet. Don't need some stupid plumbing emergency right now, thanks. Gingerly, using the top of the stall, I lower myself back to the floor and take this neatly averted disaster to mean that all disasters will be averted tonight just the same. Nobody will get crushed by a falling tree over in Terra Nova. No chainsaws will kick back into anybody's face, and this isn't another slasher cycle starting. This, and other unlikely things, courtesy of Jade Daniels. Tiff's heels tap-tap across the front office, probably to scoop 80 up. Thank you, Tiff. I do sort of hate you, but I don't know. I'm also jealous, I guess, of how well you walk in adult shoes. So easy, so natural. And that you never mind holding 80 while you work. It almost makes up for the rest of it. Almost. I step out of my heels. I'm a good 2 inches shorter. And then I flinch hard when there's a knock on the door. It's Tiff, probably with 80 on her hip, which I'm suddenly not appreciating quite as much. "Just a minute," I call out, trying to keep my heart in my chest. And then I hate it, and pulling myself up into the rusted open window, dropping my shoes ahead of me before flopping out into the scratchy bushes and crusty snow. Do you like scary movies, Mr. Holmes? I used to, until I had to try to live through them.
Baker Solutions, Report of Investigation, 2 August 2023. Number 04 Alpha 49 Supplementary. Overview/Confession of Vandalism. Isolated individuals like Jennifer Elaine Jade Daniels engage in vandalism for a variety of reasons. In juveniles, negative feelings of subordination and boredom can lead to outbursts of destruction in hopes of alleviating or ameliorating those negative feelings. Unless Ms. Daniels' emotional maturation has been interrupted by the various traumas she's been involved in, then, at 24, she should be well past that dynamic. For more on this arrested psychological development and the SCAR model of psychopathology, see Mental Order During Adolescence, Clinical Psychological Science 8.3 Ormel et al. While Ms. Daniels has been twice diagnosed with PTSD, such trauma doesn't directly correlate to vandalism. Indirectly, however, PTSD can lead to social isolation, which is often punctuated with outbursts of various types, including but not limited to willful destruction of property. In social isolation, loneliness and violence exposure in urban adults, Health Affairs 38.10, Tung et al. Argue that the highest loneliness was found among people who were exposed to community violence and screened positive for post-traumatic stress disorder. Our emphasis. Being unmarried, an only child with no children, and taking into consideration that both her parents are deceased and that she isn't in contact with any remote relations or elders, see Charlie.1 below, and allowing that her internet activity no longer includes the discussion boards she claims to once have used as a social network of sorts, 2A for the recording of session with Dr. Watts, /2A-TR for the transcription, Ms. Daniels is keenly vulnerable to this type of social isolation, even up to and including her attempts to seek support and socialization from unconventional sources. Below one such unconventional source. Though friendly with former classmates and fellow survivors Letha Mondragon Tompkins and Sheriff Banner Tompkins, Ms. Daniels is nevertheless isolated from them. Indeed, aside from her documented criminal outings, see 18A-17 through 18A-34, as well as her outing of 28 April 2023 report in progress, the bulk of Ms. Daniels' evenings are spent in the confines of her childhood home, 980 square feet. In addition to her documented PTSD, other possible reasons for this self-imposed isolation are: A. Ms. Daniels has yet to adjust from life as an inmate. As often happens with the recently released, one cell can be traded for another. See 10P-04 through 10P-18 for a selection of Ms. Daniels' shopping receipts, which establish that she prefers to eat with plasticware instead of conventional flatware. In her second session with Dr. Sharona Watts, IBID 2A, Ms. Daniels explains her reason for this as, "Metal doesn't taste right in my mouth anymore." her interrogative. In total, Ms. Daniels has spent the last 7 of her 24 years as an inmate, 8 if pretrial incarceration is included. The result being that she acclimatized to that regimented existence to such an extent that adjusting to uninstitutionalized life with limited social support is proving difficult, resulting in a withdrawal from society, save her documented outbursts of vandalism. B. Rejection by local community. After the events of 2015, the Independence Day massacre, Ms. Daniels was a prime suspect. Though cleared of any legal culpability, many in Prufrock feel Ms. Daniels escaped on a technicality. As for the killings of 2019, for which Ms. Daniels was never a suspect, she was, nevertheless, indicted in the court of public opinion. See B.1, as well as the limited selection of articles, columns, blogs, posts, and videos collected in folder 4T. In sum, the aspersions are that, had Ms. Daniels not elected to return to Prufrock and Pleasant Valley, then serial killer Dark Mill South wouldn't have followed her to town. Though Prufrock establishments do business with Ms. Daniels, observations confirmed that these interactions are purely of a transactional nature, with no added pleasantries. Whether this is a result of Ms. Daniels' violent history, of her piercings, tattoos, see Charlie.1, and hair colorings, or of her suicide attempts March 13, 2015 and July 3, 2023, is beyond the scope of this report. 1. A search of Jade Daniels plus Prufrock returns, as of the date of this report, some 4,878,498 results. Many champion her as a final girl, for definition C 743D, while others revile her as the instigator and or perpetrator of the 2 cycles of violence she claims to have single-handedly stopped. In addition, in the wake of her high school writings on the horror genre, C1A in its entirety, being posted in various online forums, Ms. Daniels has become a figure of cult status. C. Non-mainstream ethnicity. Since the death of her father, Ms. Daniels is now the lone Native American resident of Prufrock. As such, any sense of community she could draw support from is inherently limited, as no one around her can empathize with her culturally, nor can they participate in ritual or ceremony with her. Additionally, Ms. Daniels, being of Blackfeet extraction, lives in the territory of her tribe's traditional enemies, the Shoshone and Bannock. In a sense, she's not only living behind enemy lines, but she also grew up behind those same lines, which perhaps explains her behavior and outbursts, including multiple acts of vandalism establishing a trajectory of such behavior, while a student of Henderson High School. 2. Though not technically an elder in the Native American tribal structure, as she's only 3 years older than Ms. Daniels, fellow inmate Isabel Yazzie, Navajo, Pueblo, born 1995, manslaughter, nevertheless, according to SICI's records, mentored Ms. Daniels in traditional life patterns. See 3 Charlie-12 for SICI's photographic documentation of the tribal feather Ms. Yazzie tattooed onto the back of Ms. Daniels' left arm. D. The disappearance of longtime Sheriff Angus Hardy, one of Ms. Daniels' foremost adversaries during her adolescence and one of her last social tethers to the community. According to Ms. Daniels' own admission, after the threat of Dark Mill South had been neutralized in December 2019, Ms. Daniels and Sheriff Hardy walked out onto the ice of the frozen Indian Lake together for reasons she refuses to divulge. And only Ms. Daniels returned. Of import, here is her statement to Dr. Watts that, when the 3 of them, sick, reached that place that never freezes, I learned something about myself. What I could do, her emphasis, 2A/2A-TR. Witnesses, C1D for the trial transcript, confirmed that Ms. Daniels was also present at the death of Henderson High School history teacher Mr. Grady Bear Holmes, with whom she had also had an adversarial relationship. See Directory 3G, where many of the infractions are signed GH. According to notations on Mr. Holmes' gradebook, 322 Charlie, he was the sole impediment to Ms. Daniels receiving her high school diploma by the conventional route. E. Activism. On 9 April 2023, Ms. Daniels chained herself to Cabin 5 of Deacon Point. This was the beginning of her efforts to preserve this historical site. However, 9 April 2023 being a holiday, Easter Sunday, no work crews or media were on hand to witness or document this protest. 3 weeks later, 1 May 2023, Ms. Daniels emerged as a vocal member of the Terra Vitas Society. Current membership, insofar as any records or statements that exist, is limited to Ms. Daniels and Ms. Mondragon Tompkins. Primary on their signed list of requests, which Ms. Daniels nailed to the unused front door of the courthouse, 2F-16, was the renaming of Indian Lake, that name being, she claims, pejorative. The suggested replacement name is Glen Lake, in keeping with the state's original intentions concurrent with the damming of Indian Creek. However, in light of Ms. Daniels' recurrent vandalism on Deacon Point and temporary research islet HG, local designation Treasure Island, it's feasible that her participation in this renaming effort is an attempt on her part to appeal to sacred history. Deacon Point being, in local lore, where the Native Americans for whom Indian Lake is named supposedly appeared after the damming of Indian Creek. As well, Deacon Point contains the condemned remains of the former Camp Winnemucca. F. Emotional, psychological state. In addition to the aforementioned PTSD, observation suggests that Ms. Daniels also engages compulsive behaviors. One domestic illustration of this is that after sending an email, Ms. Daniels immediately opens up her sent mail folder and rereads the missive she just sent and then sends no more messages for up to 2 hours, during which she paces from room to room of her house, muttering to herself. For a more public and thus socially isolating illustration when alone and approaching the front doors of the high school, Ms. Daniels has to generate momentum or gather a head of steam to finally, after up to 3 failed attempts, push through the rightmost south set of doors, suggesting a superstition of unknown origin. For video recording, see 55E. And then there's her suite of medications. C81A-113D for a complete list of her prescriptions. The schedule of refills and the cluster of contraindications. Clonazepam to deal with panic attacks. Atenolol for social anxiety. Decipromine for depression and the aforementioned PTSD. And she's currently under the auspices of Dr. Sharona Watts, cycling through the SSRI and SNRI family. In addition to this compulsive behavior regarding sent messages, Ms. Daniels also sends emails to dead addresses. 2. grholmes@fvsd.edu. From demonchild_69@yahoo.com. Date 4 July 2023, 12:39 a.m. MDT. Subject: Hi.
Mr. Holmes, the lake doesn't want me. First time it was Hardy who came out to be the big hero and saved the little girl from herself. This time it was Lena Singleton in her yacht. It's called the English Rose, which is probably some duchess in a mystery book from 1916. I don't know. You probably read it as a kid. Huh. Anyway, Lena got Letha out there in the airboat, which I didn't even know Banner had the keys to, and you can guess what it was like for a while. Or you don't have to, do you? You got pulled out of the water once, too. Exactly the same. Also by Angus, insert nickname Sheriff Hardy, I guess. Huh. But I'm not even sure for certain that I was trying to do what they said I was trying to do. Okay, sure. Maybe I did have too much in my system, and the breathing wasn't so great and perfect, so what? And okay, so maybe I was in the town canoe again, which I can understand would make certain people think certain things. And you maybe wouldn't guess it, but you probably would. I was thinking about final girls again, sir. Or still, and always. You know me. Specifically, it was something you and I, both having history degrees, know very well. That being that the victors write the books of how it all went down. But if this is so, then it should be final girls writing the slasher stories down, don't you think? I was thinking this because in a weak moment of mine where Dot didn't have a spot for me, and I couldn't ask a certain non-family friend for a mop and broom and gum scraper and litter stick, I was thinking I should have a fake name to write the Book of Indian Lake with, to make some steady money. Or maybe I should just go with my real name, Jenny Daniels. That way my mom, when she hears about it, will know it's me. But anyway, as I'm sure you can guess if you were guessing, then protecting Camp Blood from having to live under a new and wrong name doesn't exactly pay the bills. Surprise. It pays the bills in my heart, though. I think you'd be proud. I mean, I think if you were still here, you'd be right there with me, sir. Anyway, so Letha last night, as you can imagine, hugged me so hard on the big deck of the English Rose, which is like if a Cadillac were a luxury liner, actually, that it wasn't exactly helping my breathing. But I guess it sort of was, too. She thought I was having an asthma attack, but it was my chest and lungs hitching up and down like an idiot, like a broken, useless thing, like somebody who floated out there to take all her pills at once and just see what happens. And those pills are still in my fingertips for this. All sorries about that. It's making me spell like a high schooler I'd probably give a D. Unless she was really, really trying. I mean, unless she was crying while she was writing it because of who she was writing to. If it worked out there on the lake before Superwoman Lena and Letha paired up to fight the crime that's me, I was going to finally get to tell you what our former sheriff told me the last time I was ever going to see him, which is the day I found something big out about myself, which is that I can, when pressed enough, do things I never would have in 100 years thought I could do. But maybe Hardy already told you himself. He looked at me while I was doing it, and he nodded once like, of course. You and him are probably smoking all the heavenly cigs up there, aren't you? God damn you, sir. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you so much. To prove it, sort of, you probably remember how all the facts and dates and people and places about Proof Rock and Idaho in general that you knew from personal experience and your own memories of childhood leaked out in the lake that night, whose anniversary is tomorrow again? With Letha hugging me and Lena watching and her mountain of a son standing at the railing of the English Rose, watching this strange woman shiver and sob, I started trying to get all those dates and facts back by saying them out loud in a single long line into Letha's neck and shoulder. After a bit of it, she held me out at arm length, which is kind of forever far because she's an Amazon from Wonder Woman land, and she looked at me right in the eye like checking, was I still there? And she asked me, Jade, what is this? What are you doing here? I shook my head no, that it was nothing. Because it wasn't anything. It was definitely nothing. Just me. But sitting in the front seat of the airboat with her for the ride back to town, she whispered to me that she would buy that fucking coffee shop if I wanted to work there. But I shook my head no, that it was all right. That's Dorothy's place since forever. It wouldn't be fair. And Letha, being Letha, she held me closer to keep the wind from me, even though my clothes weren't even wet. And she said to me then that I really must have listened in your history classes to still know all those people and places and dates. And then Prufrock gets blurry for me in the distance, sir, because no one has ever said anything that nice to me ever before, connecting me to you out loud, like that. After Banner skidded us up onto shore in that show-offy way that I guess comes with the badge or something, and Letha was holding my hand so I could step down, like I was this delicate thing, not someone who had ran into a hell tunnel of dead elk with her once upon a senior year, Banner looked back to the canoe he had tied back to the pier, and Letha said to him about that, "What?" But he just shook his head no, nothing. But it was a lie. I could tell. Riding back to their place in Banner's tall monster truck, me sitting by the door but with the lock on that Ford sucked down in the door because you never know. Or with me, maybe Banner did. Letha said that she kept all these spoken memos on her phone for 80, for if Mommy wasn't going to be around anymore. And I clutched my hand onto Letha's wrist to please get her to stop talking like this, please. But she went on. Already had it all scripted out in her head to say. She said she wanted me to be the holder of those memos now. "What am I, chopped cheese?" Banner said. But he was joking. And I think it's chopped liver, anyway. But I can completely get not wanting to force that smell into anyone's head when they're all unsuspecting and don't have their fortitude up. Letha touched the top of his leg with her left hand, but kept her eyes on me, and I looked away sort of into my own reflection in the side window of the truck, and Prufrock was sliding past. It was a carousel spinning all around me, and I'd been riding this ride since I could remember already. But, know what? I'd never had anybody to ride it with, sir. I nodded once that was good. That was fine. That was okay. I'd hold those memos for 80, and I know this was just a way Letha was using to keep me from doing anything stupid again, because now I have a responsibility, and this is probably a trick Sharona told her to do. But if it works, and it's good, and it keeps me among the living and breathing, then who cares, right? Inside over the years, Yazzie, who's another Letha, just the imprisoned variety, she told me about how in bow and arrow days there would be certain people who would be bundle holders or pipe holders, and how these bundles and pipes were only trusted with very certain people because they carried and meant everything to the tribe and were important for their prolongment, like, I think I'm that now, sir, because of everything you taught me that I'll never let go of, because of those memos Letha's going to send, because my mom threw her purse at a giant she could never kill one day when it was colder than it had ever been, and she screamed at him just like Pamela Voorhees would have, sir. And if I die in a canoe by my own hand or palmful, then she'll have done that for nothing. Which, that would be a pretty good song, If I Die in a Canoe, especially if one Adrienne King sings it in a whisper voice, where she's right up against the mic so you can hear her lips touching it sometimes. Anyway, from the way Banner was looking at that canoe, I kind of doubt that I get any more lasting chances with it. But we'll always have that song that doesn't exist, I guess. See you tomorrow, sir. I'll stand there by your place in the ground, and I'll hold my hand out with my eyes closed, and you'll spiral a lit cigarette down from the sky for me. And so long as I don't look, then you're up there buzzing around. Not me, Mr. Holmes. I'm still living it out right here. For now. Jade. House of Evil. Ms. Daniels? I hand over hand up from the depths of sleep, which I'd warned myself not to fall into. Not off in a slasher movie. Wake with your throat soaking a red bib onto the front of your shirt. Or if not the blade, then what I probably deserve for falling asleep out in the open is a lone ember dipping and bobbing all the way across the lake, beautiful and magical and Disney as fuck, until it lands in the oh-so-flammable material of this teaching skirt, at which point I'm sitting in a throne of flame here on this boat. Inside, about 2 years in, a woman from A Block found some way to light herself up in the yard. We're not supposed to have accelerants, but since cigarettes dial our nerves down to less jangly, there's contraband lighters to go around. What are we going to burn? Our world was concrete and steel. This woman must have faked like the worst nicotine junkie ever, and for months, if not years, long enough to stockpile enough lighters to drip little drops of lighter fluid all over her, like suntan lotion. Or maybe under her clothes she'd mummied herself in toilet paper and just held the cherry of her cigarette to a few strategic tatters, then stood there with her arms out to the side like a superhero, her flames coming on. She didn't swoop out of the yard when the flames engulfed her, though. What she got was tackled with blankets, rolled hard back and forth. She died in the infirmary 3 weeks later. It's the only time I've smelled human flesh searing like that. So of course that day at Chow, it was rubbery, grade D pork chops for lunch. No bones, of course, because who wants to get shivved with a ground sharp piece of pig? I mean, who wants to get shivved at all? I didn't eat my meat that whole week, and the pudding was suspect as hell, too, scorched on top into a skin of baked blood. I think the burning woman's name was Mel, maybe? But in death, she became the Phoenix Lady. She was sort of our hero. I've always wondered how religions get started, but now I have a better handle on it, I think. Take some subjugated group of people and give them something to hook their hope claws into. Something that can, in the retelling, just get better and better. Then, by the time it's climbed high enough, you can't let go anymore, because the fall's too scary. So you go all in on that it really happened this way, and only this way. What I'm saying is that after about 6 months, the story had been pared down and built back up, into the Phoenix Lady giving the guards the finger with both hands, even as the flames were sizzling big globs of her flesh down onto the concrete of the sun-bleached basketball court. After a year, the story became that when the guards tackled her with the blankets, they'd only gotten the physical body. Her flame self, the part that was really her, it kept that same magical form, and it lifted into the sky, looked down on us all, and nodded in its beatific, long-view way that we would be all right. Phoenix Lady might have just been pulling the old eject lever, checking out on her own terms, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of us inside kept on living because we saw her escape. We knew now there was an end, that there was a way out, that if we just held on a few more months, then the board would consider our petition, weigh our souls, and nod that smallest of all nods that means the best of all things. The parole board, I mean. Not the school board from summer, which is my first thought when I hear this voice above me with its low and gentle, "Ms. Daniels? Jennifer?" Where I'm sleeping is Hardy's old airboat, which Banner's been tinkering on for a month or two now. It's tied to his dad's stubby old dock, which he was always so meticulous and paranoid about. Was somebody going to wear golf shoes on it? Poke evil little holes through his sealant? Or one of his kids going to try to carve their sordid initials into a post? Was a bird going to have the gall to actually shit on it? And I should stop calling it Banner's dad's dock. I know. It's probably the first place Adie's going to jump into the lake from. But she has to have already done that, Jade. Come on. Just because you were locked up doesn't mean the world stopped turning. What? I say, jerking away from this hand touching my left shoulder so lightly. No, not hand. Cup. Mug. Someone's waking me by nudging coffee against me. I guess there's worse ways to come to. Blinking against the brightness, it's just after dawn, sleepyhead. I can make out a blurry tall silhouette with me on this gently bobbing boat. And then I get why I thought the voice was from this summer's endless trials with the school board. "Principal Harrison?" I say, my voice creaky. He holds that mug in front of me until I take it. It's a real ceramic mug, not a paper-to-go one from Dots. He got a coffee pot on a daisy chain of extension cords? What? "I didn't want any students to see you like this," he mumbles, giving me my privacy by turning his back, looking across the lake. Last night, the fire was an orange glow. In the daylight, it's smoke billowing up and up. As for why I'm in Hardy's old airboat, wrapped in a scratchy blanket, part of it's that I wanted to feel safe. So I fell back into arms I trusted, that I knew would wrap me up. But the other parts, that by the time I got down to the pier last night to tackle Sally Shallenbear, to reason with her, really, to ask her what she was doing, to explain to her that it was over, that Dark Mill South had been buried back in Minnesota. All the husbands and wives and sons and daughters who had been left behind by their chainsaw-toting whoever's were just standing vigil, waiting for their loved ones to come back with smudged faces and a clutch of cash in their blackened fists. The American dream, right? What it meant for me, though, was too many eyes, too many witnesses, and Sally Shallenbear, our angel, wasn't there anymore, anyway. Walking across to Banners, away from the completely maddening crowds, hadn't everybody left? The branches scratching my cheeks and arms, I realized that the last time I'd taken this path, I'd been skulking on Letha. I'd been crashing Banner's bonfire party. This little bit of the shore scooped out under his and Letha's back porch. It's where the Dutch boy turned up, half his face ripped away. But if I start going down that memory lane, he died here, she bought it there, then trying to move through Proof Rock will be wading through syrup, won't it? No, Jade. It'll be wading through hardly congealed blood. Be realistic. Don't try to dress it up. Tone it down. "See me like what?" I ask Harrison, looking down at myself because, I don't know. Maybe I'm suddenly wearing blue mechanics coveralls. Maybe I'm spattered in blood. Maybe I'm wearing some lingerie I don't even own. It's still just yesterday's teaching clothes. Skirt and drab-ass blouse. And even if they're somehow offensive or riding higher than acceptable to a principal, I'm cocooned in this scratchy blanket. But then I get it. Bare feet. That's it, isn't it? I look up to Harrison in slow wonder. Once in the teacher's lounge the first week of classes, I was kicked back on the napping couch. That's what I was informed it was called. My comparably high heels tucked in beside the couch's apron very neatly, not just kicked off over the arm to fall wherever. But Harrison, washing his lunch bowl out at the sink, had cleared his throat in that way bosses have, that straighten your back way, that I need the floor for something very important way. Chin Treadaway, who I'd only ever known as an elementary teacher, had made hot eyes at my feet. About my feet, and it took me a moment or two to put together what she was trying to get across. Harrison was weird about bare feet? Seriously? And he moved to a lake town? But on the napping couch that day, when I finally made the connection Chin wanted me to make, I looked down to my feet to see if I had tiny skulls painted on my black toenails or what. More like ghost faces, thanks. And kind of wiggled my toes in greeting to myself, and oh. It wasn't that Harrison didn't like having to be confronted with bare feet. What I have now is worse than bare feet, though, isn't it? I have feet missing some toes. He was grossed out about my amputations. Well, 2 amputations. The pinky just sort of cracked off all on its own, like it had had enough. Pinky toe is out. Peace. The stumps of it, and the other 2 anyway, The hospital had to clip the rest of the dead skin off, then sew the tops and bottoms, so that what's left of my toes looks like Smiley's smile. Which is why I wear these stupid knee-highs from 1962 now. Of my 2 pairs of teaching heels, only one is closed-toe. When you want your contract renewed, want to make a career out of this, maybe even a life, then you, well, I was gonna say, toe the line. You cover up the abomination you are, is the better way to say it, I guess. It's the kind of thing that really makes you feel great about yourself, getting dressed for work. I wave my remaining toes over the side of the boat, slide them across the top of the water, wishing so hard I could dunk my foot, get that cool wetness for a proper wake-up, but I've got to pull on the tiresome hose that were probably old lady even when my mom was coming up. Shoes next. They feel like hard little prisons. I stand in them, a bit unsteady, and Harrison feels the airboat rock. "No class today?" I ask. "Canceled," he says, tilting his mug up to slurp some off the top. Not because it's Halloween, but because the spooky props in the hug-and-go lane aren't just props. The high school is a crime scene for the moment, at least until Banner clears it, and Banner's across the lake, can't clear anything. I take a drink off the top of my coffee, say, even meaning it, "Thank you. This is just what I needed." "Dorothy's bringing donuts," she says. Harrison tells me, looking back to be sure I'm decent. Hardly, dude. At the school board meetings, he was the one enumerating the many reasons forcing him to let me teach history to his students wouldn't be in their or anyone's best interest. You don't come at Letha Mondragon, though. Her dad might have been a dick and a killer, something we avoid talking about at all costs, thank you. But he knew how to impose his will on the world, that's for sure. He never walked out of a boardroom not having gotten the best of everyone in there. Letha inherited that from him. She's not a bully, always does it with kindness, where it doesn't even feel like she's being persuasive or flexing her fortune, but she gets what she wants. This coffee is good, though. I'll cover my grinning toe stumps for it, sure. Nothing to do about the freezer-burned craters on my face, though, Mr. Harrison. Or these 3 stiff fingers, nearly bitten through by a dead girl. Or this black as midnight heart, sputtering exhaust up through my nostrils. "Here it comes again," he says, obviously, like I could miss that heavy thrumming. It's the big red and white plane, swooping in for another load of water. A pretty magical damn thing to see, first thing in the morning. "I hear they're about to transition to fire suppressant instead of water," Harrison says, exactly like a former science teacher might. "What are you, I try to say, but the words keep slipping away. What are you doing over here at Banner's? Why haven't you left town with all the other sane people? Where the hell's your coffee pot, dude?" "Captain goes down with the ship?" he turns around to say with a small grin and raised eyebrows, so I know he doesn't really plan on standing in Henderson High while it burns to the ground. "But what are you doing here, Ms. Daniels?" Fucking bosses. They always know exactly the worst question to ask, don't they? "I'm the babysitter," I tell him. Mr. Harrison takes a drink and skates his eyes around our general vicinity for my charge. "Me and Tiffany Koenig are tag-teaming it," I add, sucking some more go juice down. I can feel it opening my brain up like a flower blooming in time-lapse. "Shifts, I see," Harrison says. "And you're sleeping here because—" "Ever see a movie called The Sentinel?" I ask, stepping in beside him, like whoever's closest to the fire across the lake is watching it the best. There's this, it's a gate to hell, I think. I chuck my chin at Caribou Targi to show what I'm meaning here. The Sentinel isn't anything like a slasher, but it does have a jump scare that the slasher shelf can only dream of. If you stand there and watch the evil, keep it in check, then it can't come across. So you're that, sentinel, Harrison says, index finger a metronome against the side of his mug. Believe it or not, I say, I don't actually want Prufrock to burn. At least not this way. He catches my eye, nods to me that he likes this, that this is the proper attitude for one of his teachers to have. Whatever happened to that other history teacher? I ask. The Mrs. Dixon, Harrison fills in. Before her. Most of my quizzes are cribbed across from yours, Mr. Holmes, but Dixon's were in the file cabinet as well. They're not better, but I don't think the kids' parents still have versions of them in their parents' old boxes in the garage. Oh, you must mean Claude, Harrison says. Armitage, right? It's a last name from one of the movies Letha caught me up on. Greener fields, I suppose, Harrison says. Less snowy. By which he means less dangerous, I can hear. None of Armitage's stuff was in the file cabinet, though. Probably for the best. It all would have been slasher stuff, I bet, or drafts of the book Banner says Armitage was pulling together, about the Prufrock killings, all of them. A very long book, yes. Maybe multiple volumes, with an open ending and bloody fingerprints. There he is, Harrison says, holding his mug out as pointer finger. I peer ahead to see what he means, at first thinking he can make out some distant shape on Treasure Island, some chainsaw wielder stranded, the canoe they tried to paddle across popping a leak. Leatherface marooned, waving that family saw above his head with Muppet arms, his dried leather face somehow still managing to register panic and sadness and loneliness. But Harrison's meaning closer in than that. Oh, I say, and immediately cast around for Christy, setting her tripod up to document. Its brown woody tines poking up through the surface of the lake. Banner's dad's trophy elk, making the rounds. If I was a swimmer, if the lake would even take me, I could paddle out there right now, haul it in, hang it back in Banner and Letha's living room like it used to be. It wouldn't bring us back to before Stacy Graves, though. Before Dark Mill South. Before whatever this is. The kids say that at night it clambers up onto shore, clops down Main Street, Harrison says about the elk. It looks in the windows with one marble eye, and if you see it watching you like that, then you have 7 days. 100 years ago it was Ezekiel, I throw in. And after him, or before him, I don't know, there was this woman who was supposedly murdered and hidden across the valley somewhere. Josie Seck, yes, Harrison says. I flash my eyes over to him about this. Mother of the supposed lake witch, Stacy Graves, Harrison says playfully, batting his eyelids after it almost coquettishly. Shouldn't the high school history teacher be up on all the local legends? Married to Lech Graves, I say back, rising to this. Murdered by Lech Graves at the behest of Ezekiel, the fire and brimstone preacher they found naked and gibbering in these woods in, was it 1879? Gibbering? Harrison asks. When you're evil, you gibber. Maybe all preachers were evil back then. Back then? Harrison chuckles about this, takes his last drink. He slings the dregs out into the lake. Caffeinated trout, great, I say, but swirl my last half-drink around to get all the grounds going and add them in with his. I talked to Mrs. Jansen about Hetty, he says then, gearing us down. You didn't tell her about Lemmy's video. Video? Never mind, sorry. I say too late, because of course Lemmy would have unplugged his phone from the projector before Harrison cued into the dead bodies pasted up there. Harrison shakes his head no to this, says, Mr. Singleton was a student in Greta Erling's homeroom when I was at Golding, Never had to come to my office once. I try to picture a kindergartner sitting in the unforgiving chairs outside the principal's office at the elementary, their feet not even touching the institutional carpet. I never had to go to the office either, I say kind of quiet. I mean, in elementary. Before my time, Harrison says, pressing his lips together, meaning there's a lot he's not saying here. Really, what are you doing here? I have to ask. We need people to help go door to door, Harrison says. There's a lot of holdouts who won't leave, even though, he nods across the lake to the fire. You need my help, I say, getting it. This is his way of asking without asking. Community service goes a long way to engendering goodwill among the community, he finally lands on, though I know what he means is the school board. So you were coming by to check if Letha and her daughter had left? The sheriff is otherwise occupied. Letha's in Salt Lake City, I tell him. Well then, good. And 80's with Tiff. At the sheriff's office, yes. And I'm, for once, not in the middle of everything, I don't say out loud, just realizing it. Whatever's going on, I wasn't out in the woods with Hetty and Paul and Wainbow, if they were really even there. I wasn't the one to stumble onto the Bronco. And I only got to the hug-and-go lane after a dad had his head wrenched off. And right now, I just slept the night through, didn't I? I'm not over in the chainsaw woods with Banner and the rest. The fire isn't licking at the ends of my hair, curling it up, making it char and stink. Used to, I wanted nothing more than to be in the bloody center of the swirling madness because I wanted to touch the Grail, I guess. I wanted to brush my fingers across the rough plastic of a certain hockey mask. I wanted to hear the sting of an escapee from a mental institution sliding a chef's knife from a wooden block. I've seen a Casey strung up from a tree by her guts, though. I've been in that cell Rod died in. No thank you, Mr. Craven, Mr. Carpenter, Mr. Cunningham. I'm fine being on the outside, for once. Slashers are strictly a spectator sport for me now. History teachers don't wade through an acre of gore to get to the chalkboard. We're mousy and academic. Not the final girl kind of mousy and academic, but the nervous, timid kind. The kind that's not a shell a princess warrior can unfold from, flashing her killer eyes left and right, but the kind of shell that's a pretty okay place to hide. Ride this out. So? Harrison asks, taking a knee to wash his mug in the lake. He reaches back for mine, to wash it as well, and I hand it across gingerly, because this is monumental. It's not the principal who does the dishes for the teacher, it's the other way around. But this isn't the teacher's lounge. Yes, I can help, I tell him, and he even holds a hand back for me to guide me up from the airboat onto the shaky dock. I already did Pine, Harrison says, and looks to the south, kind of calling dibs on Cedar and Aspen and the rest that direction, leaving third to yours truly. There's less houses down this way, but it's also where the trailers are, and the houses that people hammer random rooms onto over the summer. And then I get even more what's going on here. Harrison needs me to knock on those doors, because, to him, these are my people. Inside every sort of compliment is a burrowing insult. Yeah. Surprise. What Harrison probably doesn't know about asking me to work third, though, is that my mom used to live down that way, and that I haven't been down there for, I honestly don't know how long. Used to, maybe sophomore year, I would slouch that direction, hiding from all headlights, all porch lights, all smokers and maker-outers, and I'd watch the windows of my mom's trailer, try to imagine her in there cooking dinner, watching game shows, flipping through photo albums from before everything went bad for us. Though, For her to find a time before everything went bad, she probably would have had to dial back to the pre-tab days. So, junior high? But me, a sophomore, thinking of her in junior high, I had to wonder if she and I would have been friends or not. If I could have saved her from paddling over to Camp Blood one Friday night. If I could have pulled her back to that canoe, instead of letting her be led into one of the cabins by the boy who could become my dad, and then, later, become something else. Something worse. I don't know how many cigarettes I smoked, watching the lights in her trailer glow on and die down, taking my heart with them. When I get the lung cancer I have coming for me, I'll look back to the me from then, I know. And I won't even regret it. Harrison salutes me away, pivots on the heel of his loafer, and the handles of both our empty mugs hooked in his fingers. He slopes over to the less bad part of town. His own kind. Me? I guess I'm where I belong. The first place is a ramshackle house. I don't even know whose. I knock on the door, knock some more. No response. Hello? I call out, trying to make it not come off aggressive. But when you're me, it's hard to keep the edge out of your voice. There's wisps of smoke coming up from the sort of chimney, so somebody's here, but screw it. There's a fire, I say at volume, like just covering myself, so I'll feel less guilty later. And then it's the next house, also empty, but the boarded-up kind. And the next, which is Rexall's. Yeah. I walk on the other side of the road from it, just to be less in its sphere of influence. That submersible drone is still taken apart on the workbench beside his place, though. And the box it must have come in is there as well, like he was maybe looking for reassembly instructions. Good luck, I mutter to him, trying to move my lips, for in case he's got the curtains parted, has a bead on me. Rexall has a tarp stretched across the workbench, slanted down so it doesn't become an overhead swimming pool. He's not a complete idiot, but the drone's a submarine, isn't it? What's it care about water? Not my business. I'm almost past his place when he lumbers out in his robe, a bottle of beer in his left hand, the breakfast of the kind of champion he probably thinks he is. Your hair, he bellows across to me, lifting something to his mouth to crunch into. I touch my hair to, I don't know, check if it's on fire or something. When it isn't, I flip him off with both hands, walk sideways so he can't miss this. He chuckles, it looks like, takes a long draw on his can to wash down whatever he bit off, and nods good morning to me as well. When my dad rolled his Grand Prix after getting my mom pregnant with me, he was alone, which is one of the big regrets of my life. Rexall could have slung up from that passenger window, saved all the girls of Prufrock so much violation. When he brings his right hand up to his mouth for another bite, I see what he's eating for breakfast. A monster carrot. It makes me suck air in through my teeth. Has he been keeping that carrot by the door for weeks, just waiting for me to walk past so he could torture me? What he's saying with it, about my hair, is that used to, when I'd try to dye it, it would come up pukey orange half the time. Meaning? Meaning Rexall's been part of my life since I was an idiot kid, and he wants to be sure I know it. Pass, I say, just loud enough for myself, and bring my fingers back down, stuff my hands into my pockets, except I'm not wearing a jacket, and this stupid skirt doesn't have pockets. I hunch my shoulders all the same, shuffle and scrape away. Score one for him, I know. He got exactly what he wanted from that interaction. I look up into the sky for the ember I need, floating down to the roof of his house. It's just skeins of swirling smoke, tangling together into a constant dim grayness. None of that snow we always get for Halloween. Yet. Just keep eating your insult carrots, Rexall. Choke on them, please. The next lot over is where the trailers get going. I step up onto the soggy porch, knock politely, not loud and insistent like a cop, fine gray ash calving off every tiny ledge of the door, so I have to step back or get it in my stupid shoes. The knock is kind of soggy, too. Not because the door's wet, but because it's been stapled together at some point. It pulls in all at once, more of that ash coughing out, so I have to shield my face. "Jade?" some guy says through it. When the air clears enough, it's a skinny 22-year-old in boxers and a sleeveless t-shirt. My first thought is he's a student from one of my classes, that I shouldn't be seeing him in his underwear. But then I remember him from when I knew him, for all of about 4 minutes. "Jace?" I say, my eyes so hot. He steps forward and hugs me hard. I pat him back, give myself over to this. "Jace Rodriguez," he says, stepping back into his doorway, presenting himself in all his current unpresentableness. "You're not leaving," I say, obviously. He steps to the side, presents the seriously old man sinking into his easy chair, a clear tube snaking up from an oxygen bottle to his nose. He's not quite the grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but he could stunt double for him. "Oh," I say, and don't ask why this grandpa's not up the hill in the nursing home. Inside, Yazzie told me about how many generations of her family lived in her house when she was a kid, and maybe I'm a bad Indian, but I didn't even know that was possible. Jace is like her, though. Instead of wheeling his grandpa through the double doors of Pleasant Valley Assisted Living, using it like a storage facility, he's letting his grandpa ride these last few years out here, with family. "You do know about the fire," I say, stepping aside to present the sky to him, like he can't smell it, can't see it. "We're good," Jace says. "And?" I swallow, breathe in through my nose. "What?" Jace asks quietly, stepping forward to let the screen door shut gently behind him. It won't actually stop our voices from making it in to his grandpa, but the idea of having a barrier between us and him somehow makes this feel more private. I start, not sure how to say it all. And? Most other people, I don't even try to get it said right. But I haven't huddled behind a video rental store shelf in the dark while a killer stalked the aisles with most other people. Jace and me, we've seen his classmates skinned and pegged to the wall, laid out on the floor. We're also maybe the only 2 people who know that it wasn't Dark Mill South who killed them, but a batch of poison cupcakes. Or who knows, maybe Jace imagines Dark Mill South in an apron, his hair tied back, pouring just enough batter into each cup in that muffin tin. I don't know. "Is he back?" Jace asks quietly, casting his eyes all around, because he can already read my face, I guess. "Not him," I say. "Who?" I hold my hand down to about my waist, like measuring the height of a kid. Jace cocks his head, doesn't get it. "I don't know either," I tell him. "Just be careful." "Is this the thing that happened at school?" I nod a reluctant nod. "I heard it was the game warden this time," Jace says, sort of squinting his whole face. "Him too," I have to admit. "Two?" "There's also..." I wince, squint, don't want to have to say it. "This woman, a victim of him, Dark Mill South. She's in town too." "What the hell is going on, Jade?" "The usual," I have to say. "People are dying. The real cops aren't coming. There's..." I hold my open hand to the fire, the thing giving these killings cover to keep happening. What's wrong with this place? Jace asks. Why does this keep happening? 100+ years ago, a husband killed his wife, abandoned his little girl, and I think that, polluted the lake. Do not eat fish from these waters, Jace recites. I wasn't here for this, but I've seen the photograph that was on the covers of all the magazines. It's July 2015, after the massacre, when a sign shows up on shore right by the pier, warning people not to eat fish from these waters. The unsaid part of it was, because a piece of your relative or best friend might be in that fish's belly. Letch Graves, I mumble. I think he started it all. One bad act, it sort of infected this place. History, Jay says, like putting pieces together in his head. Then, oh yeah, right. You're the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I forgot. The what? Harry Potter? I nod. Know of him, sure. His books were on the library shelves inside, but didn't really circulate. Yazzie said it was because it made all the moms locked up with us sad, thinking about their kids reading this kind of stuff. I did see a few minutes of the movie version for one of them this summer, though, at 4 in the sleepless morning after another groggy play of Brendan Fraser versus Old Egypt. The bad guy in Harry Potter was pretty much Dr. Phibes, who was pretty much the Phantom of the Opera, and on and back to Dr. Frankenstein. It never stops. These kinds of guys have been with us forever. It doesn't exactly leave me hopeful for humanity. So you're gonna... I say about him and his grandpa riding it out. I tell you a secret? Jace asks. I shrug, sure. I kind of actually like The Price is Right, he says. It's what his grandpa's watching right now. It's the old host, the one who's all about keeping all dogs from ever having any more dogs. I guess because he had a bad experience with dogs or something. You're spinning the big wheel here. That's what you're saying? I say, getting it. Think we're gonna win this time. Yeah, Jay says with a mischievous grin. You've got power? I have to ask, to be sure I'm not imagining this. Generator, he says with a shrug. And you have no pants. I droll out like I have to, finally. Jace looks down, contracts from a standing position, kind of ekes his mouth out, his eyes popping wide. I'm sorry, I tell him, more serious now. For all this. You just live here, Jace says, still covering himself. Same as the rest of us. It feels better than 6 months of talking to Sharona. Because I don't trust my voice not to break, my eyes not to spill over, I lift a hand to him in farewell and back off the porch. Don't look back. You just live here, I repeat, a little ways down Third. If only I could believe that. Like to prove it, the next place is my mom's trailer. Like that, I'm 13 again, watching the windows through a scrim of my own smoke, until a drone rises up from the roof like some great malignant bug, hovers in place and then tilts over, coming for me like the end of the world. I take an involuntary step back, splat on my ass, my hand up to ward this off. Don't worry, a deep male voice booms behind me. It's Lemmy Singleton. I spin around to kick with my heels if I need to, not because it's him specifically, but because it's someone who wasn't supposed to be there. Lemmy's just standing there, was lurking in the trees evidently, which is a great thing to do when folks are turning up dead. Lemmy? I say. Teach, he says back, watching the drone land ever so gently at his feet. He says about it, guess one got away. Sometimes they have their own mind. But if I get within about 50 yards, they reconnect, wake up. They? I have to ask. He smirks, still guiding the drone. I stand awkwardly, in clunky stages, and wonder again what it must be like to move like a gazelle who knows martial arts, like Letha. Some of us are born to clamber, though, and then stare down whoever just didn't have the tact to look away, let us rise in our stupid way. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "Just told you," Lemmy says, squatting to inspect his runaway drone, which I guess is part of the fleet or swarm or whatever that he tried to fly for the 4th before he had full control of them. "I mean," I say, "what about the fire?" "Lake's safe enough." I hadn't considered that. One of the benefits of yacht life, I guess. "You know Sheriff wants to talk to you about that," I tell him. Lemmy shrugs, isn't concerned. "Anything else?" he asks, when I obviously have something. "Who put those scream post-its on Hetty and Paul's chairs?" I ambush. Lemmy grins and looks down. "You?" "I don't even like that movie." "You don't like Scream? How can someone not like Scream?" "Ever notice how those movies always focus on the norms? The clean-cut kids, the non-goths, all the many opposites of John Bender and his baloney-throwing ilk. Or maybe that's a ham sandwich. I don't know. Focusing on the jocks and princesses makes it scarier for the parents," I explain, ever the teacher. "They've done everything right. Have their kids in the right classes, the right clothes, have given them all the right chances, but it still doesn't mean that they get the right to live. That's terrifying. Playing by the rules is supposed to be the key to survival." So my mom doesn't care about me then? Because I look like this?" "Try the craft," I say. Or, "Do you know disturbing behavior? And there's those bikers in the third Friday the 13th. That all die? What about the bikers in Dawn of the Dead?" "You think I'm a biker?" "I mean, that was Motorhead's main fan base." "Who's Motorhead?" Lemmy asks, holding my eyes in his long enough that I sort of lose my mental footing. But then he can't help it, has to grin under his heavy metal mustache. I push him in the shoulder, and it really only pushes me away. "You never finished your presentation," I tell him. "The big finish," he says, standing with the drone like it's his puppy. "But let's let everyone else go first," I say, watching my mom's former trailer. "Listen, I've got to..." He looks to the trailer as well. "There?" he asks, sort of incredulous, I think. "What do you mean?" "Just... Holy crow. I don't know. You shouldn't be there alone." "Phil?" "What?" "His name, Phil. My mom's ex-common-law husband and general degenerate." "Your mom was with Holy Crow?" Are we even speaking the same language here? "He's your dad?" "No, my dad's..." I hook my chin out to the lake, obviously. "Oh, yeah," Lemmy says, chastened. "But Holy Crow..." "Phil Lambert. He's bad news." Newsflash, newsflash. "I mean, he's dealing now, I hear. So he might not take kindly to unannounced visitors." "Dealing? There's drug traffic in Pleasant Valley?" Lemmy shrugs like he doesn't really know, has no reason to know. What's he even doing here? Is this, what, Idaho? Yeah. So my mom's common-law widower is Proof Rock's connection. Great. Just what this town needs. My guess is that what he used for stake money was the settlement from my mom's death. Her boss was hiking her home from work, hadn't clocked her out on the timesheet yet, so technically, she bought it in service of the dollar store. Worst epitaph ever. Phil's take was $25,000, I hear. None of it to me. Probably because I never asked after it. Is $25,000 enough to start a drug empire, though? Maybe at 8,000 feet, I guess. in a town of 3,000. Never mind that the last dealer I knew of in town was Rexall. It's how he got his name. But it sounds like Phil's on top of the name game himself already. It doesn't matter, I tell myself. All that does is that I for sure never knock on Phil's door for a baggie. Because knowing him, he'd probably gift it to me. And he's one person I don't want to be indebted to. Come with then, I say to Lemmy, nodding ahead to the trailer. Lemmy looks over there, and I can see the wheels turning in his head. If Phil answers, says something along the lines of, "Hey, Lem," then that'll mean a certain little something, won't it? And in front of a teacher? I don't care, I say, though. You said it's not safe? That he might shoot through the door just on principle? Principle, Lemmy says, and steps over, scrolls some video back on his phone. It's Harrison, walking the other way from me a few minutes ago, still swinging those 2 coffee mugs. Not a real care in the world. What if it's him? I have to ask. Who even is he, really? Like I have to, I flash on the first time seeing Principal Himbry in Scream, and how, for a moment, it was definitely him chewing through the senior class. But I guess the faculty would cover that soon enough. I can't start thinking like that, though. I'm not in the middle of it all this time. I'm way out here at the edge, just doing cleanup. I'm strictly support. At best, the survivor from last round, who the current victim pool comes to for advice. I was always meant to be Randy, a Cassandra, a Clear. Never the Sydney, never the Lori, the Nancy. And I might worship at the shrine of Ripley, sure, but nobody gets to be her. Stokely, maybe? I could be Stokely, I think. She lives, I mean. I'm sort of into that these days. I used to imagine myself as Gavin from Disturbing Behavior, with his grand and eloquent breakdown of all the casts and cliques of high school. But things don't exactly go great for him, proving that insight is an armor. Just 30 seconds, I say to Lemmy. He stares at Phil's trailer for probably 20 seconds, then finally nods once, like answering some call of duty. Walking up, navigating the washing machines and derelict Toyotas, Lemmy lofts the drone ahead of us. It sinks nearly to the top of the tall grass, digging for air, then rises on its furious little blades, hangs above us. Just in case, he says. There's no porch, so the doorknob is well above my head. I knock on the bottom of the door, step to the side, Lemmy too. When there's no answer, he steps in, knocks higher and harder. "Holy crow!" he booms out, pretty much shaking the trailer on its rotted-out tires. We listen for footsteps on the hollow floor. Nothing. He used to be just Phil, I say, through my gritted teeth. "He's Indian, isn't he?" Lemmy says back with all due delicacy. "I mean, Native American?" I don't dignify this, just knock again, hard enough to hurt my knuckles. "He took his stash and left?" I say, turning to face the lake, clock the fire. Lemmy doesn't follow, though. He's looking at his phone? "What?" I say. He tilts the phone so I can see what the drone at the window is seeing. Phil's living room. "That's probably not jelly, is it?" I say, the defeat pretty palpable in my voice, I have to think. There's blood splashed across the white curtains behind the couch. "We should call Banner," I say, palming my phone. "The sheriff, we should call the sheriff." My phone's dead, though. No charging ports on an airboat that just came out of retirement. Lemmy swipes away from the drone cam, hands his phone to me, keypad already popped up. I do the area code like you have to now, and the first 3 numbers we all share, and then... "Seriously?" Lemmy asks, about this mental failing on display. "I just touch his name," I say, sort of with a guilty gulp. Nobody knows numbers anymore, Lemmy says with full-on disdain, like he's the adult here. He probably doesn't have service over there anyway, I say, tilting my head to Terra Nova, the fire. Lemmy shrugs like he's not doubting me, but like he's aware of the uselessness of either of us being right, here. Kid's older than his years. Come on, he says, and doesn't wait, is taking his long steps to the north end of the trailer. Here, he says, and uses his boot to slide a section of the trailer's skirt to the side. Instead of being bolted on, it's somehow hanging on rollers, like the screen in front of a sliding glass door. What the hell? I have to ask. He says drug dealers and Indians, they always have an escape route. We do? You don't? Lemmy shines his phone's flashlight in. No critters, he says, and looks back like to let me go first, which I almost have to smile about. He gets it, shrugs again, his main gesture, but I guess at his size it tracks, since he can't go around scaring the breakable mortals, and works his way into that square of darkness. I shake my head no, that I'm not doing this. I'm not this stupid. But he's my student. I'm his teacher, right, Mr. Holmes? Weren't you there for me that day Letha confronted me about my dad? The least I can do is follow. It's easier for me because I'm half Lemmy's size, but it's harder for me because, ducking through and under, I almost catch the scent of rotting elk and feel the walls shrinking in on me, to suffocate, to drown, to fill my mouth and nose and ears and eyes with wriggling maggots. I yelp and irrationally stand up all at once, conking my head on the underside of Phil's floor. His and my mom's bedroom, probably. It's how trailer homes are laid out. Teach? Lemmy calls back, shining his phone back at me, lighting my shame up. There's fine dust sifting down all around me, and a runnel of what I hope's blood snaking down my face, between my tear duct and my nose, making it look like I'm crying red, probably. Shit, I say, holding my head. And, if it's not blood, then the toilet up there flooded, and I hit the floor hard enough for some of it to seep through. Blood, blood, please be blood, I say inside, probably for the first time ever. Lemmy pops an actual bandana up from his pocket, just like the real Lemmy probably carried, and holds it across to me. Not used? I ask, which I know is sort of rude. Not allergy season anymore, Lemmy says with a grin, and turns around. Can tell, I think, that I don't exactly want attention right now. I dab at the wetness, can't confirm it's blood without tasting, but can't quite bring myself to apply cloth to tongue to see. The way my scalp's stinging, though, I have to imagine I've got some brain pushing through. Duct tape, I mutter, crawling. It's what the campers in Decapitated used to reattach that guy's head. It's what Carl Duchamp could have used in the hug-and-go lane. Hilarious, Jade. Way to deflect. Here, Lemmy says, a few feet ahead. He's banging the side of his fist against the floor. On his next hit, the escape hatch he knew was there flaps open, Evil Dead style. Holy crow, he calls up ahead of himself, because poking your head up through a drug dealer's floor's probably a good way to catch a shotgun blast to the face. Nothing. Still. Yeah, not jelly, I say, mostly to myself, about what splashed on the walls. Lemmy stands up, places his hands to either side and pulls his legs through as neatly as a gymnast. The whole trailer shifts with his new weight. I worm into the pale square of light, look up at Phil and my mom's water-stained ceiling. There's some blood splashed up there, too. I shake my head no. Don't want to have to see this, but when Lemmy lowers his great hand for me, I let him lift me up like I don't weigh anything. Which, the Lethas of the world probably don't know this, And nothing against her. She was born the way she was born. But when a guy can make you feel like you're light, like your weight's not going to break him, it's a first for me. But then I remember Dark Mill South palming Jace's head, lifting him up and up from in front of the video store counter, and I have to suck air to make it go away. Sharona tells me it's a function of evolution, our inability to forget trauma. She says that crows, when they gather around one of their own dead in the street, they're not there to mourn like people say. They're there to document and investigate and sear this into their memory so it never happens to any of them. In the same way, people who barely made it through this or that, they're constantly replaying it in their head. It's a survival strategy, one only meant to keep us safe. Never mind the cost of never being able to move forward, away from that bad scene. I shake my head to try again to put it behind me, and blink in the comparative darkness of Phil in my mom's living room. So this is where she spent all those years after walking away from our house one morning, not even taking any clothes, or pots and pans, or daughters. I'd like to go back to thinking about Dark Mill South, please. I settle for focusing on the couch, with what looks to be scratchy fabric. The coffee table, that's an old cable spool. The TV stand, that's 2 tires stacked on top of each other. Looking around, I have to admit that this is pretty much how I'd decorate. If Letha hadn't had my house ready for me, every piece of furniture new, every wall painted, all the carpet smelling like wet plastic. Holy crow? Lemmy tries again. Phil? I ask, my voice not nearly so big. Hold on, Lemmy says, doing something on his phone that takes all his concentration. After about 20 seconds of it, his drone pops up through the hatch in the floor, nearly giving me a heart attack. He really is a lot better with these things than he was on the 4th. It's like Star Wars, I mumble about this drone surfacing. Empire, Lemmy mumbles back, bumping the drone into the ceiling. He corrects, directs it away from us, to the kitchen. Meanwhile, I'm studying this splash of blood on the curtains, the ceiling. And then, I'm studying the foggy bag of what's got to be cocaine on the cable spool. Its burst is everywhere. Does 25,000 buy a kilo? Is that even what this is? All I know about cocaine is from cop shows. Does heroin look different or the same? Baby formula? Laxative? Is this just that powdery cooking sugar for some afternoon cupcakes? Doesn't matter, I say to myself, and turn not to the kitchen, which the drone has covered, but the other way. Because bad things never come from the direction you're looking. Or, if I'm being honest, Sharona, maybe it's because my mom might come walking up like nothing ever happened. Sure. Yep, Lemmy says behind me. It's not a good yep. Instead of turning around, giving my back to the hallway, I step backwards, past Lemmy. What? I say. He holds the phone out. On screen, Phil's on the kitchen floor in a pool of blood. No head. It came here too, then, I say. It? Lemmy asks. Whatever did at school yesterday. Lemmy nods, gets it, doesn't need me to say it. But where is it? I have to ask. His head. Lemmy directs the drone back to us, grabs it by the edge like a frisbee, and walks into the kitchen ahead of me, like ready to take the brunt of whatever's waiting. There, he says, covering his nose with the back of his hand. Phil's head is in the oven, looking out. His cocaine or heroin or baby formula or powdered sugar is dusted over his face, I guess like he was slammed into it. Holy crow, I say. Lemmy chuckles in his chest, which, shouldn't he be in some sort of shock from seeing his first dead body? And of course, now I'm wondering how he knew to drive his drone into the kitchen, not the hallway, and what he was doing standing across the road, and why he isn't on his mom's yacht, and what the chances are of one person's drone finding 2 murder scenes. Let me see your phone again, I say. I don't know Banner's number, but I've had the sheriff's office number in my fingertips for nearly 10 years now. Tiff answers. I need to talk to him, I say. Jade? Tiff says, switching ears it sounds like. Aunt Jade, Adie says nearly as loud as Tiff. Meaning the reason Tiff's shifting the phone is that she's carrying Adie around. Probably not exactly in her job description, but in small towns, you wear a lot of hats. At least her and Banner never dated in high school, though. It would make it extra special weird for her to be the one hiking his daughter around now. Just his cell, I say to Tiff. Then, even though it hurts, please? She reads it off, and I repeat it out loud for Lemmy to keep in his head. You good? I ask Tiff when she's done. You mean, have I had any state-mandated breaks for the last 2 days? She asks back, forcing an overtaxed grin, I'd guess. Or are you asking if there's any food up here a 5-year-old can eat? I know, I tell her. I usually have holidays off, Tiff says. There's usually not fires and dead people, I say back. Yeah. There anything else, or can I? I can hear the other lines ringing. Probably people reporting the fire, knowing Prufrock. And according to Banner, probably a third of the calls still ask for Rex Allen or Hardy. It's the town's way of reminding him he's not either of them, and suggesting that maybe he only got that big badge because of his wife. I don't envy him. But nobody said it would be easy. You don't take on a law enforcement job in a town with a history like Prufrock's and expect to just fish your days away. Go answer them, I tell Tiff about all the calls and hand the phone back to Lemmy. Before saying anything, he enters those digits he's been mumbling, holds the ringing phone out to me. 4 rings later, it dumps to Banner's stupid voicemail, where he low whispers like Batman, saying he's the hero the city needs at a time like this. There's still not signal over there? I ask Lemmy. What, is this 2015? I was 10 in 2015, Lemmy says. Leave a message? Answer your phone, I say to Banner's voicemail. Lemmy thumbs the connection away, then makes another call, turns away. Still, I hear, Mom, and Peer. He nods to himself, looks around the living room again. My mom, he says, both of us pretending I didn't hear him. Good, I tell him. You shouldn't be out and about right now. Neither should you. Yeah, well, not exactly my first rodeo. That what this is? Clowns, death, living life 8 seconds at a time? Lemmy appreciates that, says, well, she's coming to get us out of it, anyway. What? In the yacht. Because if we can't call the sheriff, we can go to him. How do you know he's over there? Chainsaw Brigade, Lemmy says with a shrug. And we sort of saw him riding across in the county boat. I slept in the county boat. The bass boat one. I nod. Could have guessed that. Though how did Bub and Joe Ellen get across then, to help with the Seth Mullins situation? Does Prufrock have a fleet of police boats now? Not your concern, history teacher. You're just the one getting the good intel to the proper authorities. Adie's safe, Letha's not even in town, so yes, you can ride first class across the lake. Use that big foghorn to call Banner to shore, and trail a Dixie cup on a string down to him. Speak into your end about what all's falling apart in town. He'll need to reel Bub and Joe Ellen back in. Call in some volunteers, probably. Halloween 4, anyone? And, with 3 ostensibly dead in the woods, 1 for sure dead at the high school, and 1 righteously dead in his trailer, surely that's enough to get the state detectives to send in the National Guard or something? Or even better, the slasher response team, like in Jason Goes to Hell. This isn't the movies, though. I have to remind myself. A lot. You were always trying to get me to buy into that one, Mr. Holmes, but I always had Sidney and Billy in my head, picking their genre. I got time to change clothes? I ask Lemmy. He looks into his phone, slides around, and holds the screen out to me. The blip, labeled Mom, is already almost to the pier. Thought the yacht wasn't supposed to come in that close, I say. I'm softening it some because it's his home. But there's no thought about it. Banner explicitly told Lena Singleton that the yacht's keel stabs deep enough into the lake that it could run aground, as gradual as the slope is on this side of the valley. Never mind that a yacht a lot like this one came in to blast its horn when Letha graduated, and was close enough we probably could have caught some shade from it. That truck's not there anymore, Lemmy mumbles, meaning the snowplow Banner scraped the old pier off with, trying to run over Dark Mill South. Though he could be talking about Crossbolt Joe's old tow truck from the black and white days that sunk out there just the same, off the original pier. Doesn't matter, Jade. This pier should be safe from the yacht. I wasn't there for the rebuilding, but word is the pylons are set even deeper and more solid than before, so any truck that tries Banner's stunt again is going to stand up on its nose. Which I'll believe when I see. And I don't have clue 1 how anybody dredged that snowplow up from the water. The only way I can imagine is a crane on shore, maybe? A couple of those skeletonized cargo copters, or a lot of workers with underwater torches to cut it into manageable sections for winches. I'm never here for cleanup, am I? Only for when everything's falling apart. Harrison's right. If I'm going to be part of this town again, if Prufrock's going to accept me instead of just tolerate me because of Letha, then I need to pull my weight. Do my part. I should have been leading the charge for this chainsaw brigade, I guess. Except taking money from the Terra Nova Consortium would be a thing I wouldn't get over anytime soon. Even if I spent it all on cigarettes, or a statue of you, Mr. Holmes. Wouldn't you like that? To be 13 feet tall and bronze, right there in front of the high school? Every football game you'd probably get dressed up, and everyone walking by would probably touch your foot for luck, or something, until the top of your loafer wore out, and some loyal former student would probably ladder all the way up to your hand once a month or so, to paint the end of your cigarette flaky red. Or maybe I'm your statue, right? I'm the part of you that's persisting, that's passing history on and down, never letting it die. But it sounds like Harrison knows that history as well, at least the Lech and Stacy Graves thing. And what was her name? Josie? Something? Sec. Yeah, as in, give me a sec. I'll be right there. But back before there were ticking clock hands on every wall, I kind of doubt that was a saying. Where does a name like that come from? She was Shoshone or something, I guess, but so was Crossbolt Joe, except his name makes sense. You'd know, Mr. Holmes. Probably Sec is a French breakdown of whatever her real name was in Shoshone. And why does it even matter, right? I'm not wondering where Sally Schallenberg's last name comes from, am I? Always dwelling on the wrong shit. A memoir by J.D. Daniels. And yes, the D in that is for Daniels. Deal with it. Okay, I say to Lemmy about the yacht almost already being here. I'm not moving toward the front door, though. But the kitchen? I step neatly over Phil, careful as I can be of the blood, and am opening each cabinet, cataloging it. If I know Phil's type, then after my mom was gone, he didn't rearrange. Meaning this organization, it's all her. The coffee mugs are on the lowest shelf by the sink, and above them are the taller glasses, like you start low in the morning, can rise higher throughout the day. The pans are all on their side in a wire rack, also from smallest to largest. Judging by the TV dinner trays perched on every flat surface in here, I'm guessing Phil doesn't really use these pans much. I reach in, run my fingers along their edges, making the metal sing just slightly, but enough. No, my mom probably didn't keep human heads in the oven, but she did stencil her personality over how she stacked glasses and pans. Squint as I do, though, I can't dial back far enough to recall how she organized the kitchen at home. And did she learn it from her mom? Or an aunt? A grandma? I know so little about her childhood. Getting her to talk about herself usually only made her eyes unfocus, like she was trying to look all the way back to then, too. But she kept finding nothing. I wonder if, after the yacht delivers me back to this side of the lake, I don't go into my kitchen, pull everything out onto the counters, then put it all back from littlest to biggest. Not that I'm telling you about that, Sharona. It would be some big, revealing deal to you, I know, which means it would make me feel like a specimen under a microscope, like you're going to change my name, whip up some article about sad patient 1428. 1428 being for you, Mr. Craven. Signed, Demon Child, 69. When I finally step into the front doorway of Phil's trailer, I'm holding on tight to the sides, because I don't want to tilt out, spill over. Lemmy's waiting for me. It's improper, probably, but he takes my waist in his massive hands and lowers me slowly, like I'm a balloon he's tugging down from the sky. Meaning, I'm sure, that he's probably behind all this somehow, right? Them's the rules, slasher girl. Once you find yourself kindly disposed towards someone, which takes them out of consideration for doing all the bad deeds, then, surprise! But I'm still thinking it might be Harrison, running around on his knees going, scree, 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 with a kitchen knife. Never mind that I know and saw with my own 2 eyes that it's definitely and 100% Sally Shallambert, come looking for her old sparring partner, but willing to climb up into the ring with whoever she runs into in the meanwhile. Where's she from, even? Elk Bend or something? Maybe this means that, when she dies, it needs to be by the antler points of Banner's dad's old trophy, like that dad in Sick. Doesn't matter, Jade. Not your job anymore. I do wish like hell I could change out of this bullshit skirt, though, and lose these useless heels. Kid me is turning over in her grave, seeing what she's become. Meanwhile, adult me's traipsing and stumbling behind her giant of a student, cutting back across Devil's Creek to get to the pier faster. You should have let me change, I tell Lemmy between ragged breaths. I'm not exactly the cardio goddess of Pleasant Valley. What I am is a girl carrying her heels, a girl who walked through her stupid knee-highs she doesn't know how long ago. And no, Principal Harrison, I didn't save anybody on 3rd from the fire, which won't matter if the flames don't come this far. If they do, though, maybe we're all born with a bucket for holding the regret that's only so big, so that the next big avalanche into it has to splash some out the other side. I'd take that. Listen, maybe I can just swing over to my... I start to say to Lemmy, angling for a breather in my own living room just a few streets away. But I'm saying this right as we're stepping out of the trees, and the yacht's right there, gianter than life. I stop, my hands to my knees. You know each of your steps are 2 of mine, don't you? I ask Lemmy. But my legs and feet weigh more, Lemmy says back. And if I could actually breathe, I might be able to poke holes in this. Instead, I just suck air. "Remember the Umiak?" I ask Lemmy when I can, for just a little bit more stall. "Boat's a boat," Lemmy says back, and steps out onto the pier without looking back. I shake my head, exasperated, and follow. The rope ladder slings out above us, and I flinch and cover, sure this is the bird's too, pterodactyl. But then the rope and plastic ladder unfurls against the side of this impossibly tall, slick hull. "What?" Lemmy says, truly concerned, I think. "When you have long hair, birds make you nervous," I inform him. "Birds?" "Things coming from the sky," I explain, flinging my hand to the ladder. He shrugs about this, then grandly steps aside so I can go up first, in a skirt. "Serious?" I ask. "Mom kicks my ass if I'm not a gentleman," he says, wowing his eyebrows and his shoulders both. "Good enough," I tell him, and wrap the extra fabric of my skirt in my hand and hold it to the side, pulling the rest tight around my legs. With mincing, hardly climbing steps, I hand over hand it up and up. Again, it's so damn tall, like scaling a building that just thrust up from the lake. Lemmy practically vaults up after me, kind of grins a no-big-deal grin about how easy it is for him, and how ancient I must be to have made such a chore of it, like I'm just on a day pass from the nursing home here. "Well then," I say, looking around for attack dogs, for security in black suits, for bear traps fashioned after Jaws. It's just us, as far as I can tell. And this top deck, at least to my very untrained eye, is a spitting image of the deck on the other yacht, the one that, the last time I was there, had dead founders draped all over it, and blood squelching underfoot, a trophy wife sailing down from the top deck, her legs pedaling the air. If I understand correctly, that murder yacht sunk now, very much on purpose, or it's in a boat junkyard at least. I don't know exactly what scuttle means. It sounds like how a crab walks, but nautical stuff is way beyond my tax bracket. Lena Singleton walks up out of what I officially consider nowhere, her lips pressed together. She's wearing faded jeans and old sneakers, and the denim button-up draped over her 5'0" frame is speckled with paint, her hair in a messy bun at the crown of her head. I mean, at that part of her skull. She's maybe a queen of Terra Nova, sure, but her regalia is her bank account, her social standing, this yacht. And I should be more generous, I know, less suspicious, but still, I can't help but wonder if she threw this all on when Lemmy said he was bringing me along, and then only remembered to mess her hair up at the last moment, coming up whatever hidden stairs birthed her up top. She's carrying a fancy paper bag that looks to be from a designer store in Hollywood, or Dubai. "Lem says you need a change," she says, passing the bag to me, her arm straight out because she doesn't want to crowd me, doesn't want to freak me out. "Thanks," I say to her. "Had to guess on your size," Lena says, blinking a touch faster. "Where can I ask?" She tilts her head over to the open door behind us, says, "We'll be at the prow?" "The Leo and Kate place," Lemmy adds, which sails right past me. But front. I get that much. I take my bag up the ramp and through the doorway, and inside this cabin or room or whatever it is, it's probably 5 degrees warmer. It's not bitter cold outside, just the usual October chill, but it's better in here. And this isn't a cabin. It's a kind of I don't know, lobby or main place. No steering wheels to fight a big storm with, just a lot of couches and chairs. A bar back in the corner, a big central table, and... oh, this is the party room, isn't it? All these tall round tables to stand at with a drink, and then one low, two-person table that's not like the rest. It's been dragged here, it looks like, for Lena and Lemmy to have dinner together each night. Someone's even left a laptop there, I guess because they had to eat alone. But there's blinds down over all the windows, special for my privacy, probably, and more than likely done with a remote control Lena has on her person somewhere. No, with her phone, stupid. I stumble a bit to the side when the yacht moves, but find my feet soon enough. The laptop slides a bit as well, so I rush over, secure it. Don't need to get blamed for destroying even more property. It does surprise me that Lena would leave me in a room with a computer like this, but I'm sure I don't have the right whorls and arches to get into it. My fingers find the buttons on the side of this skirt, and I suck in to make it easier. And while my hands are busy, my eyes settle on that big central table that's probably mounded with lobster and caviar on the weekends. I immediately forget that I'm supposed to be undressing. Seriously? I say out loud. It's a scale model of Henderson Golding. I drift over, not even breathing. Growing up, how many times did I imagine how it must be down in Drown Town? Not just for class projects, but because it was the first and constant place I could never go, never see. There were the blurry photographs on all the walls around Prufrock, at the walls of Dots, the bank, the drugstore, the main office at school. But they weren't like this. What this is the product of all the scans gathered by Treasure Island, floating in place directly over Ezekiel's church. You'd like it, Mr. Holmes. It's a diorama, like we all used to make, except it's been 3D printed and then painted. Oh, of course, Lena's smock. She's hands-on, then. The paperweight for the photographs she's been using as color guide is a hard rubber shark about 10 inches long, which I want to float above the buildings, doing the dun-dun music myself, while the tiny miners scatter and scream. But I shouldn't touch any of this. Also, I should hate it, of course. Seeing Drown Town in miniature is a magical and impossible thing. But this model isn't just to gift for the nursing home lobby, to be the touchable version of the senior citizens' grandparents' stories. It's a blueprint for the amusement park that's going to replace Camp Blood. Like scraping those cabins out of the valley will also magically remove from memory everything that happened there. Bullshit. Or if tearing the buildings down is how you wipe blood from the collective memory, then that means Prufrock's next, doesn't it? Right down to the paving stones. Maybe I should push all this off the table. Say it just slid when the propellers kicked on. Except, of course, it's never slid off before. And it's some spun version of plastic anyway, so it wouldn't shatter. All leaving it on the floor would do is make me look ungrateful and petty, confirming everything Lena Singleton probably already thinks about me. But I have to slow down to remind myself. I also didn't think much of the founders, did I? Theo Mondragon proved me right, even if Letha still won't consider it. But the rest of them, including Lena Singleton's dead husband, Llewellyn, I don't know. Sure, they were filthy rich, probably filthy in all the usual ways. Besides, capitalism doesn't exactly keep your hands clean. But they maybe weren't that bad, all things considered. Well, either that or they never got a chance to show their true colors. But, benefit of the doubt. Sharona's always telling me, don't expect the worst of people. Maybe Lena Singleton isn't rebuilding Henderson Golding on top of Camp Blood out of vindictiveness, but she honestly thinks she's doing good for the valley? Like that movie she wanted to show? Or maybe her dead husband's family took over all the banks he used to run and left her out in the cold, so she's having to tap into every revenue stream she can? Though plunking a shiny new yacht down into the lake when Donna Pangborn's monster of a house is empty and probably available doesn't exactly scream frugality, does it? No. It's got to be some flavor of revenge, even the killing us with kindness kind. Lena Singleton wants to shellac over the quaintness Deacon Samuel saw once upon a Sunday drive, proving to him that this place is just as chintzy and grubby as the rest of America. Arguing with a dead dude is something I guess I can understand. Understanding is one thing, though. Approving of what she's doing, that's a whole other thing. Sure, this is the place that killed your husband, but if you're looking to lay blame, then who was it chipping into the rock over on the national park side of the lake in the first place, and waking up a certain little dead girl? Which, this lodges in my head, won't go down. Has rebuilding Terra Nova woken something else up? Is that what's happening? If the Terra Nova Consortium had just been students in your class, Mr. Holmes, they'd know that over on the other side of the lake, that's where all the bodies are buried. And if any of them knew horror, they'd know you let the dead rest. When you're the kind of rich they are, though, you probably think none of that applies to you. In spite of what happened last time. Idiots, I mumble, stepping out of my skirt, my phone hand to the tabletop the model's on, because not everybody's a ballerina with perfect balance. And because, if the yacht lurches through a swell, then who knows? Maybe I get thrown onto this Disney-fied drown town, shatter it like it's made from Legos. No such luck. I don't think Indian Lake ever gets rough enough to actually jostle a boat this big. Stay for the winter, though, Lena. We'll see what the crush of ice does to this hull. You don't turn the other cheek much, do you? Sharona said to me our first session. I didn't explain to her that, in the yard, inside, if you don't come back with fists and kicks and teeth when somebody just brushes your shoulder, then you're getting walked over for the rest of your bid. I also didn't explain to her that some men take not coming back hard as invitation, and that some of those men are fathers. No, Sharona doesn't know everything about yours truly. Unless Letha's told her. Sheesh. But no, Letha wouldn't do that. What's mine is mine. What's the poem you made us memorize freshman year, Mr. Holmes? About eating your own heart, not because it tastes good, but because it's bitter, and it's yours, and yours alone? I used to know the hell out of that one, sir. Not the words, but how they felt. I never knew somebody from so long ago could be so metal. But am I talking about me or about Lena Singleton, right? I mean, first, you don't name your son Lemmy without being at least somewhat metal. But second, coming back to the place that killed your husband and trashed your future, and holding it in your hand hard enough to squeeze it into another shape? That's Black Sabbath war-pigging it up at the drive-in's playground, while Black Sunday flickers on screen. Every car out there either Christine or that big Lincoln from The Car, with a certain Peterbilt idling hungrily in the back row. No, 2 Peterbilts. Duel and Joyride. Dimebag Darrell painted in above it all like the saint he is. Maybe Lena Singleton's not one to tangle with. Never mind that she looks like someone who knits or crochets when the pressures of the day are crowding in on her. If Jason keeps coming back because someone cut his mom's head off, then what of a wife whose husband had his head scooped clean? In slashers, it's the righteous who get the body count. But this isn't a slasher yet, I remind myself. It's just a lot of dead and missing people in a town known for slashers. And even if it is a slasher, then it's not about me. I wish Letha were here to talk this through. Letha, are you getting my mental texts? Hurry, girl. We need you. But I guess if Lena hadn't come back to Proof Rock, then Lemmy's never in my class either. And I think he's actually decent and interesting. Isn't spoiled like a kid from Terra Nova should be. Not that cleanses this scorched earth stuff his mom's doing. I would ask Sharona about Lena Singleton, but therapists evidently have this strict policy about theorizing on the motivations of people not in therapy with them, which I only know from asking her why Harrison has it in for me. And I can't stay in this grand dining room forever, I don't guess. I slide into the clothes from the bag, and the bag might be fancy, but it's just long black sweatpants with no elastic cuff at the bottom, thank you, and a tan shirt with sleeves long enough to have thumb holes, the fabric so thin Lena could probably sunburn through it, and silk-screened on front, of course, that hockey mask guy from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. No way is this Lena's, then. It'd even be out there for me in my prime. Turtles? Come on. Whose could it be, then? It's about 2X sizes too small for Lemmy, and the material's too expensive for anyone doing the work on the boat. Solve the mysteries you can solve, Sharona tells me. It's good advice. And these clothes are new, anyway, still have the tag on them, so it's not really anybody's yet. Whatever. My black bra shows through the thin tan. My tats are right there just the same. But that's for other people to deal with. If you don't like it, don't look. That's straight from Yazzie. I bite the tags off, place them neatly on Drowntown's Main Street, and nod to myself that I can do this. That I only have to go out there on deck for maybe 3 more minutes. 10, counting calling Banner in, then riding back like, sorry, Mr. Holmes. Like George Washington crossing that famous river, which I didn't even learn from correspondence class, but from that movable poster you used to have on the wall by the chalkboard, that maybe wound up in, compromising positions a time or two by completely unknown parties. Girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. I push through the heavy, completely silent doors, walk out in my bare feet, stumble almost immediately on a pair of soccer sandals. Not the G-string kind that wedge up between your toes, but the slide kind that wrap around the front of your feet. They're too big, flap against my heel, slap against the deck. But I don't have to balance to stand in them, so score 1 for the good guys. Everything fit? Lena asks without turning around, because she, I'm guessing by design, heard me coming. She's at the railing with Lemmy, who looks back to me and nods hey, like I've been gone on some world-weary adventure, not just changing clothes. Thanks, I tell her, holding my arms out to present myself in this gimme outfit that suddenly, out in the cold sunlight, feels a lot like pajamas. Here, let me, Lena says, and before I can stop her, she's dabbing at my hairline on the left side with some sort of medicated wipe. I flinch back, but then remember, I hit my head on the sharp underside of Phil's trailer, didn't I? I try, but Lena's in mom mode. I'm surprised she's not licking this wipe to get it more wet. Just a scratch, she says, when through the crusted trail of blood enough. Who am I ask, faking amnesia. Lena hits me lightly on the shoulder with the wipe, then stuffs it in the hip pocket of her high-waisted jeans. Lemmy was just showing me what the two of you found over on 3rd Street, she says then. What, did she just keep herself from slipping out there? On the poor side of town? I need to tell the sheriff, I say, coming up to the rail and holding on to it, the brushed aluminum pipe so thick my fingers don't come all the way around. The lake looks so much smaller from this height, like I'm dreaming, a flying dream. I mean, another flying dream. I'm up there with you some nights, Mr. Holmes. Oh, the cigarettes we smoke. The air kind of hurts the scratch on my head, but at least it won't get infected now. "Hey, food," Lemmy says. We all turn, and sure enough, some staff are swirling a table and chairs down, and others are trailing in with covered plates and a patio heater with wheelie wheels at the back. "I get cold at this elevation," Lena curtly explains, offering me a chair. The heat is nice, especially in a shirt you could blow smoke rings through. Lemmy doesn't sit, but scoops a pile of buffalo wings onto a plate, drifts back to the railing. "He's afraid these chairs will break," Lena says, leaning across a few degrees, like trying to say this where Lemmy won't have to hear. The chairs are plastic, but not the kind of plastic I'm used to. This plastic feels more substantial than wood. I flinch when a heavy guitar comes through some speakers I can't see, but this is every day for Lena. "You're not connected," she calls over to Lemmy. He looks down to his phone, touches the earbud in his right ear, and the Bluetooth figures out what it's supposed to be doing. "Kids, right?" Lena says. I take a bowl when she nods that's what I'm supposed to do, and then scoop some of the pasta in, garnishing it with 2 of the 3 remaining buffalo wings, which I plan on counting as dessert, after forcing myself to swallow whatever these noodles are. "Fork?" I say, not sure what's the polite way to ask. Lena already has hers, fancy, shiny, heavy-looking, initialed ER. But instead of passing me another one like that, she discreetly slides me flatware wrapped in a cloth napkin, just like in a restaurant, their tops dull and uninitialed. "Thanks," I say, and dump the fork and spoon and knife out, expecting to have to wince from the rude clatter, but plastic? Still silvery, but definitely not metal, like Lena's. I heft the fork to be sure. I say, sort of on accident. "I don't want you to be uncomfortable," Lena says, patting the top of my fork-holding hand with the undersides of the fingers of her right hand, like telling me everything's hunky-dory. "Thank you," I tell her, and dig in. Not sure exactly what's just happened, but if there'd been plastic and metal silverware, yeah, plastic's what I pick. But I'm not sure I like her knowing this about me, because then I have to wonder what else she knows, and how. The noodles have some sort of fragrant oil on them that I don't think I've ever had. "I'm glad you're here," Lena says, dabbing her lips as if she could ever have food smeared on her mouth. "It won't take us very long to get to the other side. And I know you have pressing business. But I feel that there may be unresolved tensions between you and the consortium, I mean." I give up on the weirdly slick noodles, bite into a wing, managing to pull all the skin off in a single bite, getting 0 meat. "You could say there's a history there," I tell her, picking through about 20 verbal landmines to get to that. "I just want you to know," Lena says, touching the top of my hand again. "That was before. We made mistakes. But that's why I'm here now, isn't it? What do the Boy Scouts say? Leave it better than you found it. That's all I want to do with my year here." "Year?" I ask around a bite. The noodles are good for taking the sting out of the wings anyway. Lena waves her hand in front of her face and crinkles her nose, says, Lem, over there, please." She's talking about the cigarette he's fired up, that she can somehow distinguish from the smoke of the fire. But she's a mom, isn't she? This is a thing mothers can do, Letha tells me. She can distinguish 80s play sounds from her hurt sounds from across the house. Knows sleep breathing from fake sleep breathing, and on, down to nuances I'd never even thought to suspect. Lemmy chuckles good-naturedly about being called out for his cigarette, makes his way down the rail at his own pace, like he was going there anyway. Yes, a year, Lena goes on. Lem's senior year. He's loving your class, by the way. I'm so glad we didn't listen to... Well, I'm glad he enrolled. He's really taken a shine to you, considers you a mentor of sorts. He's got a good head for facts, I say, managing to tear all the skin off another wing. What I don't say is that Lemmy will also, if Teach is getting that kind of trembly other smokers can clock, leave a single cigarette on the corner of my desk on the way out of class. Maybe some teachers like shiny red apples, I don't know. This one, she runs on nicotine. But you can't tear Camp Winnemucca down, I say, falling into Lena's speech pattern and immediately hating myself for it. It's so unsafe, though, Lena says, catching my eyes for just a moment. And all those kids. Crane Howarth, Anthea Walker, Jackson Stokes, and Melanie Trigo, I recite, finally tearing into the wonderful necessary meat of this wing. Excuse me? Lena asks, her fork of 2 whole noodles still hovering over her plate, because she's evidently one of those women who don't actually eat, just go through the motions. The kids who died in the 60s, I say. I'm the history teacher, remember? It was only 4? Lena asks, then purses her lips like she could have phrased that better. I get it, though. 4 isn't much when compared to everyone who died on the first Terra Nova yacht, and it's nothing compared to the next night, or 2019. It is more than the construction grunts Theo Mondragon killed and hid, though. I hiss air through my teeth. What, dear? Lena asks. Bit my tongue, I mumble. You? I have to smile about this instead of answering. She's saying that I'm not the kind to bite anything back. More importantly, I think this is the first authentic thing Lena's said here. It's the first time I'm sort of seeing the real her. And I don't hate her, even though I need to hate her. But this is the way the devil does it, isn't it? I appreciate the food, the clothes, I say, pushing my plate away a few inches. But if you're trying to get me to take my name off that petition... I signed it too, Lena says discreetly. I don't know how Deb Holland missed this renaming when she was renaming the rest of them last year. I stare at the railing and the trees beyond, knowing full well I'm supposed to play along, supply some examples, except... Deb who? If it's not Idaho, then I didn't study up on it. Sorry, Mr. Holmes. Ho! Lemmy calls out. We both look up to him, one of us gratefully, one with annoyance, and he directs us to Terra Nova. Not that big a lake, is it? Lena says, standing and draping her napkin off the edge of the table, which is maybe a rich person thing. I don't know. I ball mine up, leave it on my plate, by the 2 bones with too much meat left on them. But growing up, I saw Rexall crack bones like this open too many times to suck the marrow out, paint his teeth with it, then lean into me making gross sucking mouth sounds. Lecter sounds, I would figure out later. Some of those wet black flecks flying out to stick to my face. I should probably be vegetarian, I guess. Maybe next week, and when there's no buffalo wings in play. Thanks for the ride, I say, and stand into the chill outside of this heater. Is the temperature lower over here in Terra Nova? The way it's supposed to be when there's a ghost around? Or we are docked where we are? Ghosts? Nature's air conditioner? See you in a few, Lemmy says to his mom, opening a pass-through in the railing so he can ladder down to the dock. Wrong, wrong, Lena says, stepping in to block him out with her 115 pounds. Give that swung-open railing to me and me alone. Mom, Lemmy whines. There's people dying out there, Lena says right back to him, eyebrows way, way up, just like her tone. She's right, I tell Lemmy. I can't be responsible for you. I can handle myself. I just listen to your mom. Lena nods thanks to me, and I step through, give my weight to the third rung down, and swing more than I want, so that my first instinct is to panic and cling, but not in front of them. Keep the clothes, Lena calls down. Oh yeah. Thanks for the sweatpants, Terranova. They make up for all of it. Everything's forgotten now. Just keep this land over here. You're all paid up. Idiots. I make it down to the dock, wave up that all's well, and can almost feel Tierra Mondragon sailing down from the top deck of the old yacht. To splat right where I'm standing, her fixed open eyes staring back at the yacht like that cover for Dead Calm, which I guess she was, right about then. And still. It's nothing. You're being stupid, I tell myself, hands balled into fists, and robot walk up the dock, fully aware I'm on display here. That Lena Singleton's got her small hands on that brushed aluminum railing up there, at the top of this ghost ship, her lips prim, her eyes flat and dead now that she doesn't have to put a kind face on. Doll's eyes, Quint said once. That about sums it up. But don't look behind, only look ahead, Sharona's always telling me. I do, my steps taking about 2.5 of these plasticky planks in at a time, the floats down there bobbing with my weight, sending small ripples out, like announcing me. Good. Fine. Yeah. I'm back, bitches. My hair's different. I'm older, less eyeliner. And this isn't exactly the outfit I would have picked. But I'm still that same pissed-off girl, her hands balled into fists. Which is how you talk when you're sort of scared, I know. And when you're not actually saying it out loud, either. Breathe in, Sharona says. Now breathe out. Good, good. Terra Nova's spread out before me like a brochure. The rule the first time it was going up was that none of Caribou Targi's trees were going to have to die to accommodate these houses. What this guarantee meant was that the founders had to build where it was rocky and unaccommodating, where they could accidentally punch down into a cave, wake certain horrors up. You'd never know it now. The house that was going to be Letha's has got to be complete. Just look at it in all its splendor. It's kind of the flagship of this gateless, gated community. 3 stories tall this time, with private balconies and so many monstrous windows to watch the sunrise. Behind it are the other 9 homes, each just as grand. There's driveways now, too, which is weird, since this is a lake-access-only kind of place. But if Lena scrapes Camp Blood away, plants her version of Henderson Golding down where it was, then the tourists will need to get to that day of activities, won't they? Hammering horseshoes, churning milk, panning for ore, hitting the saloon. There'll probably even be some Angus Scrim look-alike to play Ezekiel, lead congregation after congregation in sanitized hymns. What won't be there is Lech Graves killing his wife however he did. Josie Seck. That's her name. Stuffing her body into some crevice or cranny over here, and then stepping back from the rising waters with everyone else. All of them leaving his 8-year-old daughter to live like a cat underfoot in the new town of Prufrock, eating whatever scraps she can find, sleeping under wagons, in horse stalls, under porches, her big eyes always watching, watching. If I were younger and had no standards whatsoever, no human decency, I could play Stacey Graves in that reenactment, I think. Wouldn't take any study at all. I step off the dock, down onto the terra firma of Terra Nova. Each time it feels like I've discovered the monster's lair at last. Just, instead of lava and caves and pools of murky water, there's houses and gazebos and a little gravel path, construction equipment scattered among it all, but no workers. New world, my big brown ass. I should hold my lighter to the carpet of each house, leave Terra Nova smoking behind me. Instead, I turn to the yacht still behind me, make my hand into a fist up by my head, and pull it down once, twice, 3 times, asking them to blow their air horn, please. Lena just stands there. Might as well be a mannequin. Did she never learn how to make truckers honk out on the highway? I pivot slow on the heel of my new sandal, and the next step is into the sound radius of all the chainsaws. They're buzzing, grinding, growling. This is how a forest dies. I sneak a look over to where the bank of porta-johns, as Hardy called them, used to be, where the grass was green and salty, drawing the elk in from the safety of the trees. But there's a well there now, with the waist-high circular stone wall, bucket hanging over it, a cute little roof, the whole deal. Wait till they're asleep, I say to Samara in my head, skating my eyes away, because saying her name might conjure her, though I drift over to that well, sneak a look in, down. It isn't even as deep as it is tall. It's just for show. Hilarious. I move toward the delicate sound of chainsaws, which is where Banner has to be, and for a moment their tearing sound falls into step with the yacht's big diesel engine propelling it away. Lena's good deed for the day done. Having no ride suddenly, I cast around for all the canoes and kayaks the chainsaw brigade took across, but where are they? Weird. I clock the sun for how much time I have, and it's not much. Nightfall's always closer than you think this high up the mountain. Well, this deep into my chosen genre. But I'm hiding in the video store again, hiding in my own head. Time to be the messenger you said you were going to be, slasher girl. Just walking through Terra Nova again, after all my promises never to again. It's like I'm trying to run up Nancy's oatmeal and pancake batter stairs. Each step is goopier than the last. I haven't even looked up these new founders' names this time. Since they showed up to swim the lake, I don't think they've even come back, really. Well, 2 of them can't. One went berserker in a board meeting, strangled some sad sack, and the other drove his cute little sports car into a bridge abutment. None of which is helping me zero in on Banner to ring the alarm. I go to my phone to text Lemmy about honking that big horn. Never mind that I don't have my students' cell numbers, but shit, I say, turning back to the retreating boat again. My cell. I must have set it down when I was changing. I mean, it's dead, sure, but that doesn't mean I don't still want it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, I tell myself. And this isn't the slasher genre, dealing with the problem of cell phones. It's just me being an idiot. I go well around the flagship house, walk purposefully between the 2 sort of to the side behind it, and I'm following the same path the Oman Dragon did when he was playing Nail Gun Massacre with shooting glasses and cowboy boots and mismatched gloves. I turn sharply to the left, to go an even less direct way back to the forest, just to get my heart beating more like a normal heart. I'm out of pills, I mean. Don't have anything to tamp a panic attack down with. Breathing exercises and being in the moment aren't going to cut it, Sharona. But from the bottom of my chainsaw heart, thanks. And then I see it. At first, I think it's a little black bear, drunk on berries or sick from smoke, just propped up against the back of what was going to be the Baker house, its legs splayed out in front of it. The reason I knee-jerk bear is the khaki-colored uniform. Fremont County Sheriff's Department officers wear brown on brown, top to bottom. And this officer, it's not Joellen. He's male, meaning Banner? I open my mouth to scream, but right when I do, the yacht's foghorn bellows long and loud, deep and far, shaking the forest down to its roots and scaring me down to my knees, making it feel like that massive sound came from me. And it sort of did, I think. Please, please, I say, and scramble up, am running to the Baker house, running as hard as I can.
Baker Solutions. Report of Investigation, 12 August 2023, number 25 Alpha 11. Intentions to vandalize. As part of processing back into society, inmates of Idaho Falls Community Reentry Center, IFCRC, in order to become graduates, have to submit multiple drafts of an autobiographical document intended to supply a stable foundation for their post-institutional lives. The document is edited and/or annotated by an assigned counselor, and then as part of the ritual of completion, or as IFCRC would have it, graduation, they read the final version of this document aloud to the group, promoting both transparency and accountability. IFCRC's promotional material positions this process as a form of narrative therapy, that being an iterative method of retelling a life, such that trauma's impact can be properly absorbed and more positive aspects can become characterizing traits. IFCRC's rate of recidivism is 39% over the first year, compared to an average of 44% for institutions of similar classification. Jennifer Elaine J. Daniels' willful destruction of property, when that's specifically what she was incarcerated for twice before, will perhaps bump IFCRC's rate of recidivism closer to the institutional average.
Bill of Mental Health by Jade Daniels. I was conceived in Cabin 6 of Camp Winnemucca in my Idaho hometown of Proof Rock, a.k.a. the town that dreaded sundown. But by the time my high school dad led my high school mom through the door of that cabin, Camp Winnemucca was known commonly as Camp Blood. So maybe, with that, you can understand where I'm coming from. Literally. Biologically. And what I promise always to defend, even to my own detriment, no matter what. This is also super key and why I leave the kind of footprints I've been leaving, that are red and dripping. Being conceived by beard-up high schoolers on the site of a massacre where one little girl, Amy, was taken to be a second little girl, Stacy, and that first little girl was institutionalized, like I am now. I'm guessing that's not exactly the secret recipe to be an honor student. But where that first little girl ate her blanket and suffocated herself to escape this life of suffering and unfair accusation, I prefer graduating like this and living to fight another day. Thank you. I haven't fought tooth and nail twice in my hometown to die all the way down the mountain. So then, after being born, lo and behold, in junior high, when I needed it the most, I found a bay of blood in a 55-gallon plastic blue barrel to the right of the glass door of a gas station, probably 3 miles from where we are now. My life at that precise moment went one way and not the other. If you want to know more about that movie and what it can do for you, I'm down the hall from the canteen. Can tell you about the ways of our Lord and Savior, Mario Bava. And I say that Cabin 6 is where I start, but I'm supposed to be being strictly factual here, meaning I have to go back even before that. One thing I figured out in my first year of high school that confirmed many important things was that my dad was 18 when I was born in 1998, which is H2O, that being the 20-year/anniversary of Halloween. 1998 is the return of Jamie Lee Curtis, a.k.a. Laurie Strode, and 1978, 20 years before that, is the introduction of this final girl of final girls. "Do as I say," Laurie told the children she was watching. And you can't see me in John Carpenter's angle on that dark living room of her babysitting gig, but I'm standing right over there behind the curtains where Tommy Doyle was hiding before. And, Laurie, I do as you say. I do like you taught us. I fight, and I refuse to die no matter what. And it ends me up in places like this, over and over. But that's better than being stuffed open-eyed in a cabinet or posed on a bed with a headstone. But the food is probably about the same for both instances. Anyway, so my dad's 18 when he leads my mom into cabin 6. And maybe she thought this was the start of her love story. But I'm sorry about that, Mom. Your new husband's about to wreck his car and Freddy his face up, and wake up an even worse version of who he already was. But being 18 in 1998 means he was born in 1980. And I didn't even have to look up the next part because I can't ever forget it. And I didn't tell anybody this before, not even my old teacher, so get ready. But my dad's birthday was, you guessed it, May the 9th, 1980. This is the summer of Jason. This is the exact date in history when Sean Cunningham gave us Friday the 13th. Which was originally, you guessed it again, called A Long Night at Camp Blood. A name that can be no accident, since it's the name Camp Winnemucca earned from being what it is. We're having a moment of silence here. A little bit longer. Thanks. So what I'm saying is that my dad was born the same day as Jason Voorhees was born into movie theaters. And I was born the year Halloween turned 20, in a place that might as well be Crystal Lake. And then Mario Bava reached up from a blue bucket with a spooky Vincent Price hand and led me into the rest of my life, providing me with the tools and means to live when I should be dying. And if I'm being honest, like Clara says I have to be here, where honest means not hiding behind trivia, and you have to trust her because her name's sort of from Final Destination, which is what this I'm reading now is supposed to aim me at like an arrow. Then when I was 11, right before that gas station down the road, my dad took my hand too, to drag me to hell, Sam Raimi style, which is a 2009 movie from that same year. Also, that year, Friday the 13th, came back in the form of a remake, because boogeymen never die, are always coming back. But also from that year is Orphan, which I guess I am now, and Triangle, about a woman doomed to keep repeating the same thing, and finally, The Loved Ones, which is what all of you are to me, really. Thank you for listening to me all the time, even after lights out. And I wish I was saying, see you later, here, but Clara, with her clear eyes, says that what I have to say is actually goodbye. Because my past doesn't foretell my future. I might have been born in blood. I might have been dragged to and through hell. But what Clara tells me is that when you're going through hell, keep going, girl. So this right now, right here, it's a moment or two after all those boogeymen, after all those bodies, all the screaming. You can see the light over the hills because it's just before dawn, which was written in Halloween's year, filmed in Friday the 13th, and released into the world the next year, which isn't a deadly blessing, but a bloody birthday. So happy birthday to me, it says. But look up over the burning of those candles in the fun house, just for a moment. Gail Weathers is staring right into her new cameraman's camera. She doesn't care how beat up she looks after this hell night. What she looks like is a survivor. One with friends now. And what she's telling the world is that the dark night of the Scarecrow is over. Right behind her, the sun is rising. It's a new day, I mean. For me, too. Wish me luck. Jade. Nightmare at Shadow Woods. Yes, yeah. Of course I run for all I'm worth for 30 yards. To the house this khaki shirt and brown cowboy hat are slumped against. Thing is, it's 40 yards if I want to actually get there. But I can't. I don't want to. I stop and pace back and forth, trying to get my breathing under control, trying to get my face to not be so hot, telling myself that if I just scrunch my hands in my hair and pull it a little bit harder, then none of this has to be real. My sandals are, I don't know, I don't care, somewhere behind me, and they're not mine anyway, and I hate them, and I hate this. Shit, shit, shit! But as long as I don't walk up to this house, to this body that hasn't stirred even a little from me calling out to it, pleading with it, even on my knees to beg, then it doesn't have to be Banner. Those are the rules. Because if it is Banner there, then I've let 80's daddy die. I've let Letha's husband get killed. I've let Prufrock Sheriff get taken from us right when we need him the most. And yes, Sharona, I know in all the ways I need to know that I can't take responsibility for things that aren't actually in my control. And that's sort of the root of a lot of my bullshit. But fuck that noise. You've never tried to survive something like this. Twice. Please, please, please don't be Banner. You remember him from 7th period, don't you, sir? Do you remember all the stupid papers he wrote? It was when you were making us read our early drafts out loud to the class. Lots of mining facts copied and pasted in from internet searches. Lots of nouns with as many adjectives stuffed in front of them as they would take to make the word count. And Banner Tompkins, always finding a way to make his assignments be about football, football, football. Back then, that's what his future was. His life was going to be stadium lights and airplanes, locker rooms and cheerleaders. But then the Lake Witch slayings rose up over Prufrock, and in its cool, musty shadow, the whole town screams, sifting back down into the water, one mournful voice at a time. Banner Tompkins fell in love. I understand, I think. I've smoked hundreds of cigarettes behind the bank. I've stared out across the glittering water and let the 20th century fall away to either side. I've stepped out into the new snow of my street and been the first to stomp through it and looked back at my drag marks and nodded that that's me, and I'm here. I never would have guessed it, but I'm starting to think I'm a Henderson Hawk the same as Banner, sir, for better or for worse. Rah, rah. And if he can just not be dead against the side of this house, I'll get a hawk tattoo, say? Would that do it? No? Okay then. How about I won't provoke Harrison anymore? And what if I stop always buying one suspicious thing I don't actually need when I'm at the drugstore? It's only to razz whoever's working the register, I mean. It's not that I need more duct tape or zip ties or rat poison. It's that, juvenile as I know I still am, I like to imagine the kid checking me out relaying these purchases to whoever they talk to after work, relaying them in a lowered voice, a watch-out voice. Yeah, that. I can stop harassing people in Prufrock. No problem. But part of the deal, I can feel, is that I walk over to this house, this body, before a steady 10 count. By the 5th step, I can feel the muscles in my forearms and my thighs clutching my bones. By the 7th step, the air hissing out from between my teeth is all I can hear. By the 9th step, there's tears running down my cheeks. For this idiot I used to only wish the worst on. "Ban?" I say, dropping to my knees, easing the brim of this wide hat up, and only looking with the very corner of my right eye, so I can take that look back if I need to. "It's not Banner, Mr. Holmes." I sag lower, my whole body the top part of a question mark, my arms limp, my face slack. It's not Banner, but it is someone, in a deputy's shirt and hat. "Bub?" I say. I've never talked to him directly, but he's been standing a few feet back from Banner and me a time or two. Can't say I know his story, just that he's from Ammon. I'd assumed Banner had hired him specifically so he wouldn't have connections to town, but he corrected me. There had been exactly one application for the empty slot on the force, probably because of the short life expectancy of law enforcement around these parts. "Sorry, dude," I say, lifting that brown cowboy hat the rest of the way off. I did hear that, even though Bub's last name isn't Rogers, there's still some hazy relation to Clayt Rogers. But that doesn't mean he deserved whatever this is. You can't control who you're related to. And, now that I've taken his hat off, there's sort of a knot, or protuberance in his forehead. The skin isn't split, though. Maybe it's just a knot he's carried all his life, since dinging himself on the handlebar of a snowmobile one winter, or a knobby fat deposit, like wiener dogs get. That why he wanted to be a deputy over here in Proof Rock? So he could always keep this hat snug down? Without the brim of his hat keeping him propped up against the house, too, Bub starts to sort of collapse to the left. Instinctually, I hug him to me, and my right hand cups the back of his head carefully, like I can hurt him if I'm too rough. And, "Head cheese?" I say into his ear. Once upon a hot Texas summer, that was the working title for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And it's what's mushing between my fingers now, and clumping down the back of my hand into Bub's collar. And there's some sort of ruptured sac involved with this, like what I always imagined afterbirth might feel like. Just what's being born here. It's a warm brain. I let Bub continue his slump, gentle him down to the ground. His muscles, with the blood drained out of them, sort of creak, try to stick, like, come on, what's wrong with the position we were in? We were just getting comfortable." In a perfect world, this would be my first time feeling this distinct dryness inside a dead body. Proof Rock isn't that perfect world. Neither is Terra Nova. I work my way kind of behind him enough to see his skull has a new back door, one that's more or less square and punched in, gaping open, with an odd glittering at the edges, like it was a prom queen's pointy shoe that kicked him. What, there's some sweetheart of Caribou Targhee pageant nobody told me about? Then I hear one level under that, to what my brain's whispering just loud enough for me to hear. Not the sweetheart of the National Forest, but the angel of Indian Lake. I stand fast, case all of Terra Nova I can, waiting for a shadow to break, rush me. It's what I deserve for going so long without looking up. Either I'm alone save the buzz of chainsaws, or I was slow enough that any shadows had a chance to hide, wait for my next moment of inattention. "Hey! Hey!" I yell, to try to get some chainsawer back in the trees to come help. But I'm not a foghorn on a giant yacht, and all the money-hungry proof rockers carving through 200-year-old trunks probably have ear protection on anyway. I take a step their direction, hoping to wave one down, get them all over here, and I admit part of it's that I want them to see that I didn't do this. But then I stop, realize I'm doing exactly what I accused Banner and his team of doing, walking over evidence. I hold my hands out for balance, to keep from taking another step, and try my best to figure out which tracks lead to Bub's boots, so I can see which way he might have come from. Which is when it hits me. With the back of his head crashed in, it's not very likely that he staggered in from the tree line. No, this happened to him right here, didn't it? By reluctant degrees, I crank my head over, my neck popping in the process, Billy style. There's blood on the pale wall, level with my eyes. Enough that it's dripped down. Meaning, whoever did this, they were standing nearly exactly where I'm standing now, in this churn of snow that I'm not Indian enough to read anything from, except for a half-smoked cigarette, the last smoke of a dead man, and me without my matches. But I can't be jonesing right now, not if I want to keep living. If I want to keep my insides on the inside, then I need to process this scene. Who, or whatever, did this to Bub? I mean, they might be hunkered down right around the corner, snickering about the hatch they're about to kick open in the base of my skull. No thank you. I backpedal, trying to step in my own footprints, and my feet are cold as hell, sure, but I'm Idaho born and bred. It's going to take more than cold feet for me to complain. I back up to as open a space as I can manage, then start to loop around for the chainsaw brigade, my eyes on the trees the whole time. Meaning, of course, that anyone in a high window of the house behind me can just stand there, have plenty of time to pivot away when I turn that direction. The reason horror movies punish crews that split up? It's because it's put them in exactly this position, where they can't watch their backs, leaving them vulnerable to being rushed the moment they turn around, or the moment after that, or the next one. My fingers find my waistband, grub for my dampeners, but I still haven't been home to reload. Meaning I have an hour, maybe 2, until my fingers start to tremble, twitching around for the ghost of a tablet, that wonderful feel of an oblong little pill. It's best I don't have anything to crush and snort, though. This is no time to be checking out. And what was that about splitting up? Shit, I say out loud and turn to the dock, to the yacht. The bow coming around like this big boat's lifted its chin, is pivoting out of the rest of this conversation. Come back! I lean forward to scream to Lena and Lemmy, and then am running for them in my bare feet. Because the planks on the dock are plastic, they don't splinter my feet. But my feet are wet enough from the snow patches I crashed through that when I get to the end of the dock, I'm a cartoon character trying to stop. I have to turn around, lay myself out on my front side, and claw my fingers into whatever rounded-off cracks will take them. It's my chin clunking on ridge after ridge that finally stops me, my bare feet hanging out over the water. One of them on it, I think. I roll around, stand as fast as I can on the dock, and scream again for the English Rose to stop. The blood from my bit tongue spatters out onto my chin from it, and I know there's no way they're going to see me, much less hear me. But maybe a drone will pop up randomly, luckily? Except, of course, that's not the kind of luck I have. When I clamber up to make myself bigger, I can see Lena at the rail, I think. Small and already distant. Just a silhouette, pretty much. And she's done with the plastic chairs now, is sitting in some kind of throne or another, her messy bun undone, so her hair's this blowing haze all around her. And that feels about right. She's up there, and I'm down here, just this small little nobody against the vastness of wild Idaho. Smoke billowing over me, flames licking over the tops of the far-back trees. And okay, yeah, I am from Idaho, but my feet do want to be somewhere warmer and fast. This sort of sucks. I shake my head from side to side, hiss pissed-off air out through my teeth, and use both hands to flip the yacht off, since that's pretty much what it's already doing to me. But not you, Lemmy, I mutter, behind this super effective display. Teachers aren't supposed to make crude gestures to students. I turn my back on the lake to reconsider Terra Nova, but before I can, a flurry of motion on the shore to my right pulls my eyes that direction. This is right below Sheep's Head Meadow, and... not again. It's an elk, a young spike. He's tilting his 2 antlers down at the water, like trying to intimidate it away so he can cross. If only. I stand as tall as I can, wave my arms to him, and he cranks his big head up, fixes me in his eyes. When I'm no threat, he rakes his antlers down into the shallows again. Just, this time, he hooks something enough that it rises to the surface for a moment before sliding back under. What the hell? Now I want to see what this elk is starting a fight with, but I also really, really need to find Banner. What the hell? What the hell? I say to myself, my hands opening and closing by my thighs. What finally makes the decision for me is that, from where I am, that house Bub died against is pretty much the last house on the left, which I know to take for a warning. I'm acting like it's either investigate whatever that elk's found or walk through Terra Nova. But I could also take that slope behind Camp Blood, walk that chalky white bluff one more time. Just, I'm not super sure I have the nerve anymore to tightrope the dam. And, given any kind of choice, I also don't choose to skulk down the Poacher Road across the creek under the dam. That's where Hetty and Paul and Wayne Sellers died. Sure, I might stumble on a motorcycle stashed in the bushes, or a horse might amble up to me, blowing steam every 3rd step. But stay where the people are, slasher girl. You know who doesn't get beheaded? It's the ones who don't put their neck under the machete. Anyway, who or whatever did that to Hetty and Paul and Wainbow? Maybe it's territorial, right? Jason is, about Crystal Lake. Freddie seems to be, about Elm Street. Michael doesn't care about Haddonfield so much, but the territory he claims for his own, it's Halloween night, isn't it? This angel might be staking out the parts of Pleasant Valley where there's no light shining, where there's no eyes watching. And I can't let myself forget about Grayson Brewst. Whoever dug him up was dragging him that way. They weren't just having fun, they were taking him somewhere. Meaning there's a lair back in the trees over there. A den, a hut, a shack, a murder shed, a haunted outhouse, something. And, in a slasher, it doesn't matter how big the forest is. You can plunge into it at any point, and you're ending up at that same cabin in the woods, aren't you, Ash? So no going around the lake that way, and no going around the other way, because that's miles to go before I sleep, which is about 30,000 steps with my head cranking around after each one, to be sure an axe isn't sailing for my face. And anyway, I didn't let myself get ferried across just to hoof it back, did I? I'm here to be the bearer of bad news, and then retire to my living room, click that deadbolt over, crush some tablets into my head, and wait this out. But first, on the way to be that bearer of bad but essential news, this young dude of an elk and whatever he's trying to tell me about. Go, I tell myself, thinning my lips with resolve. Well, with fake resolve, but you take what you can muster. I stiff-leg it down the dock and hook it left, staying as close to the water as I can without actually touching it with my bare feet, telling myself the whole way that, really, this is just 20 yards out of the way. 30, at most. It's practically safe. Is almost still Terra Nova. The spike bolts once he registers that I'm coming his way, and then, maybe 3 or 4 seconds away, he plunges into the lake, is churning steadily across, looking every few bobs, like 2 narwhals in a stop-motion Christmas show, swimming in perfect tandem. I stop where he tore the frozen ground up with his hooves. Shit, I have to say out loud, I couldn't see it from where I was, but the reason he didn't have the nerve to go in here, start his big swim, it's that there's people bobbing in the shallows. My knee-jerk first thought is that this is the Chainsaw Brigade, drowned when some rogue wave from the yacht capsized all their little boats, but no. There's no bright-colored clothes, for one, no chainsaw chaps, no slickers, no motorcycle boots with bright buckles. What the hell? And no, I definitely do not step out there with them, among them. I do grab a branch, though, hook the closest one, drag her in. When I turn her over, at first I can't really process what I'm seeing. The hollow eyes, the drawn cheeks. And then I connect it to an image already in my head. Victorian death photos. What did you call them, Mr. Holmes? Memento mori? This woman's the spitting image of that, except she's in a half shirt with a string bikini underneath. This isn't someone with a chainsaw in their hand and dollar signs in their eyes. This is someone from years ago who got lost in a skiing accident. They all are. The lake is returning its dead after all these years? What? I count 7 of them, and then get suddenly frantic, have to reach my branch out to the others, pull them close enough to confirm they aren't the blonde skinny dipper from the Netherlands who's been missing for 8 years now. What pulling each of them in shows me, too, is that these corpses have that same roughly square hole slammed into and through them. For some, it was the chest, others the face, but what kills people who are already dead? I back off, nodding like this actually makes sense, and past the mud that Spike tore up, there's soggy boot prints and bare footprints. I'm pretty sure the boot prints match that dead guy with the long beard the stick tangled in so well. And the bare footprints are about my size. Probably go with the half-shirt girl. No, I say, shaking my head no like that can make me right, can mean that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Because what it looks like is that these people were walking up out of the lake, at least until someone killed each of them again, pushed them back into the water. That doesn't make any kind of sense. This isn't shock waves, after all. Indian Lake holds a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure evil Nazis aren't one of them. And even if they were, what put them down again? Who put them down again? No, this has to be something else. I must be reading the sign wrong. The footprints. They're just... Yeah. The Chainsaw Brigade slid their boats up here, meaning they walked up here, leaving work boot tracks. And because some of them got their boots wet stepping down from a rocking canoe, 1 or 2 of them was barefoot. And then, starting to pull the boats up onto shore, someone noticed the dead bobbing all around and pushed back. All the boats? They float off. All this damage done to the corpses? Walter Mason used his fire chief swagger to wade out, push his Halligan down through each of them, to show everyone they were really and for sure dead. It's a bullshit version of events, I know. But without it, I fall back on my ass here, hug my knees, and never go find Banner. Sometimes lies are the only thing that can keep you moving forward. Lies and the most wishful thinking. I'm full of both. Banner! I yell into the trees. The chainsaws drown me out. Screw it, then. I kick back along the shore, still not daring the timber's smoky darkness. A few steps away, I clock my 6, because I do not need one of these corpses sitting up in the shallows, cranking its dead eyes over to me. Instead of giving any of them the chance, I walk backwards, almost to the dock, watching them the whole way. Stay, I tell them all, like they're trained zombies, and finally turn around, face the last house on the left, and the rest of them. My feet are officially freezing now, too. I might be Idaho born and bred, but the toes I've got left, They're a lot more tropical, I'm thinking. I'm not the only one caught in a death spiral of past trauma, I mean. None of these piggies want to go to market, thanks. There's something I can do about that, though. Apologizing the whole time, my ears dialed up like a mouse out in the open, I work Bub's cowboy boots off his dead and, no insult, Bub, pretty rank feet. One of the socks comes with, so I take the other one as well. The boots aren't quite small enough for me, and have heels as high as my teaching shoes, and one of them smells like pee. But they're better than going open-toed and stumpy into the woods. And the socks, never mind that they're off a dead dude, they're one hell of a lot warmer than nothing. I stand, clamp that brown cowboy hat on. It sort of matches my TMNT shirt. I hereby deputize you, I say to myself, and case Terra Nova again, now taking into account the brim hiding the sky from me. And, because I'm not Lori with that knife, I take Bub's belt and holster as well, his big pistol snugged down into that shaped leather, and like that, I'm dressed up in a cowboy costume. It really is starting to feel like Halloween. 6 steps through the tall grass of Terra Nova, moving into the fall radius of probably 10 trees at once, angling around wide so as to stay out in the open as long as I can, my shin thunks into... a pipe? No, it's one of those basketball goals on wheels. The workers must have smuggled it across piece by piece for lunch hour, for break, but since helicopters do land here, they have to settle this tall thing down when they're not playing, to keep it from catching a rotor. Shooting Glasses would have liked to have lined a free throw up here, wouldn't he have? And cowboy boots, mismatched gloves. Sorry, guys. You just stumbled into this, just wanted a day's work in the pure mountain air, maybe a beer on the slow chug back across the lake. It never could have worked between Shooting Glasses and me, though. Okay, grade. But I never called you that, man. Reason it never would have worked? It's not that I had to go be an inmate twice, it's that we could actually talk, couldn't we? From what I understand about relationships, they're all about cold shoulders and that kind of glare that lingers after the other one's left the room. Without that kind of festering resentment, I give us 6 weeks at the outside, said the cynical girl. No, said the girl burned by life again and again. Sharona's right about the impulse to wrap ourselves in our trauma, because some protection's better than none. But I think she has this idea that if you say and think just the right things, and don't forget your breathing, Jade, then that trauma you're wrapped up in can be a chrysalis. When you're healed and ready, transformed and different and better, you tear it open and walk out onto the runway of life, staring every person down who still remembers the old you, and then executing a neat flip turn at the end of that stage and stalking away into the future. I wish. It's more like you try and try to maintain forward motion, but Pinhead's got his hooks in you, and each step is agony. You can step forward, out of it, sure, but what you leave behind is your skin. Now even just the air hurts your raw muscle, the striations of fat. And I guess you don't have eyelids either, which can't be super ideal. But I'm probably just saying that because I've seen a kid skin down enough that he couldn't blink, because he didn't have anything to blink with. And also because if I can be in the past, then I don't have to be here, in Terra Nova, about to step into the big bad woods, where the people who don't have chainsaws have axes. It's one place I've successfully avoided for nearly 25 years, but I need to tell Banner to get his ass back to Prufrock, batten down the hatches. Do it already, I tell myself, and step over that basketball goal, then across 3 or 5 or 10 fallen down trees that I'm pretty sure can still burn even if they've been cut down, and... it's another bub. just not in County Brown. It's Walter Mason, our volunteer fire chief. He's been slammed into a still upright tree by that same thing that left a square hole in his back right through his spine. A hole shaped like a xenomorph's pharyngeal jaw. My impulse is to sit down right here, count on my fingers and toes how many bodies there are so far. But you're missing some toes, aren't you, Slasher Girl? I'm not sure I have enough. Ahead of me, Chin Treadaway, who told me about Harrison's amputee aversion, is going Chainsaw Sally on a monstrous tree. Sawdust is flying out, the tree's probably groaning with pain, and I shake my head no, please. But I know what teachers make, and what that does and doesn't cover. I don't begrudge her the fistful of dollars she's reaching for. Just not like this. Her whole body is shuddering with the effort, and I have the dim notion that you don't cut a tree down with a single horizontal cut, do you? Don't you angle it in from all sides like a beaver, until there's only a toothpick left? If you don't, then that spinning blade can... Chin! I scream. She's wearing ski goggles and earmuffs, though. Her teeth are bared with effort. Her right foot's planted on the trunk like her pushing on this trunk is all this tree needs to finally come down, and she's deep enough into the wood now that her little engine's coughing black smoke. Something's gotta give. Chin! 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 I scream some more, running for her now, forgetting to watch either way, but I'm too slow. I'm not loud enough. Again. The chainsaw catches, kicks back hard like chainsaws like to do, and that whirring blade whirs right into Chin's neck on the left side, spewing blood and meat and a rooster tail that mists down over me. I fall back trying to wave this away, trying to get Bub's big pistol out like grossness and bad luck are things I can shoot away. And then my heel catches a root, and I'm on my ass again, the pistol flying out behind me. It's right in time for me to miss the axe slinging for my head. It plants in the tree I'm up against, and I'm already rolling away. I'm already running in my head, except my stupid feet and these huge boots have much slower ideas. Above me, Jocelyn Cates rips that axe from the tree, splinters raining down over me. Her chest is rising and falling. One of her shirt sleeves is torn away, and there's red blood and black grease spattered across her face. Jocelyn! I scream as loud as I can, holding my hand up, completely expecting it to split down the middle, and for that axe to keep on going down my forearm, pushing my ulna and radius apart until the wishbone at my elbow. Jocelyn hauls the axe back, steps forward, but then doesn't swing, is just glaring down at me, breathing great breaths in through her nose. "You're not him," she says. "Him?" I say, still scrambling back. Jocelyn steps in over me, like to protect me now, her axe in two hands, one high, one low. She's watching all the dark places at once, and I can see now that Letha Mondragon isn't the only final girl in Pleasant Valley. Jocelyn Cates is a survivor through and through, and the hungry look in her eyes, the sneer curling her mouth, all she wants is more, please. All she wants is to drive a blade into the horror that took her husband, her son. I'm glad to have her standing over me. "Jocelyn, Mrs. Cates," I say, pulling myself up and being sure to keep both hands in view, because killing rages don't always distinguish between friend and foe. "Stay here," Jocelyn says, and before I can even hold on to her shirt tail, she's striding away, into this, instead of back to the shore, the sensible thing to do. I'm alone again. Bub's dead behind me. Walter Mason's dead behind me. Chin Treadaway's dead 4 feet from me. And the pistol I need to stay alive's in the leaf litter somewhere. How the fuck does this keep happening? I step around the tree Jocelyn planted her axe in. Didn't she have a chainsaw the last time I saw her? Try to track her retreating form, which is when I see... It can't be. This is just something the kids were making up, not something they were actually seeing. Walking directly at me, maybe 60 feet away, draped in darkness. It's the Angel of Indian Lake again. Her once white gown dingy, her hair long and black and stringy, her eyes hollow, cheeks drawn, gaze unwavering, but definitely locked on me. "Sally," I say. The first person to put Dark Mill South down. Compared to him, I'm nothing. Backing up, but not looking away from her for even an instant, I rationalize on the fly, trying to explain her away. It's not Sally. It's not Sally. Then who? History teacher? Stacy Graves, all grown up? Maybe she wriggled her ankle free of Ezekiel's big hand on the way down to that soggy church. Maybe she wriggled free but then drowned, drifted to the bottom, and the lake did its Jason thing to her. Or some Tina up here raised her on accident. But there's also Amy Brockmere from the 60s, isn't there? Never mind how dead she is. Dead doesn't seem to matter that much anymore around here. Was her little body delivered back here after she killed herself in that institution she shouldn't have been in? Delivered to Remar Lundy, wouldn't it have been? Rexall's great whatever. But I've always pictured Rexall as a sort of updated clone of him. That could have been her wriggling through the fence by the high school, I mean. And those 2 mountain man hunters did claim to have stumbled onto Remar Lundy's famously lost cabin not long ago, didn't they? Are they the ones who started all this? By waking her up? And if it is her, then her revenge mission is so righteous and pure and just that I don't know if Letha and Jocelyn together could even stop her. She should have gotten to grow up, have a life, not been falsely accused of being Stacy Graves. And I realize what I'm doing here, Sharona. Don't worry. I'm Zeno's paradoxing my way out of this bad moment I'm mired in. Zeno's paradox is that to cross a span of distance, you first have to go half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance. Meaning, you never actually cross that distance, right? Because it keeps halving. In the same way, if I throw up enough explanations between me and this angel of Indian Lake, then she can't climb over them all, and she never gets to me. Except, that's just the way I want it to work. How it is that she's already 10 paces closer to me. Now 12. Shit. She's going to strangle me with her hair, I know. She's going to point her fingers into a blade and punch the back of my skull in. Or reach through my back in that movie way, where I have to look down at my beating heart in her clenched fist. Shit. Please, no. And if it is Sally Shallenbear, then maybe I'm who she's really after, right? I mean, the final girl and the slasher locked in their violent dance. There's a certain affection there, isn't there? Is she pissed at me for taking Dark Mill South away from her? I'm sorry! I yell ahead to her. She just keeps on coming. It makes sense now why the Chainsaw Brigade scattered, doesn't it? Why Chin was left behind to finish the work? It's because she couldn't hear the warnings. But Jocelyn Cates did. Only she didn't have it in her to run away. She only knows to fight tooth and nail, because justice doesn't extract itself. You've got to pull it bloody and pulsing from the chest of whoever wronged you. Everybody else ran for trees, though. Better the fire than this angel's kiss. My index finger and thumb on my right hand twitch, trying to conjure a desperate cigarette up from the forest floor. I should be snapping for the pistol, I know. Except, a pistol against a slasher? The only things guns do is prove to everyone that bullets don't work, that this is truly hopeless. Like I don't already know that. No cigarette rises to my twitching hand, of course. Doesn't matter. I'll smoke my lungs crispy black when I get back across the lake. When, not if. I shake my head no to Sally Shallambert. Not this day. And take one step ahead, because I'd rather die from the front than the back. I'd rather be Billy Soul in Predator than all the other D-spined victims, which is when the ground trembles under my feet. I look down to it in wonder. What the hell? Is the heat from the fire doing something to all the caves and caverns networked underground on this side of the valley? Is lava about to geyser up? We're not all that far from the thermal funhouse of Yellowstone, after all. I lower to fingertips and the toes of my oversized cowboy boots, snug my hat down low to hide the whites of my eyes. Growing up, when my dad was regaling 5-year-old me with grand hunting exploits, he'd get so into it, he'd start reenacting them in the living room before his liquid dinner. A key part was him dropping down to exactly the position I'm in now. It always felt like he knew ancient things I could only wonder at, smile about. His fingers were listening through the ground, I mean. Mine are too. What they're feeling is thunder? It makes me suck a gasp of air in. I stand away from it, and right on cue, pine needles start to waft down from whatever's happening. Through them all, this angel is still coming for me. It's not a good day to die. It's a pretty crappy day to die. Let me start it over. Do it different. I'll watch Psycho and Halloween and Scream back to back like the trilogy they want to be, strung together with Loomis. And then, and only then, will I go down to the cellar to see what that sound might have been. No. I'll go share one last smoke with you, Mr. Holmes. And then I'll spark up on Melanie's bench as well. And I'll play Letha's death memos again, especially the one she made when she was about to die, about 75 yards from where I'm about to get it. The chainsaws are still whining just out of sight. Some axe is plunking steadily into the side of a tree. Pine needles are still sifting down. The whole world is shaking and losing focus and... What? This isn't how smoke works, is it? It's a wall of shadow, billowing in a time-lapse speed along the forest floor. No, not shadow, and not smoke. It's dust? Before I can be sure, a symmetrical tree branch punctures the front membrane of this coming cloud and rips up and up, birthing a monstrous bull elk. One of the giant ones that have never seen us two-leggeds. One of the ones that the other elk don't look in the eye, but talk about later in whispers. The size of his rack, the cows in his harem, the hoof prints he leaves so deep you can trip from them. How the tips of his antlers are mossy from dragging through the clouds day in, day out. How his bugles make the firmament tremble. How his snorts drive worms up from the loam. The fire's bigger than him, though, is driving him and his out of their ancient places, their hides charred and singed, their eyes wild, nostrils wide to suck more and more of this good air in. It's not Sweet and Bambi either. It's not the dad leading the baby away, because we all know that's not how dads really are. This is the dad of all these elk running for his life, and the rest of them scrambling after him, not because they trust him, but because his selfishness has always worked for him, hasn't it? You don't grow a rack like that year after year by running at the danger. You get that kind of magnificent headgear by surviving. They thunder in behind this angel of Indian Lake and look for a slice of an instant, like her attendants, her wild retinue. But then the dirt and smoke and flying leaf litter and falling tree trash all hide her for the moment. And my heart embiggens 3 sizes, just like that book my mom used to read me. And it stays like that, because maybe that big bull is about to crash past with a dangerous woman speared on his antlers. Wrong. The bull elk crashes past at car speed, his woody rack naked, tucked back like these dudes do when they're racing through the trees. I gulp, only have time to look halfway around before the rest of the herd. It's like nothing I've ever felt or seen. It's a wall of muscle and hoof, a surging wave of knees and haunches coming down all around me. I bring my right hand up, like I can possibly hope to stop these thousands and thousands of pounds of stampeding elk. But there's grace, too, out here where nobody can call it out. The elk course around me, like I'm a rock they're folding themselves around, and when one big cow hasn't gotten the memo, is definitely and for sure going to pound me to slurry with her hungry hooves, all I can do is chirp my terror out and fall back even farther. At the last moment, though, our eyes lock. We see the panic in each of our souls, and then there's no other word for it, launches. And I'm looking up at her pale, beautiful, stretched-out belly, one of her tucked-under leading hooves coming close enough to my eggshell forehead that it tips Bub's cowboy hat back and off. And if this amazing and perfect queen of the forest ever lands, then I don't know it. Like that, it's over. I roll over on my belly, breathing hard, and see the herd surging through the giant summer homes of Terra Nova, churning up what landscaping's been done so far. When the bull runs right into the water by the dock, the rest of the herd follows, and I stand, my hands in fists by my legs, to give this herd the strength it needs to swim across. It worked for Bambi once upon a forest fire, didn't it? They rode that waterfall down, deer paddled across. Maybe these elk will come up wet and blowing on the other side of the lake as well, and crash through Proof Rock, clamber across the highway and keep going, on into Wyoming and Colorado, and whatever's left of this dream America calls the West. Inside, Yazzie had a poem memorized, would say it in the sag between other shit when she wanted her head to be in a better place, a not there place. I never could get it right like she could, but the title was long, a poem itself, something about, upon reading that 3 buffalo escaped their train car in some town, New Mexico, and went running down Main Street, tearing up this and that, and whatever. All the poem said under that was, "Run on, brothers." That's what I say to these elk now. I lift my hand palm out, like trying to hold on to the memory of them, and it's stupid, I know, but it somehow feels Indian. But then I realize that's the final gesture at the end of one of my dad's stupid westerns. Everything's fucking corrupt, isn't it? I breathe in, breathe out again, snatch the hat up. I hold it by the brim, slap it against my thigh, and then look down to my chest, because I know what comes next. Sally Schallenberg driving something in through my back, my insides splashing out. If she put Dark Mill South down, knocked all his teeth out, and cut his hand off, then an unathletic town girl? Sally won't even have to break stride for me. Still, Billy Soul, right? I'll never forget him. And he would face the monster at least, wouldn't be caught looking away. Following his lead, I clamp the hat on, twist it to get it seated right, and turn around to face this bad music, which... Why am I thinking music, of all things? Oh yeah, when I was clawing for purchase on the dock, sliding along those plastic planks, I wasn't exactly processing extraneous shit then, but something? What, Jade? Doesn't matter. I let my eyes settle on where I expect Sally Shallenbear to be, and know full well that, as dead and scary as Samara was, Sally's going to be more Sadako from the original, except... What? I have to say. Where is she? Hey? I say all around. She's not to either side, and she's not behind me. I flinch all at once, then, and cringe down, sure that her not being in my eye line can only mean she's above me, about to drift down, her arms spread wide, her hair floating all around her. Nope. What the ever-living hell? When I bring my eyes back down, though, there is a shadowy figure running from tree to tree. It's stupidly comforting. At least, someone knows the genre. We're playing Casey and Ghostface here, or, in Fear Street terms, Heather and Ryan. I step in front of a tree so as not to give my silhouette away. We're only barely out of Terra Nova here, and the chainsaws and axes have done enough fire mitigation that there's all this open space behind me. And then, oh shit, I say. It really is Ghostface? Definitely a flowy, tattered black cloak, and that's no human face in that hood. And there's a Santa satchel slung over its shoulder, straight out of Audition. I say in my head and my heart. I've fantasized on exactly this so many times. Now that I've got feet on the ground in that specific dream, though, careful what you wish for. Hey! I say ahead to this ghost face, right when it's slashing from tree to tree, and it actually stops in place, is holding its bag with both hands and peering up to give me my first glimpse of its face when a gun blasts. The tree this ghost face was running to shudders, and bark dust poofs out from it. Ghostface stands to its full height, and it's not got a knife, like I guess I was expecting. What it's unlimbering from its belt is Walter Mason's Halligan. I remember it from when he came to talk to our 4th grade social studies class and let us hold this axe hammer pry bar one at a time, standing over each of us as we did, so we didn't drop it on our 10-year-old toes. Probably would have saved me some frostbite. A second gun blast comes, and Ghostface is thrown back, and I realize what I should have realized a bullet or so ago. I'm right in the line of fire. I drop like I've been shot, am on knees and fingertips and chin and belly now, watching through the scrub. Ghostface struggles up, climbing the Halligan, trying to hold its Santa bag together. Evidently, that's what got hit, mostly. Then, instead of looking deeper in the trees, where the shots were coming from, it looks right back at me. It's not a Father Death face. It's a pale gas mask. For the smoke. The kind with 2 canisters or snouts or whatever, pointing either way down from the bottom. And this poncho, it's some dark green XL job for rain. Fucking A, I say to myself. Sally Shallenbear, stampeding elk, chainsaws and axes and gunfire, not to mention actual fire, and now one of us in make-do Harry Warden get-up? And I thought my side of the lake was bad. How did junior high Ginger Baker make it through one night over here, even? Much less 4 whole weeks. Respect. Hey, I say to Ghostface, and it clocks me for a moment, then dismisses the threat I'm not, runs at an angle that'll take it above Terra Nova, to the chalky bluff behind Camp Blood. Banner rushes into the space Ghostface just was. His face is smeared black, his sheriff shirt is trash, his hat's gone, and his pistol is out. He holds it up by his head while he reloads, I guess so he can bring it down and pull that trigger fast if he needs to. When I stand, hands up, they're my palest part, are the only white flags I have, he brings that pistol to bear on me, his feet going into the stance I guess you know if you're a cop. Like the recoil from the gun, this sound, this act, is something he's going to need bracing for. "It's me! It's me!" I call across. He cocks the barrel up, spits to the side, then looks to be inhaling through his nose, smelling the air. When I walk in, picking my path quietly for some reason, "Is there something else to wake up over here?" he says, about my hat. "Thought you were Joe Ellen." "Who was that?" I ask about Ghostface. "More like who is that?" Banner says back. "Oh," I kind of say then, getting what Banner was tasting on the air. It smells like the alley behind Dot's when she's cooking cinnamon rolls. "I think I shot his supplies," Banner says, looking the direction Ghostface went. Did you see her too?" I ask, because I can't not know. It's the difference in the world going mad, or just me. Banner looks back, interrogates me with his eyes. "Thought it was a dude," he finally says. "The shoulders." I stop myself, because I realize that his answer here is that he didn't see the Angel of Indian Lake. He didn't see Sally Shallenbear. It's just me and the high schoolers, again. Or it's just me, finally losing it. "Look," I tell him. It's the Halligan, knocked loose and left behind. He nods for me to pick it up, and it's heavier than I thought, but has good balance, like it wants to break a door open. "Come on, we need to," Banner says about the chainsaw brigade, his stance still wide, his body sideways, one hand held back like I've got a baton to hand off to him. I'm just standing in place, though, messing everything up. Banner wants to rush up, save the living, but I've still got the dead in my head. "Bub," I say. "He's going to get help," Banner hisses, his whole face urgent. "He's," I say, or start to, blinking tears away. "And Chin Treadaway, and Walter Mason." Banner gets what I'm saying, kind of sags in place. "Even Walter?" I nod. "But he's been fire chief since, I don't even know," Banner says. "Since fire was invented?" "And Chin." "And us too if we don't keep moving," Banner says, eyes intense, lips thin, hand still waiting for me. "Phil Lambert," I add. "He's over here?" Banner asks, incredulous. "He's in his oven," I don't say, and a nervous giggle threatens to burble up, escape. This really is starting again, isn't it? No, it's already going, Slasher Girl. And it's sweeping you right along with it, you and this whole damned valley, right to that chrome drain cover under Marion Crane's bare feet. I look behind to Terra Nova, still in the light, and then to us, here, the darkness creeping in like particles of nothing. Every third shadow, it's Jason looming large as a tree himself. It's Michael turning his blank white face ever so slightly to track me. It's Freddy stepping forward to push me back into another nightmare. "Wait up," I hiss ahead to Banner and take his hand.
Baker Solutions, Report of Investigation, 24 August 2023, number 29 Alpha 27. Eyewitness Testimony. In her third session with Dr. Sharona Watts, 3A for the recording, 3A-TR for the transcription, Jennifer Elaine J. Daniels can clearly be heard thanking Dr. Watts for procuring a package for her. The nature of this package, see shipping manifest at 14T-22, is a bootleg VHS copy of When Animals Attack 14, 2018. Specifically, the episode dramatizing the bear attack that resulted in the death of Deacon Samuels in 2015. This episode has been illegally transferred from DVD, and as such is explicitly not in keeping with the Code of Ethics for licensed psychotherapists in the state of Idaho. At your request, an anonymous notice can be delivered through the proper channels. As documented in that third session, the reason for this request for contraband was that in the activity room of Idaho Falls Community Reentry Center, Ms. Daniels claims to have caught the final minutes of said episode and wanted to see it in toto. This is of note to Ms. Daniels' vandalism in that this third session with Dr. Watts, and presumably her immediate viewing of this episode of When Animals Attack, precedes the first instance of destruction of property on Deacon Point by only 8 days. For a complete synopsis of this Summer of Love episode of When Animals Attack 14, see Errata 3253-G. In short, the theory being pursued, if not proven over the 44 minutes of the episode, is that the bear that attacked and killed Deacon Samuels was lured in with bear bait. The central interview is with Idaho game warden Seth Mullins, wherein he expounds on both typical and atypical bear behavior, documents the presence and conditioned inclinations of a trash bear, his term, known to be in the area in 2015, and refers to the sheriff's report of a smell in the air like donuts, which Mr. Mullins localized to Mr. Samuel's golf bag, and probably that yellow rag with his initials on it. For more on the context of this animal attack, see eyewitness testimony below. This is pertinent to Ms. Daniels' vandalism in that one of her many defense strategies for claiming innocence concerning the murder of her father was that there was another killer or killers operating that summer of 2015, thus preserving the crime scene of one of those killings, Deacon Point, could, for her purposes, eventually establish the veracity of her claims. As for what evidence could still remain of that animal attack 8 years later, efforts are currently underway to discover what, if anything, persists. Whatever the case, the possibility of this motivation undercuts Ms. Daniels' claim of Deacon Point being a historic site. Rather, she could still be compulsively organizing her defense for a crime she's already been cleared of committing. As for the testimony, it comes from Cinnamon Baker, sole remaining child of Mars Baker and Macy Todd, the only surviving sibling. Her twin, Ginger Baker, fell victim to the 2019 slayings, and the non-active owner of Baker Solutions investigative firm. Ms. Baker was reached by video conference on 26 July 2023 and wishes her location to not be divulged unless necessary for legal proceedings. In addition, she requests that her testimony be prefaced with, "Forgive me if it goes astray."
We were just kids then, right? And at this point, I hadn't seen any of Jennifer Daniels' papers or whatever online. I started to read one a couple of months ago, but horror? Why? Not exactly my thing. It's always girls with legs running from the baddies. Never those of us with wheels rolling away, living to fight another day. They're kind of ableist, aren't they? But, yeah, when the hospital delivered Ginger's stuff from her room, there were all these masks. Like from horror movies, I guess. Handmade and everything. I don't even want to imagine Jade putting on one after the other for my sister that day. Trying to... I don't know. Why do you scare a girl who's already pulling her own hair out? But you're asking about when my parents were still before. First, and I said this in a deposition already, so it's in some record somewhere. Jennifer Daniels, Jade, JD, Jenny, I guess Ms. Daniels now, history teacher, if you can believe that. I guess a school board can be bought after all. She was definitely and for sure on the yacht the night everything happened. This is what you're wanting, right? But as for the yacht, yes, my sister and I confronted her in the hall. She pretended to be there with Letha, and I know Letha covers for her now out of pity, I guess, or maybe they bonded about losing their dads, I don't know. Not like they're the only ones. But she was creeping around in her clunky combat boots, wasn't in Letha's room. Ginge and I were like these little detectives back then, had to figure everything out, but only in secret. You know how it is at that age. The only things worth knowing are the things you're not supposed to know. Anyway, the mystery that night, it was, who is this intruder and what does she want? Of course, we never got to crack that particular case because, But I know she was there on the yacht, and she never had been before. And also, none of us had ever been, killed before. Do the math, history teacher. And if you ask me, yeah, I saw online what she did yesterday. All those mannequins she dolled up like they'd been killed and then threw in the water by that dock. Real cute. But it did get that movie Mrs. Singleton was trying to do canceled, so score one for the local girl, rah, rah, rah. What was the movie? The Town That Was Afraid of the Sun? Some Bigfoot trash. But I get where she's coming from with it all. Could be triggering for people who were there that night, including yours truly, fine. Not that I'm even in the same hemisphere to be triggered. I only bring the mannequin stuff up because it comes off like all this social activism, like she's still fighting the big bad Terra Novans, like she's protecting her cute little town. Some Native American Shira. What did that article call her? A latter-day Naru? What does that even mean? But isn't it sort of a confession, too? That she had more of a hand in the Independence Day massacre than she's let on? Isn't she just recreating it with dummies? For dummies? Don't quote me on that. Oh, okay. Mr. Samuels, that's what this is about? Cool. That's probably what I can help with the least. This is pretty great private investigating. How did my dad always win his cases even? With support like this? Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. Like I was saying, Ginge and I were snooping around all that summer, setting up cameras to catch a ghost on shore. And Ginge was really into butterflies and mushrooms, don't ask. But we didn't care about Mr. Samuels hitting golf balls. He did that all the time whenever there was 5 minutes. Just lit them up like little meteors and whack, whack, whack. Except pretty, somehow, because of how he hid. And we for sure never had a bear show up on film. That would have been everything to us. I'd probably be a wildlife biologist or something now. We did get Jennifer Daniels once, though. Yeah. Surprise. It's daytime, not night. But here she comes, into frame, slouching right along the shore like she owns it. Like it was her dad who sliced it out of the national forest, not ours. And the way this camera worked was, it took another shot every other step or so. 2015 tech. She's walking like a kabuki played backwards. And for every one of those thunderous big frozen footsteps, she's carrying a package to her chest like a clutch of school books. The package could be anything, could even be books. It wouldn't be fair of me to say it was greasy on one side or smelled like warm cinnamon rolls, or that there's a fleck on it that could be an interested fly. But I will say that Mr. Samuels kept his golf stuff under a little lean-to plastic shed thing by the dock, where there were towels and snorkels and floaties for Lemmy, all that kind of stuff. I've still got the picture of Jennifer carrying that package, if you want. We thought we lost it all when Ginge went, Swiss Family Robertson in the forest, but here. I don't think there's a good date on the file, though, sorry. Copy of a copy. That's what happens when your world explodes, and all you can do is walk around and pick through the wreckage of what used to be your life. I mean, roll around. Which is another thing I should blame her for, since it would have gone different if Little Miss Hero hadn't butted in. But my therapist tells me I can pick and choose which memory I want to play and which I want to mute the hell out of, and you can probably guess that this isn't exactly helping me do that. Please don't get in contact with me again. I can say that because I own you, can't I? Cease and desist. Lose my number? Zoom me nevermore? I'm still grieving all the people Jade Daniels took away from me, which I doubt she'll be building any lesson plans on for her history class.